Hey folks, it's Cody Stoffer with Playmakers Corner, here to tell you about Code Red coaching. Competing in athletics means you've lifted the weights, you've watched film, and you've got the passion. Problem is, that's what everyone else in the state has done. Perfect your game by honing in on your mental performance with Code Red coaching. Whether you are a team or an individual, Code Red coaching has the tools to create mentally solid habits and set up you or your team for success. Find Code Red coaching at coderedcoaching.com or call 720-979-1914 to learn more today. That's coderedcoaching.com or 720-979-1914 today. Now back to the show.
What's good, y'all? Coach V here, and I'm here to talk about this playoff game in round one between Banning Lewis Academy, number 8 Banning Lewis Academy, and number 9 Wiggins here. So Banning Lewis going into this game undefeated, their first playoff appearance ever in program history. So there you go. They're also hosted at home. And then Wiggins going into this one 5-4, but playing some tough teams pretty close like Strasburg, Holyoke, Lyman, and Ray. And so this was going to be a good one here. Wiggins obviously with plenty of playoff experience, and Banning Lewis with, like I said, this is their first appearance here. But let's go ahead and hop into this one. So Banning Lewis Academy, they would go ahead and start with the ball. Joseph Biegovic with a great kick return here, not punt return, but kick return to go ahead and set them up near midfield on the 47 after a handoff to Biegovic that goes for 2 and a miscommunication, I think, that results in a Sam Bell sack. That's their quarterback. It's now 3rd and 8, and on 3rd and 8, a Sam Bell, their senior quarterback, he throws it, and it is intercepted, by number 1 of Wiggins. That's freshman Arath Carrasco, who goes ahead and returns it, putting them on the 44 with 9:57 left. Now, Wiggins, they try to run the ball here, but it does not go their way. They go 3 and out, as is Banning Lewis front line, staying strong, only allowing 3 yards there, and so they go ahead and punt it, and they get it back. Banning Lewis does, with about 8:29 left here on the 29, and they continue to hand it off to Joseph Biegovic, who goes to work. They hand it off to him for 4, then they throw it out left to Ben Early, that goes for 2, then hand it off to Biegovic again. That's their first down here of the game. Following that, they hand it off to Chase Reel right up the middle, who rips off a nice run of about 15-ish yards. That gives them a first on the 15 here. And that's basically what they do for the rest of this drive, just rotating it between handing it off to Biegovic and Reel, who just eat on this Wiggins defense here. Eventually, it's first down first down after a nice 15-yard gain on the reverse to Biegovic. On first down, they throw it out to Ben Early. That gives them another 9. Then they try to hand it off to Reel, but he stopped for a loss. But Sam Bell would go ahead and get the keeper. That goes for a first down. Now it's 1st and goal at this point inside the 10. Something to note here is that Americo Lorenzini, a really good lineman for Wiggins here, does suffer an apparent knee injury and is helped off the field. He would not come back at all this first half. Following that, Sam Bell, he drops back to throw it, and he just doesn't see the linebacker here. Just a bad throw, and that is intercepted by number 10 of Wiggins, senior Jacob Doran, and he goes ahead and sets them up on the 20 with 2:51 left. Now, once again, this Banning Lewis Academy defensive line, led by Braden Skinner, Kareem Fudge, Julian Latterman, and more, go ahead and shut down this run here. They do try to throw it on 3rd down, but pressure by Skinner forces an incompletion. So that's another 3 and out there. 2 interceptions and 2 defensive drives leading to 3 and outs, at least for Banning Lewis Academy. And so let's go ahead and fast forward actually to the second quarter. Banning Lewis, they are on the 49. It is 3rd and 6 here. Sam Bell rolls left, finds Chase Reel on the out route. That's good enough for a first down. That's a key first down to keep this drive alive here. Following that, they continue to hand it off to Rion Biegovic, who goes to work, but eventually it is 4th and 6 here. A false start, kind of hurting them earlier on in this drive here. And on 4th and 6, they decide to go for it, and they throw the out route to their tight end, Ben Early, the senior, who gives them a key first down that puts them on the 13 here in the red zone. Following that, they go ahead and run it left to Joseph Biegovic here, and he is freed on the outside. Great blocking by Banning Lewis Academy, and he walks in for the first ever playoff touchdown in program history for Banning Lewis, and that also gives them the 7-0 lead with 7:56 left here in this game. Now, Banning Lewis, they elect to go aggressive here, and they kick an onside kick, but it is recovered by Wiggins, taken over on the 45. A little bit of a hiccup as the two players recovering it kind of crash into each other, but recovered regardless here. Now, after a couple failed runs here, they do go ahead and try to throw it, but it is intercepted by linebacker Ben Early, and so Banning Lewis, they take over on the 46 with 5:30 left in this game. They go ahead and toss it left to number 11, Cam Leggett, and he gets some really good blocking here and goes for about 21 yards. Chase Reel continues with the haymakers as he rumbles up the middle for a first down, now putting them on the 15-yard line. Wiggins would then eventually call timeout at 3:44 left here right before second down. And on second down, Chase Reel would go ahead and give them another tough run, not scoring quite yet, but putting them on the 3-yard line for a first down. Wouldn't matter though, as Chase Reel would eventually punch it in on second down, reaching across, making it 13-0, 14-0 after the PAT. Once again, Banning Lewis, they kick the onside kick, and Wiggins recovers on the 45. Here is what happens here. They try to run the ball, but once more, this Banning Lewis front seven is not giving them anything. Eventually, it is 3rd and 5, 1:24 left here in the second quarter, and they go ahead and try to run a little bit of some misdirection here. It looks like a reverse, but Braden Skinner reads it all the way and blows it up for a huge 5-yard loss. That would basically force what appears to be a 3 and out. Then the second timeout is called by Banning Lewis at 1:09, looking to get it back. But Wiggins, it looks like they're going for it on 4th down. They throw it, and it looks like this ball is about to fall incomplete here, just out of reach, out of the Wiggins receiver, who's blanketed, by the way. But the DB makes a fatal mistake and hits him, and so that's a PI, and so that gives Wiggins some new life and a first down here. And so here's what happens. They go ahead and try a toss left, but that running back is nailed by Cam Leggett in the backfield, making it 2nd and 14. Wiggins calls another timeout at 51 seconds left. That's their second of the game. And they go ahead and pass it deep. Number 6 passes it deep. That's Marcus Steinbar. And it is intercepted here by Liam Dorsch of Banning Lewis Academy. And so that gives them a first down on the 43 with about 41 seconds left here. Definitely enough time for Banning Lewis to go to work. And so that's what they do exactly here. On first down, they call a post route to Ben Early. He gets free, almost breaks this one loose for a touchdown, but is tripped up. Still goes for a 20-yard gain for a first down. It looks like the third timeout is called by Wiggins here with about 30 seconds left, trying to get their defense set up here. But does not matter. On first down here again, Sam Bell drops back and throws a beautiful throw to Liam Dorsch on the dig route. This was a tough throw here between the linebacker and it looks like the safety, but that is enough to give them a first down, another 10-plus yard gain. Following that, they go ahead and spike it to reserve some time, so it's now second down on the 10-yard line with about 20 seconds left. And then here's what happens. On first down, they go ahead and call a toss to Chase Reel. He reaches out, and he gets the touchdown, his second of the game, to make it a 21-0 lead after the PAT, a master class in play calling here for this Banning Lewis coaching staff as they make the most out of that opportunity to give them the 3-score lead. Now, Going into the second half, not too much really happens here. America Lorenzini would come back. It was obvious that he was hurt, but him being a senior, he wanted to gut out the rest of this game, which you absolutely have to respect. But nothing too much happens. Banning Lewis, they get some promising drives, but they just have a lot of miscues, a lot of bad snaps, including one really horrible bad snap on fourth down that went way over the head, like almost 10 yards over his head, and would go back and would result in a safety. Now, Banning Lewis, their defense played extremely well. They would not allow Wiggins to score at all here, as Wiggins could only really run the ball, as they did want another turnover. But Banning Lewis would eat that up here. And so eventually it would come down to Wiggins in the red zone. I mean, it's 21-2. Banning Lewis, they would go ahead and get a nice strip here and recover that fumble and then knee this one out, as Banning Lewis Academy wins their first playoff game 21-2. So no scoring here in the second half. Like I said, a lot of miscues by Banning Lewis's offense here, specifically the center in the second half. Just a lot of bad snaps. The number of fumbles and just mishandled snaps was crazy. At least 4 or 5, it felt like at that point there. But the defense played extremely well. The defense, I mean, they wouldn't allow Wiggins to run it, and they constantly had pressure. Braden Skinner was unstoppable. Latterman and Fudge, they did their thing as well. Chase Real was in there filling. This Banning Lewis Academy team looked really good in this game, but also looked a little green as well, which is, to be expected out of this squad. Now, here's where things get difficult. Now they get to go to Lyman and go play them. Lyman has literally not lost since before the pandemic, and even then, they would go ahead and smack that team that beat them in the state championship. And they're also currently on a 24 game win streak now. So, with that being said, Banning Lewis, I think they do have the talent to go compete with Lyman, but they gotta play cleaner. They gotta play cleaner against them. Some of those mistakes they made in that second half, those are mistakes that Lyman would turn into touchdowns, straight up. And so we'll have to see what happens. But for Banning Lewis, for now, you gotta be happy with it. A good playoff win at home, by the way. A lot of history made here, and also still undefeated. They're on their own 11-game win streak as well here. For Wiggins, obviously just didn't go their way. They played a lot of teams close here, and they really scrapped to the end. This is a well-coached squad, but at the end of the day, they just didn't quite have it. Losing Americo Lorenzini was also tough as well. That's a leader on your team, that's a senior, and obviously he went back out there and he gutted it out, but that's tough to not have one of your best players there at, close to 100% as possible. So there you go there, but still a good season by Wiggins as they hope to build on this moving forward here. And for Banning Lewis, we'll see what happens next week.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to the Playmakers Corner podcast. I'm Gideon Egner, and, today we have a very special edition for you. We have the first playoff recap episode of the podcast for this season, and so I'm going to be the first one kicking us off here by going over the 1A bracket that we have here. It looks really exciting, so let's go over the games that happened. I will also go over the guys' predictions for this matchup, what they think is going to happen in the rest of the bracket, at least in the second round. And yeah, all around feeling good for this one. And I'm going to start here with Friday's games, who are Colorado Springs Christian versus Banning Lewis, and Holyoke versus Platte Canyon. And while starting with CSCS versus Banning Lewis, Colorado Springs Christian has not input stats yet, as they did lose this matchup 27-21 to Buena Vista. Looks like CSCS, they got themselves actually a lead here in the fourth quarter, but Buena Vista came back and ended up winning just by those 6 points. But looking at the stats for the Demons, we have Hudson Wingo, 5 for 14 for 97 yards and a touchdown. Rushing, we have Trey Cardwell, 204 yards, 2 touchdowns. Eli Shucknick, 84 yards and 1 touchdown, a long of 86 though. So then we have Caleb Camp with 39 yards and Amon Wingo with 25. I'm just going to check real quick here. Oh, goodness. That is Trey Cardwell has a total of 500 career rushing yards. He got 40% of them in this game. Playmaker of the week contender right there off the bat with those 2 touchdowns. We also see receiving-wise, Caleb Camp, 75 yards and 1 touchdown. Wingo, 19 receiving yards. Amon Wingo, that is. In terms of defense, we have Amon Wingo, 15 total tackles, 1 for loss. Elijah Flowers with 12 and 2. Abel Flowers with 10 and 1. The Flowers family going strong. Knox Reed with 9 tackles, 2 for loss. Camp with 7. Nolan Verrier, 6, along with Tucker Tweddle with 6. Cardwell and Tucker Montoya both have 5, and then Oakley Robinson has 4. Cardwell and Elijah Flowers each have a sack for 2 yards here. And then Amon Wingo, an interception, and Carter Romack with a fumble recovery. Verrier, he had 4 kickoffs for 180 yards. Camp, he had 4 punts for 135 yards. And then Camp also had 75 kick return yards here, with Verrier going 3 for 4 on PATs. So all around a solid job here by Buena Vista to put down the Limons, avenge their demons, if you will, from last year, because CSCS knocked Buena Vista out of the playoffs last year. It would have been 2 disappointing playoff exits in a row, but Buena Vista managed to hang on this time. Platte Canyon versus Holyoke. There aren't really stats for this one yet, but Platte Canyon actually held the Dragons scoreless in the first quarter, but then Holyoke took over. Tyson Mosentine had a touchdown along with Wyatt Sprague with a 2-point conversion. I'm going by the play-by-play from the score tracker here because there aren't technically box scores yet. But Sprague also completed a 22-yard pass to Trey Oakley for a tutty and then hit the PAT. Cash Weber had a 75-yard kick return touchdown, and then Sprague hit the PAT on that. Mosentine had another touchdown. Sprague had another touchdown, this time on the ground, and then he got a 49-yard rushing touchdown to end the game, 42-0 for Holyoke. So Wyatt Sprague, player of the game there, gonna consider him for Playmaker of the Week, but all around really solid job there by the Dragons to vanquish Platte Canyon, who, I mean, they did have a really good season. You would be remiss to not see that. We do see Yuma versus Gunnison. Gunnison has not put in stats yet, but Yuma certainly has. Looking at the stats here for the Yuma, Jonathan Thompson, 7 for 12 for 131 yards and a touchdown. He also had 137 rushing yards. Damian Kaczynski, 96 rushing yards and a score. That's really it there. Kaczynski, he also had 125 receiving yards, and then Brody Sheffield had 1 catch for 6 yards and a touchdown. Jonathan Thompson, he had himself a good night. He also had 12 tackles, along with Marvin Duarte. Trey Stegman and Rayleigh Trejo each had 6. Hugo Montes had 5. C. Thompson, he had 4, along with Giovanni Segura. And then Damon Kaczynski and Jesus Gordo each had 3. In terms of, Hugo Montes had a blocked punt in this one, which is pretty cool. Kaczynski, he had a pass deflection, and then Thompson, he had an interception here. Thompson also punted for 135 yards in 4 tries, and then also had 41 kick return yards. All around, pretty good night here for Jonathan Thompson, but Yuma did end up falling to the Gunnison Cowboys 28-14. By the way, I'm recording this at about 11:45 on Sunday, November 5th. Next up, we have Meeker downing the Highland Huskies 20-7. Highland actually took a 7-0 lead heading into halftime, but Meeker just turned on the Jets. Starting with Ryan Sullivan, 138 pass yards and 1 touchdown. Clay Crawford was the main target there. Or not the main target, he was rushing for 129 yards and 2 scores. Cade Blunt with 70 rushing yards, and then Wyatt Powers with 26. Receiving-wise, Crawford also had 8, but Cade Blunt had 37 yards. Jake Blazon had 28 and a score, and Gauge Hicks had 28 receiving yards. Defensively, for the Meeker Cowboys, Buzz Clatterbaugh, 8 tackles, Judd Harvey with 7, Cade Blunt with 6, Jake Blazon and Jace Mobley each with 4, and Saeed Rodriguez with 3 here. Dawson Wiley had a fumble recovery, and Jace Mobley had a pick for 7 yards. Jake Blazon, 3 kickoffs for 150 yards, and then punt-wise, Cade Blunt with 55 punt yards, and Ryan Sullivan with 43, each with 1 try. Wyatt Powers with 12 kick return yards, Crawford with 17, and Saeed Rodriguez with 15. And yeah, all around, Blazon 2 for 2 on PATs. All around solid job here by Meeker to get the win over the Highland Huskies. A really solid season there from Highland. I know that's not the end that they wanted, but it was a good return to the playoffs for them there. And Clay Crawford is somebody I might look at for Playmaker of the Week. We're just going to have to take a look, see what everybody else has going for them here. Next up, we have Centauri and Ray. The Eagles defeating the Falcons 59-27, a fight of bird of prey. No box score as of yet here, but all-around solid job here by Ray to make it to the next round in what I had predicted would be an upset, but I was clearly wrong. Then we have Banning Lewis defeating Wiggins 21-2. Simon was at this game, so if you want, listen to his recap for it, but it sounds like it was a pretty fun one to be at. Banning Lewis got it big early, but they do have some mistakes that they have to remedy for the next round because they will be facing Lyman. I'll get to that here in a moment. Because we next will be going over Lyman defeating Cedar Ridge 42-7. Lyman has input stats, so we see that Jordan Rockwell 3 for 6 for 40 yards and 2 touchdowns. Rushing wise, nobody really on top. Logan Bottier 94 yards and a score. Skylar McCready 79 yards and a touchdown. Keon Bandy with 55 and a score. Rockwell with 20 yards, and N. Kuntz with 1 rushing touchdown on a 1-yard carry. We see receiving-wise, Lance Beatty, he was the main target, specifically with 2 receptions for 2 touchdowns there. Defensively, we've got a lot of guys on the board here, but Liam Yoder, the freshman, the leader here in this game, 8 tackles, 1 for loss. Keon Bandy, 7 and half a tackle for loss. Kuntz with 5, Bottier and Trayton Marks with 4, along with Jacob Jacklish. Nelson Sante. Oh, goodness, is there another Sante brother? Nelson Sante, Brody Shearer, Zach Carr, Dryson Davis, and Rockwell, each with 3 tackles. We also find that Nelson Sante and Trayton Marks each had a sack here. Jaden Martinez both forced a fumble and recovered it. Aiden Colath 1 punt for 35 yards, and then Danny Sante 6 for 6 on PATs there. So very good job here by Lyman to put away the Cedar Ridge Bruins. About what I expected there. Another game that went kind of how I expected. I didn't think it would be a shutout though. Is Strasburg beating North Fork 21-0 here. No stats for this matchup yet, but still solid job by Strasburg to get to the next round. And I mean, screw it, let's talk about this next round because it is time for our 1A Round 2 2023 predictions for these playoffs, in 1A at least. So I'm going to go game by game here and talk about all 4 of our predictions. Mine will be last. I'll go Simon, Cody, Gino, and then myself. So looking at these first, screw it. I'm going to go with number 7, Ray, at number 2, Holyoke. Simon says Holyoke here. They won 32-14 over Ray in the regular season. It's hard to see this game not being a bit closer this time around. Regardless, I got to go with Holyoke here in a close one. Cody also said Holyoke. He says that the Eagles worry me more here in the postseason, but the Dragons are so talented on both sides of the ball, with arguably the best player in 1A, to not be stopped so soon. I think he says to be stopped so soon by Ray. Gino says Ray looked great in round 1, but I got Holyoke winning in a shootout. 35-23. And I agree with that. I think that Ray is a better team now than when they faced the Dragons of Holyoke a few weeks ago, but I do not think that the Eagles will pull it out. They could, keyword could, pull an upset. It is always hard to beat a team twice, but Holyoke is just too talented and too well coached. I'm going to have Holyoke here by 5. Next, I'm going to have number 5 Buena Vista at number 4 Meeker. Simon says Meeker here. They won 42-12 over BV in the regular season, and while it won't be another blowout, it should still be Meeker's game to win here at home. Cody says Meeker. It will not be another blowout, but this Demons team struggles in the playoffs, and Meeker just seems to have a bit more going for them up front. Gino says that he's doubling down with his original prediction with Buena Vista winning a close one, 22-21. Meeker kicked their butts in the regular season, but Gino favors Buena Vista in a close game if it comes down to it. Ultimately, I'm going to say Meeker here as well. Meeker took care of an upstart Highland team, and BV scraped past Colorado Springs Christian School. The Cowboys have already exercised the Demons once this year, and with the blueprint given to them by the Lions of CSCS, this is a dub for Meeker by probably 14 points. Next up, we have number 6 Strasburg at number 3 Gunnison. And Simon says here, Gunnison, this should be a close game as Strasburg has beaten similar opponents by similar margins, peeping the North Fork game, but Strasburg will have to travel all the way to basically Utah to get to Gunnison and play a very physical team. This is an extremely hard game to win mentally and physically. Cody says, I feel like the Cowboys played really well against the Cowboys of Gunnison, that is, and I'm not sure if Strasburg has the run game to keep up with Gunnison, because in losses this season, Strasburg has struggled to run. Gino says, this one is almost guaranteed to be close. Ultimately, I like Strasburg's tough schedule in the regular season, with them putting up 21 on Lyman and shutting out North Fork in the first round. So it sounds like he's picking Strasburg here, being a bit of a contrarian. And then I think Strasburg, it's going to be tough because they're making the 5-hour trip to Gunnison, and I do not feel great about the Indians' chances. Gunnison is too well spread out between all of their different players and positions for Strasburg to be able to target anyone in particular, and as such, I have Gunnison by 14, but I would not be surprised if it is close. And finally, we have number 8, Banning Lewis Preparatory Academy at number 1, Lyman. Simon says that Lyman has not lost at home since September 28th of 2019 versus Strasburg. Since then, they've won 3 state championships and are on a 23-game win streak. BLA will need to play a cleaner game than they did in round 1 versus Wiggins in order to win this one. Even then, it's a lot to ask of them on the road against the greatest football program in Colorado high school history. Cody says, Lyman has shown no vulnerabilities in their armor to this point yet, and I do not think BLA will be the ones to find that chink and exploit it. Gino says, between the coaching and the overall talent, I think there is a lot to be excited about for Banning Lewis. However, I think the experience that Lyman provides will take them a long way this year, as it usually does. I got Lyman 28-21. Gino does that is. I also have Lyman here. Lyman is one of the best programs in the history of Colorado athletics. I love Banning Lewis's game, but I just don't know if they have it in them to take down Goliath. David has done it before, but it would be the 1A upset of the century. I've got Lyman here by 10, but I would not be shocked if BLPA pulls off the upset. And that is all we have for now. Tune back in with Cody later to see who got 1A Playmaker of the Week. Again, it is Sunday at about noon, so if your stats aren't in, your stats aren't in. I can't report on that. But best of luck in this next round to all of the teams that are left, to all of the teams that got knocked out in that last round. You guys had a heck of a good season. Be proud that you made it this far, and whatever you do in your life, we all here at Playmakers Corner wish you the best of luck with your endeavors. Now, I'm going to pass this over to probably me again, just because I went to a 2A game, and that's how we format these things. But if you're done after this point, stay safe, don't die, stay hydrated, most importantly. And I'll be seeing you all here soon. Go out and enjoy some Colorado athletics. Peace. Hello, beautiful people, and depending on how Cody orders this, Cody or Simon, you probably just got done listening to me yap for about 20-30 minutes. But today, I am going to be telling you about the 2A first round matchup between the number 13 9-0 Wellington Eagles and the number 4 9-0 Berthoud Spartans. And I mean, here, let me just say this. I'm not sure how to fact check this, but I overheard a number of conversations at this game from Berthoud's athletic director, I believe. And he said, yeah, I heard something from Chassa. They said that this is the first matchup where two undefeated teams have met in the first round, which is pretty insane for me to think about. I mean, it makes sense. Both of these teams are pretty solid, but Wellington, they're for this cycle, they were still on the schedule of this is a first-year team, so it does make sense. But this was Wellington's first try at the playoffs in about 60 years. And then this was Berthoud's first shot to win a playoff game since 2008. So let's just dive right into it with Wellington's side of things, where we see, first of all, Seth Long started off Wellington's first ever playoff game in the new school with a 50-yard kickoff and a tackle on the return. Tyler Schaefer then got a tackle before the Eagles allowed a touchdown. And after offsides on the PAT, Wellington was down 0-7, 45 seconds into the first quarter. Lincoln Dalton returned the kickoff for 15, and then Cash Altschwager ran for 8. Schaefer ran for 3 and a first down, and then Dalton went for 11 more. Caden Keller ran for 11, and then Tanner Gray threw to Dalton for 11 as well, and then Altschwager ran for 4. On the 6-yard line, there was a really weird officials timeout where nobody ever really figured out what happened, but the hypothesis I heard is that the chains were off somehow, and so they had to edit those in some way. But after a long break there, Altschwager ran in a touchdown where he ended up double clutching it. He was falling backwards and extended over the back of his head in order to get the ball over the goal line to get a touchdown. And even though the conversion was short, it made it 6-7 for the Eagles with 4:46 on the board. Long's kickoff was a touchback, and then Tegan Grayman got a tackle, and then Altschwager got one for himself. Ethan Thooms brought a man down, and then Gray did the same. Julius Olivo tackled his mark twice in a row, and then Wellington allowed a touchdown and a conversion to make it 6-15 with 1:25 left. Altschwager ran for 4 and then for 8 to end the first. To start off the second, Long punted for 35 yards, and then Thooms got a tackle before John Borchardt got in on the action. After offsides on 4th and 3, Schaefer got a tackle, as did Azuya Gracie. Gray got a tackle for loss, and then Altschwager got a regular tackle. Grayman, he ended up jumping on top of a pile, being the straw that broke a camel's back on a jump tackle, and then Gracie got in on another one. Schaefer brought a man down, followed by Ian Allison, before Wellington allowed a passing touchdown, but Gray was able to get a sack on the conversion, making it only 6-21 with 2:12. Dalton's kickoff return was for 20, but it was 3 and out, meaning that Long had to punt for 35. After that, we see that Olivo managed to get a sack, but Wellington kept allowing big play after big play, eventually stopping Berthoud at about the 30, but a field goal was taken, putting the Eagles down 6-24 heading into halftime. Opening the third frame of this one, the Eagles had a 3 and out where Long ended up punting for 40, which, by the way, I will say I won't get a chance to talk about this later, but Seth Long, you have improved so much since I saw you at first in that Sterling game last year. Yeah, a lot of improvement here. But then Grayman got a tackle, and then another one for himself before Schaefer added a tackle to his tally on the stat sheet. Dalton got in on one, and then Schaefer got a tackle for loss. Ezra Bartiargal got in on one, and then Wellington allowed another touchdown with 6:02 to go down 6-31. There was a little bit of tricky business on a kickoff return with a couple of handoffs for about 45 yards, and then there was another trick play right after where a pass back ended up becoming an interception that was thrown. And after an illegal shift call and an unnecessary roughness, it ended up being an interception that was returned for about 40 yards. Wellington was able to eventually force a punt, and then Schaefer and Gray each got a tackle for loss before Grayman got a sack. The Eagles then allowed a touchdown on 3rd and 12 to make it 6-38 with 2:41 for the final score of the game. Gray threw to Dalton for 8, and then Tanner McLean ran for 10 on a fake punt, which I called, by the way. Dalton then ran for 8 to end the third quarter after that little bit of trickery. And heading into the fourth, I'm going to keep it brief here. Keller ran for 12, Long punted for 45. Thooms got a tackle, and number 65, who I might have seen 85 wrong, it might be John Borchardt, but it might be somebody else. He ended up getting a tackle for loss before Grayman got a TFL. And then Bat Yargall shared one with Borchardt to end the night and the season for the Wellington Eagles. And so, moving on to the defensive playmakers of the game for this one. I know it sounds like Wellington. I mean, you look at the box score. It's 38-6. It doesn't look like Wellington played much defense, but they really did. I do not think that the box score is reflective of how hard they played. It was just a few big ones that really went against them that led to it being what it ended up being. But hey, that's what a team's first ever playoff experience is going to look like sometimes, right? And speaking of, we have a freshman and a sophomore here as our defensive playmakers of the game. Tegan Grayman and Tyler Schaefer, who were both powerhouses in this game. I know that they're both linebackers in a loss, but they still got 18 and 17 tackles respectively. Both of these two are underclassmen, so this is a team that has a lot to build on defensively. And it felt like these guys were in on every tackle in this matchup. And so here is Schaefer on this game in particular and the future of this squad heading forward.
When we're looking at the defense for Wellington tonight, you were really one of the anchors, making sure that as little got past you as possible. When you're looking at a tough offensive team like that, what was your strategy heading in tonight, and what did you have to tweak as you went through the game to still be able to get some stops?
Yes, sir. Well, it's all our normal pregame stuff. We have our plan ready that our defensive coach has set up, and adjustment I made was folding instead of crashing down. That's something that our defense coordinator, Dietrich, told me to do, and we had a bunch of little tweaks from our D-line.
I mean, obviously not the result that you wanted, but that was still a lot of heart put into this game. How do you think this game in particular is going to translate into next season?
Yes, sir. It really hit in all of our hearts. We're going to probably hang something up in the weight room, keep it in there, keep us driving for another year, and we're going to be playing them next year for sure, so it's going to have that, we're going to have it in our hearts to just keep driving through the off season, get ready for them.
And what was your favorite moment from this season?
From the season, against Platte Valley, getting conference champs. That was definitely one of my favorite moments. After, that was something we were really proud of. Yes, sir.
I mean, Tyler, you kind of hit it on the head there. Wellington, you guys have a lot to be proud about this season, and I mean, that conference championship is one of those things. And I will say, according to the speculative league alignment that came out before the season over the summer, Berthoud and Wellington will be sharing a league next year. I forget what the league is called, but that doesn't really matter. So I am right now planning to be at that matchup at least, because that's going to be a very, very fun one to see how it goes and see just exactly how these two teams are going to continue to match up against each other in the future, because this was a fun matchup regardless. And somebody who I expect to be playing in that matchup in a fully healthy form, hopefully, is our offensive playmaker of the game, Cash Altschwager, who is all good and healthy now, thank goodness. The All-Star Junior had about 50 rush yards and the only touchdown of the night in this matchup for Wellington, and he pulled his weight. It may not be the end of the season that Wellington wanted, but Cash's return revitalized this team and really helps them get as favorable of a playoff spot as possible. So here's Cash on his memorable season.
Cash, how would you describe your first taste of the playoffs?
I think it was good for the team. It was good to have our young team experience what a powerhouse is, and yeah, I think it's just a way to help us learn.
And, I mean, Berthoud, they obviously have a pretty good line, and the offensive line was where a lot of the progress can be made looking forward. How do you think this team is going to move forward to try to make sure that that offensive line is beefed up for some of the bigger guys in the state?
Well, like I was saying, this team's young, and our coach is heavy about going to the weight room and stuff, so if they're not doing an off-season sport, and even if they are doing an off-season sport, lifting is key. Lifting and eating, number one for this whole team, and I think we'll come back next year bigger and better.
And what was your favorite moment from this season?
Ooh, from the season. No, I cannot tell you right now. I can't even think right now. I don't got anything going. I don't know. Probably my 98-yard touchdown last week against Bennett. That's probably just the favorite. Just big long play.
Well, Cash, the amount of guys that can say they even have a 98-yard touchdown is a pretty slim list, so it's fair enough that you picked that as your memory of the season. And, I mean, yeah, that was a very memorable season for all these guys, and none of them will be graduating, but before we get to that, I still have a bit to go. But first, we have our playmaker of the game all around, the one, the only, Tanner Gray. And, I mean, what can I say about him that hasn't already been said? The kid is a beast. Even in this matchup, playing against a much bigger team physically, he had 13 tackles, a tackle for loss, and 2 hurries officially on the stat sheet. I think he had a couple more tackles for loss. But he was the captain of this ship on both sides, and he made sure that the Eagles didn't go down swinging. No matter what the score, he was in there giving his full energy the entire dang game. There is nothing that can take away from the season that Tanner Gray had as one of the best players in the 2A classification. And here he is on the final game of Wellington's 2023-24 campaign.
That was a tough one for you, but that was your first taste of playoff success. Mm-hmm. Everybody in the state's looking forward to seeing how you guys are looking next year. You're not losing very much. Yeah. How do you feel for being able to build on this platform of success, an undefeated regular season, and head into next year and punch everybody in the mouth?
I mean, this is a wake-up call for sure. I think we had a great season with a great group of guys, but we're going to come back next year stronger, better. We're going to know more. I mean, we got a taste of it tonight, but next year's going to be something different for sure. For sure.
All right. And what was your favorite moment from this season?
From this season? I mean, going 9-0 and getting to experience a whole season with these boys, and all these guys play hard. Our scout team, my line, like Cash, Cade, Lincoln, I love all those boys. Like, they play hard, they don't give up, you know? And even in this game, like, score doesn't show how hard we played, so, yeah.
True that.
Yeah, Tanner, I mean, the score really doesn't show how hard it was played. It wasn't a close game by any means, but this gives Wellington something to build on. This gives them something to maintain, and it gives them something to think about for a while. And I mean, it's better that you have that wake-up call, as he said it, this year than next year. Because this year, you don't have any seniors on the squad. Next year, you're going to have one of the better players in the state in Cash Altschwager. He's going to be graduating. So it's good that you have this now, so that way you know how to play with the big boys when you're in a bit of a tougher league and a bit of a tougher schedule next season. On to one of the teams that they will be playing next season, though, the Berthoud Spartans in this matchup. And to start this one off in this game, we have Jace Newbill, who got a 53-yard return on the kickoff to start this game. And then Alex Larson immediately got a 40-yard tutty very shortly thereafter. Benjamin Schroeder hit the PAT, putting Berthoud up 7-0, 45 seconds into this matchup. Schroeder's squib kickoff went 45, and then Elisha Mosher got a tackle. Uriah Chacon got one himself, and then Ben Larson brought a man down. Schroeder got a tackle, and then Newbill got one himself. Joey Finnegan got one, and then Schroeder got one after an offsides call. Donovan Mann got a tackle for loss, but then Berthoud allowed a touchdown. Finnegan stops the conversion, though, so it was only 7-6 with 4:46 left. Darren Davidson threw to Weston Petrowski for 11, and then Ben Larson ran for 14. Davidson ran for 15 himself, and following that, Alex Larson rushed for 18. Finnegan gained 4 on the ground, and then Alex put in another TD to make it 15-6 after Ben got the conversion with 1:25 left on the clock. Following this, we see that Schroeder's kickoff was a touchback, and then Ethan Hoffmeister got a tackle, as did Chacon and Finnegan to end the first. In the second, Chacon got a PD, and then Daniel Mahoney did the same. Alex ran for 5 on offense, and then for 5 more, before Ben replicated this distance. Alex ran for 12, and then caught a pass from Davidson for 8. Cole Bialek ran for 5, and then Davidson threw to Petrowski for a 15-yard touchdown. When the conversion was off on that, though, Berthoud was up 21-6 with 2:12 left. I know that went fast. It went fast in real life. Schroeder's kickoff went 45, and then he came out of absolutely nowhere for the tackle on the return. Hoffmeister got a sack, and then Joe Pula Smith got a tackle before the Spartans took a timeout with a minute in the half. On offense, Davidson threw to Cade Anderson for 15, and then to Petrowski for 15 more after a timeout. Berthoud used their final timeout with 31 seconds left, after which Schroeder hit a field goal to make it 24-6 with 10 seconds left. After a touchback and a Peyton Evans tackle, that was it for the first half. In the third quarter, Schroeder's opening kickoff was a touchback, and then Finnegan and Garrett Pulowski shared a tackle. On O, Ben ran for 5 and then for 7. Davidson threw to Finnegan for 12, and then Davidson dodged a few defenders, weaving absolutely through every single dude, and got through for a daring 25-yard touchdown, making it 31-6 with 6:02 left on the board. Then looking at after that, Aiden McGrath got a tackle and a pass deflection before Jaden Michaelis managed to catch an interception and ran for 40 yards with that thing. And granted, there was blocking in the backfield, and that penalty was assessed on it. And then Berthoud went 3 and out. But that was that was a dagger of a play. And then Hoffmeister, very shortly after Berthoud punted there, Hoffmeister helped to force a punt shortly after that point. After an illegal block, Davidson threw a touchdown to Michaelis on 4th and 12 to go up 38-6 with 2:41 left. Which, yeah, that was all that she really wrote on that one. On the kickoff return, Chacon got a clothesline tackle and then got a normal one to end the third. In the fourth, Schroeder got a tackle for loss, and then Alex ran for 5. Ben ran for 20, and then Davidson threw to Petrowski for 15, but it was called back for an illegal man downfield. And ultimately, that was basically it for this game. And one of the main difference makers for the Berthoud Spartans in this matchup, one that may not have had the best statistical impact, but he was really the facilitator for other guys to have big statistical nights, and that is Donovan Mann, who is an absolute force. The 6'4", 250 senior knew how to use his weight against Wellington's linemen, and it showed in this matchup. He may not have the best numbers, but he was able to collapse the offensive line for Wellington, which allowed guys like Joey Finnegan and Aiden McGrath to get more opportunities and get in on tackles. Here is Mann on his strategies heading forward in these very contentious playoffs.
All right, Donovan, you just completed a massive first round win. You're either going to be going to Elizabeth or Moffat County. Either way, how are you feeling about next week's matchup?
They get tougher every week, and I know Moffat and Elizabeth are both good teams. They work hard, and I think they're just good teams. And my hopes are high because I know we can do it. I mean, we're ranked our way for a reason. The math is very accurate. So I think I'm pretty hopeful that we're going to win.
And I mean, obviously, Wellington doesn't have any shortage of linemen, but you were able to collapse the offensive line pretty effectively on defense there. What were you seeing that was allowing you to get that type of pressure to be able to make them make those types of quick decisions?
We drilled it all week. We defense is a very in-depth thing that we do every week, every day. And we drilled and we drilled and we drilled. And at that point, it's become second nature. And I think the reason I was able to pressure that offense is because I put a lot of time at practice, and I just stuck to my techniques. I stuck to what I was coached to do, and really able to put pressure on them.
And to close out the year, you're going to be going against some elite offensive linemen. You're going to be going against some elite defensive linemen. What's your approach going to be to making sure that you shut it down to the best of your abilities, be it Tucker Johnson or Trip Skews?
I've played against Tucker. I follow him on Twitter. I know he's a good guy. But I think it's just staying humble, being very coachable, and working super duper hard every day at practice, no matter what. Brushing up on old techniques, new techniques, and especially defense and offensive plays in the fronts and stuff. Just knowledge.
Thank you very much, Donovan. And I think what he said there rings true. Yeah, these guys are good, but you just have to be humble in the fact, know what you can do, and then know what the people around you can do. Because once knowing is half the battle when it comes to that, and then from there, you can leverage your strengths much better once you understand what you're able to do. And yeah, ultimately, these they do have a tough road ahead of them, Berthoud. They're going to be playing Moffat County in this next matchup. I'll touch on that a little bit more later, but the next two teams up in the bracket for Berthoud have very, very good linemen. And Donovan, he's going to have his hands full, but as he said, he's going to trust in his brothers and do what he knows best. And another two fellas who are going to be doing what they can here for this Berthoud squad here are our offensive playmakers of the game in this one, Alex Larson and Darren Davidson. Now, Larson and Davidson, if Berthoud wins state, these are going to be the dudes that get them there. Darren, he had 100 pass yards, 2 touchdowns, 65 rush yards, and a tutty on the ground in this one. And, what he is doing is really historic for the state of Colorado. I think this is one of the longest personal win streaks that I've heard of. And honestly, he's just carrying that really, really well. And that experience is doing this team really well. So here's Darren on his historic win streak.
With that dub, you extend your personal winning streak. I know I've said it 3 times, but you've extended that to 22 games now, including last season. How does it feel going from one state championship to a contender, and how are you carrying that momentum into these playoffs and that experience?
It feels amazing, living in Sheridan. They've all grown up together. They're all a firm brotherhood. They've all been together their whole lives, so they're a complete team, always have been, and so I take what I learned there and brought it here, and it's working out, so I'm hoping to carry it all the way.
You're going to be going up against an elite defense next week, be it Elizabeth or Moffat County. When you're looking at that, what's going to be your approach? Obviously film, but what's going to be your approach to making sure you can dissect those like you did tonight?
There's a lot of studying. I know our coaches will come up with a great game plan to help us, but a lot of studying and just completely executing everything. If we do that, we should have a problem.
And what was your favorite moment from tonight's matchup?
Oh, geez. Probably the touchdown pass to Jaden Michaelis. He's been a great receiver all year and a great DB, and it just felt good to get him another one on the season.
Yeah, at this stage of the season, experience is everything. And, if 21 games in a state championship in a 4A school in Wyoming doesn't count as experience, I don't know what does. And, he's got a bunch of guys around him, like Alex Larson. And Okay, Darren, he talked about guys who have grown up playing together for their entire lives, and one of the guys like that for Berthoud is Alex Larson, and in my opinion at least, he's one of the best to wear the maroon and white. And the Spartan mainstay, he had 130 yards and 2 touchdowns in this one, and he was able to share carries with his brother Ben. Here's Alex on being able to share this type of game with his family, both on the gridiron and in blood.
Alex, you've had a really, really good offensive season so far. You had a couple of tutties in this one. Yeah. But either way, next week you're going against an elite defense in either Moffat County or Elizabeth. What are you going to be doing to make sure that you keep up that level of production in those types of really, really elite defenses?
A big thing for me is just going to the gym. I feel like I go to the gym regularly, 5 days a week. So, I mean, that, and then just working at practice, team chemistry, and then just getting the right play calls in.
And when you're looking at having this last opportunity to win a championship with your brother, not only on the field, but your brother in blood, how does it feel to have this chance?
It feels great. I mean, we've been dreaming of it since we were young. I feel like we could definitely go there. We could go all the way.
Certainly, Alex. And, I mean, with my state championship pick having been eliminated from the playoffs, I certainly think that the boys over at Berthoud have a darn good shot at going all the way here to face whoever's going to make it out of the bottom half of the bracket. But in order to succeed and in order to get there, you need your surrounding guys to be on it every night. And of course you're going to have your Darren Davidsons, your Alex Larsons, your Donovan Manns. Those are the guys that people talk about. Joey Finnegan. Those are guys that people talk about all the freaking time. A name that you may not have heard very much is Jaden Michaelis, our playmaker of the game for this matchup. And he was the surprise of the game for me here. Now, Michaelis, he had 1 catch for 30 yards and a touchdown, along with a pick for 40 yards. And even though that may not be the best statistical night, he provided some serious momentum swings to secure the Berthoud win in this game. The energy that went around the stadium the second that Michaelis got that pick, and then again when he got that touchdown, it is an energy that you feel very, very rarely in this profession. And I mean, let me say that both sides of the field, both the home and the visitors, were standing room only. And one side of the field immediately quieted the second that Michaelis got that pick. And it really made it feel like Berthoud was going to win this game, regardless of what the score was. And so here is Michaelis on putting his stamp on Berthoud's first playoff win since 2008.
You came into this matchup, one of the most highly anticipated in the state tonight, and you managed to pop off. You got that pick for, I want to say, like 40-odd yards, and you got that touchdown there. What was your favorite moments of the night between the two?
Probably the pick. I think that was really important to kind of seal the game. I think we really needed that, and the touchdown was really cool too. We also needed that, but my pick was my favorite part.
Very good. And how do you feel for Berthoud's chances moving forward in these playoffs? And do you know anything about any of the other teams left?
I think we have a chance to go all the way, and we should be good if we just do our assignments and stuff. And the other teams are going to be harder competitions. I know that we might versus Elizabeth next round, and that will be a tough competition. But at least we'll have home field advantage. So.
Thank you very much, Jaden. And although you will not be facing Elizabeth here in this next round, you'll have to make the, I want to say, 4-hour drive out to Craig to face Moffat County. I mean, this is going to be a fun one to watch. I'll be trying to tune in between whatever game I end up going to on Friday on NFHS. And so, in summary for this matchup, this was... Okay, I didn't expect it to go this way, but a lot of people did. It was Wellington's first ever playoff game. It is I mean, it was a very good game. There was a lot of effort there. You cannot feel bad about that. Well, I mean, you can, but you cannot regret anything during that game. There are, of course, things to improve on. There were a few penalties that didn't need to happen. If you're Wellington, there were a couple of instances where you think to yourself, did you really? Was that the best choice? But that happens with a young team. This team needed this experience, and they're probably glad they got it, because this is a Berthoud team that is in contention. As Donovan Mann said, they are seated at 4 for a reason. And I mean, Berthoud, you have to feel good about this win if you're a Berthoud Spartan fan. I was able to talk to Coach Tickner after the game, and he said, and I asked him, when was the last playoff win for you guys? And he said, oh, dang, that's a tough one. And so he thought back and he said, well, we won the championship in 3A in 07. And then in 08, we won a playoff game. But after that, it has been about 13 years. I think it's been 16 years, actually, since Berthoud won a playoff game. And that feels really weird to me, because I was 4. But that really helps this community. And long term, this is going to be something that's really going to energize them. And Berthoud is a team that I have a lot of confidence in for these next couple of rounds. I'm not sure if they'll win this next game. You can never say in the playoffs. Anything can happen. But Berthoud's got a shot, which is better than you could say for the Spartans for a long, long time. And so, Wellington, I know you guys don't have any seniors, but to all of Berthoud's seniors that played or managed in this matchup, know that your contributions to Colorado athletics and history are valued. You are laying down a path that will continue to be improved upon by those who come after you, and you're doing a service to those who laid down the foundations before you. Whatever your future endeavors are, I wish you the best of luck. And as always, stay safe, don't die, stay hydrated, and have a beautiful day. Peace.
What is going on, everybody? Gino here with the Playmakers Corner podcast, and it is time to recap the potential game of the week across all 5 classifications. A game that pretty much had it all, from a crazy comeback to a game-winning touchdown. Now, I don't want to spoil anything for y'all, but I just want to make sure it is clear that this was an absolute classic game. I'm, of course, talking about the Moffat County versus Elizabeth game that went down at Elizabeth High School this past Saturday, November the 4th, 2023. The visiting Moffat County Bulldogs traveled all the way from Craig, Colorado for this one, looking to make some noise early on here in round 1 of the 2A playoffs. For those of you who missed the playoff recap episode, Moffat County came into this one as the 12 seed at 7-2 on the year, with their only losses to Resurrection Christian in Week 1 and Rifle in Week 6. Their defense is big and mean, and their offense consists of one of the best passing attacks out of any of the 16 playoff teams, with their QB/safety Evan Beaver and their tight end/running back/edge rusher Ian Champ Hafey leading the way on both sides, among many other playmakers that we will be sure to mention in this game recap. As for the Elizabeth Cardinals, they came into this game as the 5 seed at 8-1, with their only loss being to the number 2 seeded Kent Denver in Week 8. They have a terrific defense, and they run a wing tee offense featuring their 2 main ball carriers, Cooper Connolly and Ethan Stone, while also utilizing their playmaker slot back Cash Randall in mainly sweep and screen scenarios. The Cardinals came down to their field following behind the signature trio of motorcycles, with the team flag and American flag front and center, and I gotta say that is definitely one of the cooler team intros out there in the state of Colorado. With that little preview out of the way, let's all take a trip to Elizabeth, Colorado, and see what happened in this round 1 classic. Starting off here in the first quarter, the Bulldogs started with the ball here in this one. They pulled a bit of trickery on the return, with the player who originally caught the return launching a pass across the field to number 5 Bryant Carlson, and Carson then takes that return all the way to the Moffat County 44-yard line, and that's where they would start this drive. Except a penalty on the return on Elizabeth moved the ball all the way up to the Elizabeth 41, giving the Bulldogs very, very solid field position to start this round one matchup. They started this drive off with a run to number 23, Ian Champ-Hafey, who got a nice gain there down at the Elizabeth 28-yard line. Number 24, Zachary Hedman, took a carry for 1 yard on the next play, followed by a pitch to Champ-Hafey for 6 yards after getting brought down by number 11, James Benton on Elizabeth, and that made it 3rd and 3 at the 21-yard line. Champ-Hafey took a 3rd and medium run up the middle for a first down, but a holding call on the offensive line makes it 3rd and 13 now. On 3rd and long, Evan Beaver drops back to pass, and he is picked off by number 27, Ethan Stone, who makes a toe-touch grab along the sideline. It is now Elizabeth ball at their own 22-yard line early on here in the first quarter. Starting off the drive here for Elizabeth, they gave it to one of their top playmakers, number 32, Cooper Connolly, for a 6-yard run. And then their QB, number 12, Gavin Garcia, took a keeper to the left, but he is brought down by Zachary Hedman for a 1-yard gain. After a screen pass on 3rd down is dropped, they would get the first down still in Cardinal territory on the 4th down there. On 1st down now, one of Moffat County's playmakers, number 61, Clayton Vandersloos, got a big sack to make it 2nd and 13 at the Elizabeth 31-yard line. Elizabeth then gave it to Ethan Stone for an 11-yard gain to make it 3rd and 2. And then on 3rd down, it's Cooper Connolly who takes the carry and breaks loose for a 58-yard touchdown, giving Elizabeth a 7-0 lead after the PAT with 7:05 still to play in this first quarter. Some chaos here on the kickoff as Moffat County's returner let a bouncing squib kick slip through his fingers into the end zone and runs for his life to get out of there, but he gets taken down by number 24, Titan Tupin, sorry if I mispronounced that, in the end zone for a safety, adding to that Cardinal lead to make it 9-0 here in the first quarter. A weak punt following the safety and a flag on Moffat on the kick put Elizabeth on the Moffat County 43-yard line to start their drive. They started the drive off with a screen pass to number 11, Cash Randall, for a loss of 2 yards, followed by a run to Noah Stone, who takes it for 7 yards to make it 3rd and 5 here. On 3rd down, Elizabeth ran a sweep to Cash Randall, who gets a nice gain to the Moffat County 26-yard line. They then ran a short pass to number 7, Malachi Marisol, for a first down, but an illegal formation penalty negated that play and made it 1st and 15 at the Moffat 31-yard line. Cooper Connolly took the first down run for 4 yards after being tackled by Ian Champ-Hafey, and then it's number 11, Cash Randall again, who takes a sweep all the way for an Elizabeth touchdown, but a holding penalty negates that touchdown. They will still get a first down on the play, though, at the 15-yard line. Ethan Stone took a first down run for 6 yards and nearly coughs up a fumble on the play, but he recovers. That was followed by a run to Cooper Connolly, who reaches out for the touchdown but is just short, so it is now 1st and goal at the 1-yard line. On 1st and goal, Elizabeth wasted no time here as Gavin Garcia takes a QB sneak up the middle for an Elizabeth touchdown, putting them up 15-0 here with 3 minutes left in the first quarter. Cash Randall ran in the 2-point conversion, but that got called back after a penalty. The Cardinals still went for it, though, for a deep 2-point conversion, but a Gavin Garcia pass to the corner is knocked down, so it is still 15-0 here towards the end of the first quarter. Number 2, Adolfo Jimenez on Moffat took the return to the 25-yard line, and that is where they would start this drive. Zachary Hedman got the run on first down, but he is brought down by numerous Cardinal players for a loss of 3 yards on the play. Evan Weaver hit Champ-Hafey on a screen for 4 yards, and then on 3rd down, Evan Weaver gets sacked, but there is a face mask penalty on the play, so a 4th and long is now turned into 1st and 10 at the Moffat County 35-yard line. Weaver took a read option for 8 yards on first down, and then Moffat ran it again on first down at their own 46-yard line. And that would take us to the end of the first quarter here. Elizabeth up 15-0. Moffat County started this second quarter off hot here with the Champ Hafey first down run to the Elizabeth 42-yard line. And then Zachary Hedman took the first down carry for 4 yards. And that was followed by a screen pass to Champ Hafey for a nice gain and first down. But that one gets brought back after a holding call to make it 2nd and 16 from the Moffat County 41-yard line. On 2nd and long, Evan Beaver drops back to pass, and he drops a beautiful deep pass into the hands of Ian Champ Hafey, and he sheds 2 defenders on his way for a 59-yard Moffat County touchdown. Their PAT attempt got blocked, so it is now 15-6 here with 10:16 left in the second quarter. Cash Randall took the return to the Elizabeth 30-yard line, but the Cardinals would go 3 and out on this next drive. On the punt from Elizabeth, that one rolled down to the Moffat County 33-yard line, and then Champ Hafey fumbled on the first carry, but he landed on it for a 2-yard loss. Beaver connected with Champ Hafey on the next play for a nice gain to make it 3rd and 3. They went to Champ Hafey again on 3rd and short, but his run is stopped by number 23, Jaden Francis, to make it 4th and 2. The 4th down run got stopped short for a turnover on downs, giving Elizabeth nice field position at the Moffat County 41-yard line. Elizabeth would be unable to take advantage of this field position, though, as a Cooper Connolly run on first down is stopped by Clayton Vandersloos for a 2-yard gain, and then Gavin Garcia got sacked by number 1 Kenny Fredrickson for a loss of 1 to make it 3rd and 9. Then on 3rd down, Garcia rolled to his right and nearly completed a pass, but Elizabeth would end up punting again here. Moffat started deep in their own territory at the 5-yard line after a fair catch. A Champ Hafey run on first down is stopped by number 61 Wes No, and then Zachary Hedman got a nice run after that for a first down to the 15-yard line. Champ Hafey took the first down run for 4 yards, and then Evan Weaver scrambled and stiff-armed a defender before going out of bounds to make it 3rd and 1. They then handed it off to Champ Hafey for a first down run to the Moffat 25-yard line. After a short pass for 4 yards, Evan Beaver hit Zachary Hedman while under pressure, and he takes that one for a first down to the Moffat 44-yard line. Beaver was under pressure again on the next snap, but he is still able to find Champ Hafey for 7 yards. Moffat called timeout following this play with 2:10 left in the half. 2 bad penalties on 2 straight plays and an incomplete pass following the timeout made it 3rd and 11 at the Moffat County 43-yard line. Cooper Connolly stopped a screen pass for a 4-yard gain to make it 4th and 7, and Elizabeth would call timeout here with 1:34 left in the half. Moffat punted the ball away following the timeout, putting Elizabeth at their own 15-yard line. They gave it to Connolly on first down for a 4-yard run, and then on second down, Garcia drops back to pass, rolls right, and is being taken down, but he decides to try and throw it away, but the pass is picked off by Zachary Hedman to give Moffat County the ball at their own 10-yard line with 50 seconds left in the half. I have absolutely no idea what Garcia was thinking trying to make a play there. I don't know what he saw for him to justify letting go of that ball, or if he was just trying to throw it away, but that is a costly, costly mistake. Anything besides an interception or fumble would have been acceptable there. Champ Hafey fumbled the run on first down, and Elizabeth recovered, but the refs say that he was down before the fumble. So instead, he is down at the 6-yard line. The Elizabeth coaches were absolutely livid at this call and even called a timeout so that they could plead their case to the refs, and the fans were booing like crazy, but it was still Moffat County ball at the 6-yard line. Evan Beaver, following the timeout, dropped back to pass on second and goal, but he ends up just running this one in for his second TD of the game, and then they nailed the PAT, so it is now 15-13 Elizabeth in the lead with 35 seconds left to go in the half. Cash Randall caught the return, but he got absolutely lit up by number 47, Ethan Schaff. Sorry if I mispronounced that there, at the 20-yard line. Randall was a bit shaken up on that play, but he would return to play in the second half, so no worries there. Nothing would happen after that return, though, as we head into halftime with Elizabeth ahead of Moffat County here by a score of 15-13. Starting off the third quarter, Elizabeth started our second half off here with a touchback, giving them the ball at the 20-yard line to begin this drive. Cooper Connolly got the run on first down for 5 yards, followed by an Ethan Stone carry for 3 yards to make it 3rd and 2. Connolly then took a run for a first down at the Elizabeth 32-yard line. After a couple of plays on another third down, it's Cooper Connolly again as he gets a first down run to the Elizabeth 48-yard line. Cash Randall got a sweep for 5 yards, and then Connolly again got another first down to the Moffat 34-yard line. Connolly took the first down run for 6 yards, and then a first down run on the following play got called back on a holding call, so it is now 2nd and 11. Connolly got a 3-yard run up the middle on the next play, and then an offside penalty on Moffat made it 3rd and 3. Elizabeth handed it off to none other than Cooper Connolly, who gets another first down run to the Moffat 21-yard line. Cash Randall got in on the action here on the next play with a first down run of his own to the 11-yard line. Then on 1st and 10 from the 11, Gavin Garcia drops back to pass, and he finds number 7 Malachi Marisol for a Cardinal touchdown. They miss the PAT, so it is now 21-13 Elizabeth with 5:15 left here in the third quarter. Moffat County started their drive at the 10-yard line after the returner questionably caught the ball along the sideline and went out of bounds when he could have just let the ball go out and start the drive off at the 40-yard line. Nonetheless, Moffat County would have a long-winded, clock-killing drive here and would end up punting despite only being down 8 points. The punt went out of bounds at the Elizabeth 20-yard line, and that is where the Cardinals would start their drive. They handed it off to Cooper Connolly on first down, but he is stopped for no gain by number 66 Wyatt Dade and another Bulldog that I didn't see what number it was. That run would take us to the end of the third quarter. Elizabeth up one score, 21-13, heading into the final quarter of the game. Will Elizabeth close this one out, or will Moffat County take advantage of the door Elizabeth has left open for them to get back in the game? Let's find out together here in the fourth quarter. Ethan Stone led us off here in the fourth quarter with a run on 2nd and long, but he is stopped for a 2-yard gain by number 1 Kenny Fredrickson and number 66 Wyatt Dade. It's 3rd and 8 now at the Elizabeth 22. On 3rd and long, the Cardinals tried a screen pass to Cooper Connolly, but he is stopped by Kenny Fredrickson and number 67 Zach Winters to make it 4th and 8. Elizabeth would punt, and then a weak punt from the Cardinals put Moffat County at the 50-yard line to start this drive. Evan Weaver took a QB keeper for 5 yards on first down, and then they tried a screen pass to number 22 Aaron Aguilar, but there was a face mask penalty on the play, and that pushes Moffat up to the Elizabeth 37-yard line. They then gave it to Champ Hafey for back-to-back carries, the first going for 4 yards, and the second was a first down run up the middle to the 22-yard line. And then Moffat tried a pitch to number 5, Bryant Carlson, but he gets taken down by number 65, Riken Angle, and 23, Jaden Francis for a loss of 4 yards. They tried a pass to Champ Hafey, but he is stopped after 2 yards by Cooper Connolly. The Bulldogs then tried a deep pass on 3rd and long, but it got batted down by number 24, Titan Topin, sorry if I mispronounced that, to make it 4th and 12 from the 24-yard line. Moffat has no choice but to go for it here as Evan Beaver drops back to pass, looks for a receiver in the back of the end zone. Let's go with the season on the line, and it is caught by number 13, Hudson Jones, who makes an amazing toe-dragging, season-saving catch in the back of the end zone over 2 defenders. Awesome throw by Evan Beaver as well, who has been making some very clutch throws in this one. They tried to run in the 2-point conversion, but it was stopped. So the score is now 21-19 with 7:09 left in the game. Elizabeth now gets the ball at their own 29 to start this drive after a nice return from Ethan Stone. Speaking of Ethan Stone, he started this drive off with a 1-yard carry that was stopped by Champ Hafey and number 77, Anthony Jordan. Connolly took a second down run for 4 yards, followed by a third down run from Cash Randall, who gets stopped by Zachary Hedman, who gets a huge tackle to make it 4th and 3 now. Elizabeth lined up to punt here, but unfortunately for Moffat County, Elizabeth's punter is Cooper Connolly, so he takes the snap but ends up running it for a potential back-breaking first down on the fake punt run to the Elizabeth 46-yard line. Elizabeth got a false start on the next snap to make it 1st and 15 as Moffat County calls a timeout with 4:06 left in the game. Bryant Carlson and Hudson Jones stopped a Cash Randall run for no gain on first down, and then a Cooper Connolly run for 3 yards is stopped by Champ Hayfie. Elizabeth called a timeout here with 2:36 left in the game. They tried a QB keeper on 3rd and 12 coming out of the timeout, but Gavin Garcia got forced out of bounds to make it 4th and 5. Elizabeth would opt to punt here with a 2-point lead and 2:25 left in the game, so let's see what happens. The Cooper Connolly punt rolled into the end zone, so that gave Moffat the ball at their own 20-yard line on this final Moffat County drive. Evan Beaver completed a pass to a crossing Bryant Carlson for a first down to the Moffat 34-yard line, and he followed that up with a pass to Hudson Jones for no gain. Beaver then kept it on 2 straight plays, giving them a huge first down at the Elizabeth 43-yard line. Elizabeth called a timeout here with 1:35 left in the game. Beaver connected with Champ Hayfie for a big first down to the Elizabeth 30 coming out of that timeout. And then Beaver rolled to his right and tried to make a play by floating it to Bryant Carlson on first down, but it was an illegal forward throw as he crossed the line of scrimmage on the throw. So that's a 5-yard penalty, and then there's an injury timeout here on the play with 1:12 left in the game. It's 2nd and 15 now after an incomplete pass, and on 2nd down, Beaver tried a QB draw, but he is stripped by an Elizabeth player. Moffat recovers, but that was a real scare, no doubt. Speaking of scares, on 3rd and 15, Beaver is under pressure again and is sacked this time by number 56, Caden Long, and number 75, Drake Brinkworth. Following the sack, it is now 4th and 19, and Moffat County calls a timeout here with 39 seconds left in the game. It is 4th and 19 from the 39-yard line. The entire season for both teams comes down to this next play. On 4th and 19, Evan Beaver takes the snap. Wide receivers are booking it for the end zone. He takes a few steps to his right. Beaver reaches back to pass and launches it for the end zone. Bryant Carlson jumps up with the entire season on the line, and it is caught. Brian Carlson makes an unbelievable catch in the end zone over a defender to complete the comeback and to save Moffat County's season. Just an unreal play to keep the Bulldogs alive. The Moffat County crowd is going absolutely ballistic as the Elizabeth players and fans try to grasp what they just witnessed. Moffat County now has the lead here, 25-21, with only 30 seconds left in the game after that amazing touchdown. Let's see if Elizabeth can answer here. Jaden Francis got a nice return to the Moffat 46-yard line to give Elizabeth a chance to score here. Garcia completed a pass to Malachi Marisol for a clutch first down to the 31-yard line. Garcia followed that up with a deep pass to Ethan Stone, but that one fell incomplete, and it was an illegal forward pass on the throw, so that made it 2nd and 15 with only 6 seconds left in this game. Garcia tried another deep pass to Cash Randall, but that got stopped as well, making it 3rd and 15 with only 2 seconds left in the game. Just enough time for one more play. On the final play of the game, on Elizabeth's last chance to win the game, Garcia's pass gets tipped and caught by number 1 Kenny Fredrickson, who takes that interception all the way for a game-ending pick 6 as time expires. The 12th-seeded Moffat County Bulldogs win this absolutely classic game over the Elizabeth Cardinals, 31-21. So now I just want to give some final thoughts on each team before I conclude this recap. Starting off with Moffat County here, it doesn't get any more clutch and resilient than what we saw in this game. The Bulldogs could have easily rolled over after going down 15-0 early in the first quarter, but instead they went on their own 31-6 run from that point out, and that kept their season alive. I was excited to finally see this Moffat team play after seeing how great they've been doing in league play to end the year, and they blew all of my expectations out of the water in this one. The clutch throws from Evan Beaver, complemented by the perfect execution from his receivers, made for an amazing dynamic that led to them securing this comeback win. Guys like Ian Champ-Hafey, Bryant Carlson, and Hudson Jones deserve a lot of credit for being reliable targets for Beaver to throw to in this comeback win. Beaver was decisive with his throws, with little to no hesitation, despite being under pressure for a lot of this game, and those 2 4th and long touchdown throws in the fourth quarter were both on the money. The Moffat County defense deserves a lot of credit as well for not letting Elizabeth throw the ball successfully with multiple clutch turnovers and pressures. Guys like Ian Champ-Hafey, again, Zachary Hedman, Kenny Fredrickson, and Clayton Vandersloos, among others, were all key contributors in locking down Elizabeth's wing T attack. Champ-Hafey especially, man, this dude is a terrific player and a class act. Like, this dude would run a player over on offense and then give that player a hand to help them up. Outside of his sportsmanship, though, Champ-Hafey is clearly the catalyst for this Moffat team on both offense and defense, as he seemed to be in on every tackle and was the go-to receiver for Evan Beaver all game, while also being the team's lead back. That type of versatility was really awesome to see. The Bulldogs will be moving on to play an extremely tough Berthoud squad at home next Saturday at 1 p.m., where they will have another opportunity to spoil a top 5 seeded team's season. They match up better than most teams do against Berthoud on top of being at home, so it will definitely be interesting to see what happens in that one. As for the Elizabeth Cardinals, what a tough way to end the season. That was the absolute definition of a winnable game, but Elizabeth seemed to be allergic to putting that game away. Between the interception to end the first half, missing the PAT in the second half, and having to punt again with over 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter after getting a fake punt first down that should have been a backbreaker, it just felt like Elizabeth was addicted to leaving the door open for a Moffat County comeback. I think Cooper Connolly had a great game on both sides. Between that 58-yard touchdown and numerous other nice runs, it felt like Connolly was the most consistent piece on this Cardinal offense. Multiple penalties put the Cardinals in deep situations, forcing them to pass rather than to stick with their guns and play smash-mouth football, and that was another big factor into this loss. My main positive takeaway for the Cardinals is that they were a couple of plays away from winning this one easily. Allowing 2 4th and long touchdowns in the fourth quarter in a close game is simply unacceptable at this point in the season, and it kept them from moving on. I feel bad for the Cardinals and their fans, but hey, this is the playoffs, and execution is simply everything at this point in the season. Good luck to the Cardinals seniors on this Elizabeth squad in whatever it is they will be pursuing next, and thank you for an awesome season that I had a great time covering. So now that we got that round 1 recap all wrapped up, it is now time to move into the playoff recap for all of 2A. So I will catch you all over there. Peace out.
Allow me to introduce you to Move the Sticks Virtual Film Academy and Recruiting Services with Coach Wheat. Coach Wheat works through personable, one-on-one film sessions utilizing his experience as a high school, college, and professional football player to assess your level of play and help you develop into the next level player you are meant to be. With over 20 plus players on the next level, Coach Wheat's film sessions, college prospect assessments, recruiting consultations, and bundles will help prepare your prospect in a way that is both more personable and affordable than the competitors. Make it even more affordable using the promo code PMCO on MTSVFA.com. That is 15% off with promo code PMCO on MTSVFA.com. Visit the website or follow @MoveTheSticksVFA on Instagram or reach out to Coach Wee at 561-961-8805 today. That's 561-961-8805.
What is going on, everybody? Gino here with the Playmakers Corner podcast, and it is time for the 2A recap here for round one of the state playoffs. We had one game on Friday and then 7 more on Saturday, and we got stats for most teams. So let's not waste any more time and jump right into this Friday game where we had the number 4 seeded Berthoud take on the number 13 seeded Wellington Eagles. Berthoud got the 34-6 win here with their usual offensive production and by completely shutting down Tanner Gray. Darren Davidson had a very efficient game, going 7 for 10 for 101 yards and 2 touchdowns, while also rushing for 65 yards and another TD. Alex Larson continued his domination as well with 130 yards and 2 touchdowns on 20 carries. For receivers, it looks like Jaden McCallis and Weston Pietrowski both caught a touchdown, with Pietrowski leading the way in receptions and yards with 3 receptions for 32 yards. Defensively, we had a few big performances here. Aiden McGrath led the way with 18 tackles, followed by Joey Finnegan with 16 tackles and 2 tackles for loss. And then there was Uriah Chacon with 12 tackles and 2 tackles for loss. And then finally, we had Ben Larson and Elijah Mosher. Both had 12 tackles. Larson also had 81 yards on 8 carries on offense as well. And Jaden McCallis, mentioned before, had an interception to go with his 30-yard receiving touchdown. For Wellington, Cash Altswager had the team's only touchdown, along with 48 yards on 12 carries, along with 12 tackles on defense. And then some other players with double-digit tackles were the freshman Tegan Greeman with a team-leading 18 and a sack, Tanner Gray with 13 and 2 tackles for loss, Tyler Schaefer with 17, Ian Allison with 11, and Ezra Batchetgal, sorry if I mispronounced that, with 10 tackles and 2 tackles for loss. And then you also had Julius Olivo with 4 tackles, a sack, and 2 tackles for loss. Berthoud will be moving on to play Moffat County next Saturday at Moffat County. Meanwhile, the Wellington Eagles season is over. They have a ton to be excited about next year, though, with all the underclass talent they have and just the overall lack of seniors on this team. My only request is that they schedule a couple tougher games early on in the regular season to help prepare them for the playoffs. So let's go ahead and jump right into these Saturday games now. Starting off our Saturday games, we had the number 1 seeded Delta Panthers take on the number 16 seeded Alamosa Mean Moose. And then Delta got the big win here over Alamosa 49-14 behind a very balanced offensive attack. Ty Reed went 9 for 15 for 216 yards, 2 touchdowns and no picks. And then Talon Hewlett went crazy for the Panthers with 153 yards and 3 touchdowns on 17 carries. And then on defense, he also added 10 tackles and 2 interceptions. Giovanni Romero had a nice game as well with 97 yards and 2 touchdowns on 22 carries. And then Clayton Cryer had a 70-yard receiving touchdown, and Jordan Frazier had a 36-yard receiving touchdown. On defense for the Panthers, Caleb Richmond had 10 tackles, Tucker Johnson had 9 tackles and 2 tackles for loss, and Brett Leho and Rylan Bynum both caught a pick. Delta will be moving on to play number 9 TCA in the next round for a rematch of last year's Final Four game. And then meanwhile for Alamosa, their season is over. They should be a lot better next year, though, as they showed this year that they can compete with the top teams in the state. In our next game here, we had the number 12 Moffat County Bulldogs visiting the number 5 ranked Elizabeth Cardinals. Moffat got the win here, 31-21. I covered this game already in the recap before, but I'll actually go through some stats here. Evan Beaver was nothing short of amazing in this one. He finished this game going 17 for 20 for 225 yards, 3 touchdowns and a pick, and then he also rushed for 44 yards and a touchdown on 10 carries, and then he had 8 tackles on defense. Ian Champ Hafey finished with 7 receptions for 80 yards and a touchdown, 15 carries for 65 yards, and 10 tackles on defense. Dude is a beast. And then for receivers, for the Bulldogs, we had Hudson Jones put up 4 receptions for 64 yards and that clutch touchdown in the fourth quarter on 4th and long. And then you also, of course, had Bryant Carlson with 3 receptions for 53 yards. And then he had that game-winning touchdown to keep Moffat County's season alive with 30 seconds left in the game. On defense, Kenny Fredrickson went off for 10 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, and that game-sealing pick 6. And then there was also Clayton Vandersloot with 7 tackles, 3 tackles for loss. Anthony Jordan with 5 tackles, 2 tackles for loss. And then Zachary Hedman with that clutch pick that set up a touchdown at the end of the first half. The Bulldogs will play number 4 Berthoud at home in their next round matchup, looking to continue rolling there. And then Elizabeth, meanwhile, they have to figure out how to get over this round 1 hump that has been getting them stuck these past 2 seasons. In our next game here, we had number 3 Rifle take on number 14 Brush. And Rifle got a close win here in the first round over a young and tough Brush squad, 21-14. Despite being down 14-7 late in the third quarter. Logan Gross didn't have a great game passing the ball in this one. He went 6 for 20, 92 yards and a touchdown. But he had an awesome game on the ground, finishing with 180 yards and a touchdown on 17 carries. And he also had an interception on defense. Isaac Valencia scored that other TD. He finished with 12 carries for 52 yards. And then Joel Valencia had a 38-yard receiving touchdown, rounding out the main offensive contributors for Rifle. On defense, Troy Matea led the way with 12 tackles and 3 tackles for loss. And then you had Marcus Washington, who had 12 tackles as well. Rifle will move on to play University at home next Saturday, the 11th. And Brush proved in this one that they are simply impossible to blow out. They will have a very good team next year that I will be keeping a close eye on. In our next matchup here, we have the number 11 Florence take on the number 6 seeded University. University got the big win over Florence in this one, 40-15. This was behind a 6 TD performance from Cole Croissant. He went 8 for 18, 260 yards and 5 touchdowns to 1 interception. And then rushing the ball, he got 127 yards and a touchdown on 15 carries. Will Corby led the way for receivers with 3 receptions for 89 yards and 2 touchdowns. And then he also had an interception on defense. Caleb Tejada, Brevin Doss, and Dylan Supp all had receiving touchdowns as well. Giovanni De Santiago went off for 8 tackles and 3 tackles for loss. Caleb Bronner had 3 tackles for loss, and a sack. And then Xavion Flores, Gabe Schminke, and the freshman Connor Simmons all had a sack as well. Schminke had 7 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and a blocked field goal along with that sack. University will now get a rematch against Rifle next Saturday in Rifle, and that is almost guaranteed to be a close game. I thought Florence would match up a little better in this one. I thought they'd put up a better fight, but it looks like they were just simply outmatched in this first round matchup. In our next game here, we have the number 10 Pagosa Springs Pirates take on the number 7 La Junta Tigers. Pagosa Springs got the win here after an 83-yard touchdown run from Gavin Lindahl broke the 7-7 tie late in the third quarter, and that was all she wrote in this one. Pagosa has a real chance to move to the Final Four for the first time in their program's history with their game next week at home against a red-hot number 15 seeded Eaton Reds team. La Junta ends their season with 2 consecutive losses after starting their season 8-0. Very tough way to end the year for the Tigers. In our second to last game here in round 1 of 2A, we have number 9, the Classical Academy, taking on number 8, Basalt. TCA wiped out Basalt in this first round matchup with a 40-19 win. Andrew Brown put together possibly his best passing game of the season with 238 yards, 2 touchdowns, and no picks on 21-27 passing, while also getting 60 yards on 10 carries on the ground. Will Shipfer was the leading receiver by far with 8 receptions for 123 yards and a touchdown, while also adding an interception on defense. Riley Romine and Jackson Shipfer both had a rushing touchdown. And then on defense, Zach Hale had 4 tackles, a sack, and 2 tackles for loss. Ridge Blackwood and Campbell Gaw both had a sack. Michael Wu had 9 tackles, an interception, and a fumble recovery. Jaron Texer had an interception, and J.D. Packard forced a fumble. TCA will be moving on to play in a rematch of last year's semifinals against Delta in the next round. Basalt continued their playoff woes in this one. With both of their running backs returning next year, though, I would love to see for them to prepare for a deep run next year. It all just comes down to execution. In our last game in round 1 for 2A, we have an absolute classic game here where number 15 Eaton Reds upsetted the number 2 seeded Kent Denver Sun Devils by a score of 31-28. Eaton forced a turnover on downs at their own 34-yard line with around 2 minutes to go in the game, down 28-24. And then Connor Davey clutched up like crazy after that with a big completion to Benson Hood to put Eaton at the Kent Denver 35-yard line. And then he hit Gunnar Duncan for a 40-yard game-winning touchdown to take down the 2 seed in the first round of the playoffs. Benson Hood also got the game-sealing interception on the following Kent Denver drive to secure this win. Connor Davey finished with by far his best stat line of the season here in round 1 with 264 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks on 17 of 26 passing. For receivers, Alex Lloyd led the way with 6 receptions for 96 yards. Benson Hood had 2 receptions for 72 yards. Jack Blaskowski had 3 receptions for 52 yards. And Gunnar Duncan caught that game-winning 40-yard touchdown to seal it. Eaton will move on now to play Pagosa Springs. They are always a tough squad to get by next Saturday in Pagosa Springs. And this loss effectively ends an amazing season from Kent Denver. Their playoff inexperience really showed in this one, and they paid the price. They aren't going anywhere, though, as next year they will have the vast majority of their key playmakers returning. And that wraps up this 2A Round 1 recap. We are now going to be getting into some 2A predictions here for Round 2 now. So with these predictions here in Round 2, Simon, Cody, Gideon, and myself have all made predictions for each game in Round 2 and some reasons why we chose that team. So I'll be reading each of our reasons and each of our winners here. Starting off with the number 9 TCA versus number 1 Delta game. I have Delta winning here. I just don't trust TCA to stop Delta from getting a state championship. The Panthers have too much talent and experience to go out this soon, so give me Delta with a 28-14 win here. Simon says, Delta, a rematch of last year's semifinal game. Delta should be able to take care of business here and keep it rolling. Cody also has Delta winning. He says that TCA did not impress me very much in person, and Delta just seems well-rounded. Gideon also has Delta winning here. He says TCA has shown a lot of weaknesses this season, and even though I believe Delta will be traveling to the Springs, I think that they are too well coached and their talent is just better. This will probably be a repeat of last year's showdown. In the number 12 Moffat County versus number 4 Berthoud game, I have Berthoud winning this one. That game against Elizabeth for Moffat County was nothing short of a classic. The Bulldogs have a great defense and overall just match up well against Berthoud. I don't think that Berthoud has seen a pass attack as effective as Moffat County's, but I still think that they are playing at too high of a level to go out this soon. I wouldn't be surprised if the Bulldogs prove me wrong again here and give Berthoud their first loss on the year, but I'm going to have to go with Berthoud here with a 21-13 win. Simon says that he has Berthoud as well. It's an impressive win by Moffat County, but that won't stop the Berthoud machine. Cody has Berthoud as well. The Spartans have looked pretty insane and unblemished this season, no matter the opponent, and the Thompson Valley win is looking like more and more of a Spartan statement than anything. Do not overlook the Bulldogs, though, but I respect Berthoud's experience and dominance. Gideon says, I take Berthoud by 7. Moffat County is insane, and Ian Champ Hafey has earned a spot as one of the best players in 2A. However, Berthoud is insane. The way they dismantled Wellington, a 9-0 team, is crazy. With Kent Denver out, I take Berthoud as my state champs. In the Eaton versus Pagosa Springs game, this Eaton win is nothing short of incredible against Kent Denver. Props to the Reds for proving me absolutely wrong by beating a team that I had going to the state final. It's clear now that they are here to go far once again, but they will first have to get through a red-hot Pagosa Springs squad. I'm going to have to go with my gut here and give Pagosa Springs the win 21-17. Pagosa has the experience. They've proven to be an extremely tough team to beat if they get a lead at any point. Eaton could easily prove me wrong here, though. It should be a close game either way. Simon has Eaton winning this one. He says that they won in an impressive showing against a tough Kent Denver squad. Don't forget that they are the defending state champs too. They won't go down without a fight, and I think they're ready for another dogfight on the road against Pagosa Springs. Cody says that he has Pagosa Springs winning here. He says that Eaton capitalized from Kent's mistakes, but I don't think the Pirates will really make those mistakes. The Pirates are comfortable playing tight games, and I think they will pull this one off. Gideon says, well, Eaton, count me as wrong. However, the Reds will now be visiting the Pirates on a much longer 6-hour drive. I like Eaton, but I do not trust them that much. They may be able to pull off some magic again, but this Pagosa team just brought down a highly anticipated La Junta squad, so I trust the Pirates here by a field goal. In the number 6 University versus number 3 Rifle game. For me, I love that University secondary and what they're doing over there. They match up well against Rifle 2 and have a serious chance at winning, but I still think Rifle will come out on top in this one, 31-22. Rifle has a ton of playmakers on both sides, and I think that's what separates them from University, and just the overall consistency with the pass and run attack. Simon says that he has Rifle winning here. He says that this could potentially be closer, but I like Rifle and their front 7 much more. Plus, University will have to travel to Rifle. I like Rifle taking care of business here. Cody has Rifle winning as well. He says that the front 7 for Rifle just seems equipped to win up front and in turn win this game smash mouth style. And then Gideon says Rifle showed some real weaknesses against Brush, and University blasted Brush in their league championship. University went on a 28-0 run to end their game against Florence, and now that University has Brush figured out, I have the Bulldogs by 5, even with the 4-hour drive ahead. And that rounds up our 2A predictions here for round 2. My name is Gino Vigil, and I will catch you all next week. Peace out.
What's good, y'all? Coach V here, and I got your 3A recap for the last week of the regular season. So the only recap without any playoff games, but no worries, playoffs start next week. But for now, let's go ahead and talk about these games here. A lot of teams playing some of their last games of the season. Other ones, gearing up to get ready to go into the postseason here. Let's start on Thursday, though. November 2nd, Wheat Ridge takes down Littleton 57-22. Isaac McCoon, 16 of 17 for 200 yards and 4 touchdowns in this one as they take care of business. Holy Family beats Kennedy 49-8. Ryland Cooney 9 of 13, 146 passing yards, 2 passing touchdowns. Also adds on a rushing touchdown in that one. Northfield does the same thing, taking care of business, standing on business, beating Lincoln 62-0. Frederick does the same to G-Dub. George Washington wins 45-7. A very different outcome compared to last year in that crazy snow game, but they get their get back here. Gavin Ishmael 9 of 12, 121 passing yards, 4 passing touchdowns, also adding on 151 rushing yards and a touchdown. Severance takes down Northridge here 41-18 here. Jaden Hoffman had a great game, as well as his brother Jeremiah Hoffman. Probably the last time we'll see this duo here, at least on the high school level. So there you go there. Denver North beats Niwot 24-14. Frankie Dardano, 13 of 24, 221 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Also adds on a rushing touchdown to win there. Green Mountain takes care of Skyview 69-0. Nice. 270 total rushing yards and 7 rushing touchdowns from 7 different players here. Looks like they tried to get a carries/touchdown to all their seniors there, so good on them. But that'll take care of those Thursday night games. Let's move on to Friday here, which is the last day that there were 3A games. No games on Saturday, but let's talk about it. Conifer hammers Evergreen 55-0. A lot of guys contributed in this one. Wolanski, 152 rushing yards, 2 touchdowns. Grady Forsyth, 5 carries, 114 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns. Jackson Kosar adding on 62 yards and 2 touchdowns. And Carson Payer, 78 yards and 2 touchdowns as they take care of Evergreen. Glenwood Springs shuts out Palisade 21-0. We'll see how that affects playoffs, if it does at all. Meade wins a big one here, squeaking by Riverdale Ridge in an upset win, 21-20. The playoff bracket hasn't come out yet, but that win should secure them a playoff spot here for Meade. And Riverdale Ridge, they definitely will be dropping a couple spots, but will still probably have a playoff spot as well. Going down to the Springs here, Sierra plays Harrison, and they blow out Harrison 52-27 here. A surprising win, and here's why. Sierra hasn't beat Harrison in 13 years, specifically since October 22nd, 2010. Ironically, they also beat them 52-27, the same identical score as when they beat them here November 3rd. 2023. So a 13-year difference, but the same score here. Wild, to say the least. Their senior quarterback went out on top. Ryan Stankiewicz here, 8 of 16, 102 passing yards, 1 passing touchdown. Also added on 142 rushing yards and 4 rushing touchdowns as he goes out on top, delivering Sierra their best season in years and a big win over Harrison. Moving on here, Eagle Valley pulls out a close one against Summit, 36-35. Kavian Lake, another senior, won 23 of 36, 282 passing yards and 4 touchdowns in his last senior game here, as Eagle Valley will probably miss the playoffs here, but that's a huge win for him, and he goes out on top as well. Moving on here, Lewis Palmer, they take care of Pueblo Centennial 57-0. A 36-point first quarter would put this one away pretty easily there. Lutheran ends the season with a dub here against Fort Morgan 35-6. Pueblo East takes down Pueblo County 32-21. This was a 1-score game in the third. I believe Pueblo East trailed Pueblo County 19-21 in the third quarter. But a Logan Trujillo 40-yard fumble return for a touchdown would give them the 25-21 lead. They would go for 2, but it'd be no good. That was with 4 minutes left in the third. Following that, right at the end of this third quarter, a Louis Trujillo fumble recovery would set up another rushing touchdown, which would happen later in the fourth quarter. That would basically be in the nail in the coffin as Pueblo East beats Pueblo County 32-21. Gabriel Garcia of Pueblo East, 115 rushing yards. Justice Freeman added on 2 more rushing touchdowns, and Dominic Sierra added on another 2 rushing touchdowns there, as Pueblo East hurts Pueblo County's chances of making the playoffs here, and Pueblo East may be securing a spot in the playoffs with this win. Moving on, Pueblo Central blows out Pueblo South 47-7. Amari Brown, 198 rushing yards and 4 touchdowns as he led this team. Thompson Valley takes care of Resurrection Christian in a close one here, 21-14. Riley Suarez continues his MVP-like season here, going 177 yards for 2 touchdowns and a pick, 109 rushing yards and a touchdown there. Discovery Canyon blows out Sand Creek 54-21. Hayden Jones 4 of 6, 116 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, also 63 rushing yards and another touchdown. Jacob Youssef adding on another 128 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns there. And then last but not least here, Roosevelt versus Mountain View. Mountain View needed to win this game to make the playoffs here, but unfortunately they lost. Now, it's not completely out of the question, but Roosevelt did beat them 28-21. Bronco Hartson 11 of 13, really efficient here. 199 passing yards, 2 touchdowns. Xavier Ramirez though 204 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns as they get by Mountain View. We'll see how that one turns out. But there you go. There, that is your 3A regular season finale recap. What's good, y'all? Coach V here, and I got your 3A playoff preview here. It is that time. The regular season is over, and the most competitive classification in Colorado has the stage set. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about all 16 playoff teams, talk about their key wins from this season, talk about key players, and then we'll go do predictions and whatnot of the first round and more moving forward. With that being said, let's go ahead and hop into it. Let's talk about the number 16 team here that just made it in, and that is Glenwood Springs, the Demons here. 5-5 on the regular season and have had a pretty up and down season. So let's start talking about some of the key losses here, because they do have a couple here. So they lost to 2A Rifle, really good 2A Rifle team, 22-20. That was a game Cody was at, and that was just a tough one to drop there. But then they also dropped a game against Basalt, 30-12, another 2A team, not as good as Rifle, at least in a lot of our eyes. They weren't as good, and are also currently, they were one and done in the playoffs too, so that's a tough one there. But then they jumped up and played 4A Grand Junction Central, a playoff team, lost to them 56-14 before also losing to Durango 48-0. But let's talk about some of the wins that they got here. So beat Aspen 36-28, beat 4A Grand Junction, who is a solid little sleeper team, just missed out on playoffs though, 44-10, beat Conifer 26-8, Summit 50-33, and then most recently beat Palisade, who was battling for a playoff spot with them 21-0. Some things to note though, so as of right now, they are currently on their interim head coach, as the head coach from the majority of the season is now gone, along with an assistant, I believe. But let's talk about some of the players who will definitely be big time for them, starting with their senior standout athlete in general and quarterback, Joaquin Sandoval here. So it looks like right here, as far as stats go, it's only for 5 games, so just keep that in mind. But in those 5 games, passed for 586 yards, 4 touchdowns, only 1 pick. Also added on another 387 yards and 6 touchdowns. You know he's going to go to work both on the ground and through the air. He is a true dual threat, someone you got to look out for. Another person that they are definitely going to lean on is running back / linebacker Mason Markovich, who had 513 yards and 5 touchdowns on only those 84 carries through those first 5 couple games there. And so he's definitely somebody that they will be relying on. Those two have been the dynamic duo for Glenwood Springs all season long. And kind of the same on defense as well. Joaquin Sandoval actually first in tackles, 49 from his DB spot. And then Markovich at linebacker just behind him at 32 here. Like I said, only 5 games played, but both of those guys are going to be key to the success of Glenwood Springs and have been so far this season. So there you go there. That's Glenwood Springs. They're going to rely on that dynamic duo of Joaquin Sandoval and Mason Markovich moving forward here in these playoffs. Moving on to the 15th seeded team, we have the Denver North Vikings. Shout out our guy Victor over there. But on the regular season, went 6-4 with some solid games and wins this season here. Playing in a pretty tough league that I want to say sent 3-4 teams to the playoffs in their league, if I'm not mistaken here. And I'm not. It's 4 teams including them, obviously. So there you go. Let's talk about some key games here. So as far as wins go, their biggest wins had to have been their league games against George Washington 26-25 and Niwot 24-14. Both close games, but those were key to put them in the playoffs for sure. Now, as far as the losses go, they have some close losses, especially in league play here. But let's start out of league here. First off, against Northfield, who I believe also made the playoffs. and are just a little bit ahead of them. But they lost to them only 21-13. Riverdale Ridge, they were able to put 20 on them, but lost 42-20. Definitely not the worst that could have been. Lost to Meade by 21-14, and then lost to Frederick by 5, 41-36. So those are a couple games right there that they were really close to winning, and so they definitely are a playoff team, but just have had some tough regular season games, which is why they are rated so low here. But let's go ahead and talk about the team itself, and it is led by one of the best quarterbacks here in 3A, Frankie Dardano, the senior quarterback. Had a great year, 2,336 passing yards, 28 touchdowns to 5 interceptions. That is big time. Also added on 429 rushing yards and 8 touchdowns. He is not only their passing leader, but the rushing leader as well. Also want to shout out, speaking of rushing leaders, Eli Espinosa, who has 354 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns, as well as fellow senior Michael Van, who has 324 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns. So boom, that is their backfield. Now talking about the receivers, Jack Gordon's their lead guy with 51 receptions for 748 yards and a whopping 15 touchdowns for the 6'2" tight end slash receiver there. I'm sure he's probably used more as a receiver though. In addition, Lorenzo Guerrera here, the 6'1" receiver, is just right behind him with 506 yards and 5 touchdowns. And then you have another senior here in Gabe McGinnis, who has 27 receptions for 466 yards, and 4 touchdowns. So definitely an offense that has not struggled too much scoring here. In a lot of their games, they've scored a pretty solid amount, and so you gotta love that. Definitely, also, definitely having a veteran quarterback has to feel great as well. Now, talking about the defense here, they are going to be led by senior Scotty Drewler, I think it's Drewler. Excuse me if I'm saying that wrong, but that's their linebacker. He has 91 tackles, 60 solo, by the way, on the year. He's going to be one of their lead guys there. And that's kind of the guy that they're going to rely on. This defense has been all right. You look at some of the games that they played here against Northfield, Meade. Those are games where they only allowed 21. Those are kind of games that are toss-ups at that point there, but keyword is toss-up. I mean, they stopped them just enough where it was a winnable game, so, there you go there. But then you look at their losses to Riverdale Ridge and Frederick, where they allowed over 40. I mean, you just can't have that, right? You just can't have that. And so the defense is a little bit questionable. We'll see how they perform here. On offense, they're going to be productive, though. Frankie Dardano, one of the best quarterbacks in 3A, he's going to go do his thing there. He's been really productive, has had a big season, probably his best so far in his career. So, you got to have hope there if you are Denver North. But that's Denver North at 15. Let's move on to number 14 here, Discovery Canyon. Hey, prove me wrong. I thought they were going to have a much worse season, but I didn't know that they were going to get a pretty key transfer here that I'll talk about later. Before I do that, let's talk about the record. 8-2 on the year. 4-0 in league. They won their league, which included Pueblo East and Pueblo County, who unfortunately were just outside of the playoffs here. But Discovery Canyon, they took care of business to get here. And so let's talk about how the season went. To start, it was a little rocky. Lost to Lewis Palmer 40-13, and as well as Lutheran 45-14. Some tough games there, but they would go on a winning streak after that Lutheran game, knocking off 7 teams in a row here, 7 dubs there, including that league that they won. And so, talking about some of those key games, kind of already mentioned them. Pueblo County beat them 38-27. That's a good squad that just barely missed the playoffs. Also beat Pueblo East, who just barely missed the playoffs, kind of barely there, but still beat them 31-27, and then took care of business with the rest. So you like to see that they were able to win their league and whatnot, but those teams are not in the playoffs for a reason. So there is that as well against some other teams that are more on the contender side of things, like Lewis Palmer, Lutheran. I mean, they struggled. They definitely struggled there. And so look into that what you will. But let's go ahead and talk about this offense, who has been one of the strengths and has been very strong as of late here. Let's start with the transfer quarterback Hayden Jones coming in here from Pine Creek. They only have games listed for up to 9 games, so I know that they are missing at least 1 game across the board, so just keep that in mind. But in the 7 listed games that Hayden Jones played in, he threw for 589 yards, 5 touchdowns, no picks. Also ran for 534 rushing yards and 8 touchdowns as the second leading rusher for that team. Now, on the ground, there, obviously, you have Jones, who's a junior, but you also have senior running back Jacob Youssef, who has been extremely productive and has come up big in their wins in their league games specifically. He has 868 rushing yards and 15 touchdowns. That backfield has really done wonders for this team, who has gotten this Discovery Canyon team back into the playoffs. Now, as far as defense goes, obviously, Youssef, he's going to be key there. He's second in tackles in the 8 games played with 58. So, boom. Also the co-sack leader, I should say, with 3. You also have Josh Gentry here, who has 5 interceptions from his safety spot, and also has added on a solid 54 tackles as well. Now, just to note, 3 of those picks were against Evergreen, so there is that as well. And then they have another junior in Sylvester /Terrence, I think, Dantzler. He is their lead tackler, I believe, and he has 62 tackles on the season and is the co-lead sack leader with 3. And so you got some guys, you got some guys if you're Discovery Canyon right there. But like I said, you got to look at some of the scores and losses games that they played against teams that were ranked ahead of them, like Lewis Palmer, Lutheran, and they just don't look pretty. I mean, allowing over 40 and then only scoring twice in both those games is just not great. But then you look at County and East games where, the offense really came through. They scored over 30 to win. That's obviously huge there and shows that the offense is going to do their job there. Defensively, though, a little bit green and what may need to pull their weight just a little bit more here. So there you go. That is Discovery Canyon right there at 14. Now, moving on to the 13th ranked team here. We have Meade, who had a pretty big win last week, like I said in the recap from the last week of the regular season. But let's talk about some of these wins here and losses, as, they've played a lot of teams really close. So starting with Windsor, that was a tough loss to a 4A playoff team who they lost to 10-7. That's tough. And then it kind of continues. They lose to Lutheran, who's ranked ahead of them 35-15, but then bounce back with the win against 35-31, against Severance, who did not make the playoffs, but has a good offense there, before losing to Durango and Green Mountain 30-16 to Durango, 44-7 to Green Mountain. Now, in league is really where they cooked. They took the place of a couple teams here. Beat G-Dub 21-7, beat Denver North, who's in the playoffs, 21-14, Niwot 14-13. Lost to Frederick in a close one, 23-17, who is ranked ahead of them, but did beat Riverdale Ridge last week, who is ranked ahead of them by 1, 21-20 there. So a little up and down. This is a Meade team, like I said, that is very well coached. If you give them opportunities, they're going to take advantage of that, plain and simple. Now, looking at the offense, it isn't anything too crazy here. Their quarterback, their junior quarterback, that is Christian Heiner. He has 1,108 passing yards, 7 touchdowns to 11 picks on the year, but also has 148 yards and 4 touchdowns. Like I said, not the most here. If this is to be believed, I mean, just looking at stats here, they've scored 20 touchdowns on the year. It could be a little bit more, though. I think they are missing a game as well. So in the 9 games listed here, they've scored 20 touchdowns. So there you go there. Now looking at their defense, who has done a solid job here, led by Josh Gonsalves, I want to say. He has 76 tackles. He's their lead guy there. 39 solos, 37 assists, as well as Griffin Kratosville. Excuse me if I'm saying that wrong, but he is their lead guy with 5.5 sacks. Another sophomore for that squad also has 35 tackles to add on. So a little bit of a younger defensive team here. Definitely not too many guys who stand out. But like I said, defense is how they're going to win games. If you're going to make a mistake, the offense is going to take advantage of it, plain and simple. You look at how they held Windsor down to 10 there. They got that win over Severance 35-31, a game where Severance made a couple of too many mistakes. And then you just see some of these close wins against G-Dub, Denver North, Niwot, Riverdale Ridge last week, even that loss to Frederick 23-17. It shows that this is a defense that will keep this game close, and then offensively, they'll do what they can with Heiner, their quarterback. And so this is going to be a very interesting Meade team, still relatively young here, but a lot of talent for sure, and obviously well coached, as they always have been, on the upswing for sure here. Now, moving on, let's talk about a team that is in that league, and that is Frederick, who, just a couple weeks ago was not in the playoff picture, but now they're here. They made it in at 6-4 after having a strong last couple weeks in their league play here. But let's talk about him. So, Frederick, let's talk about the games that they lost here. Holy Family, the first game of the season, that's a tough one to pull, not going to lie. They lost them 28-8. Then you have Monarch the week after. They ended up being a playoff team. They lost to them 30-23. That's a one-score game, so that's a tough one there. Then they played Scottsbluff from Nebraska, and they lost to them 51-28. So 0-3 to start the season here. But then after that, they would win the rest of their games, except for one. They only lost to Riverdale Ridge here by 1 point, it looks like here, 21-20, but have won the rest still. So beat Silver Creek, a 4A team, 48-7, took care of business against Fort Morgan and Niwot, beat Denver North 41-36 in a league game, beat Meade in a close one, 23-17, and then blew out G-Dub at the end of the season, 45-7. Obviously, a lot of this, RPI helps them out. They played a couple 4A teams and some really good teams as well, and so that's why they're here. But they do have some talent. I think this is a very underrated team in general, and they are led by one of the most underrated quarterbacks in the entire state and an MVP candidate, if I do say so myself, in Gavin Ishmael. He has been carrying, leading in passing and rushing, just going crazy on the year. 27 total touchdowns. That's big time. That is the majority of the scores for this team here. So you gotta love that. Now, he does obviously have some help, as this is a team that has passed it a lot more, which is interesting for Coach Lloyd offense here. But let's look at the pass catchers, who are all relatively young. This is a team led by a lot of, juniors and underclassmen, but Jezreel Palma here, he is a junior. Burke Eisman, another junior, 6'3", 215-pound tight end / receiver. And then Sonny Del Pizzo, the running back, a sophomore, who have been kind of leading the way here. So Palma is their lead guy with 760 receiving yards and 6 touchdowns on 50 receptions. Eisman, a fellow junior, 30 receptions, 529 yards. Their leader in touchdowns with 12. And then Del Pizzo, 30 receptions for 406 yards and 4 touchdowns here. Looks like that he's more of a receiver than a running back, though, in my opinion. You also have 2 other running backs in Dean and Sanders, who contribute around 279 and 230 yards respectively, plus 6 touchdowns combined there. So definitely a very productive offense that is going to throw the ball. Very interesting. And they are a younger team as well, so they will be back next year. So just something to keep in mind, but looking to make some noise. Now, on defense, they have some very interesting players here. I think the most interesting has to be Eric Ross, the sophomore. He's listed at everything: linebacker, defensive end, whatever. 86 tackles, 2 tackles for loss. He is their lead guy for this team. Also, I think has an interception. But lead guy for this team, 50 solo tackles. They're definitely going to rely on him and the rest of this defense to help lead them. Now, like I said, Frederick, I think, is very underrated. This is an offense that can score with the best of him here in 3A, one of the top tier offenses. Now, defensively, they've had their share of struggles. There were a couple, shootouts that they lost. Monarch, that's a tough one. 30-23, allowed 30 there. Holy Family allowed 28 there, But then they kind of bounced back here. Riverdale Ridge, who has a solid offense, only allowed 20. Denver North, though, then you allowed 36 again. Meade, though, came back to earth, only allowed 17. And so defense has been kind of up and down. Like I said, a pretty young squad altogether. But I love where their offense is at. If they have the chance to win a game at the end, and if they have the ball, I think that's the most ideal scenario no matter what happens. If it's a one-score game and their offense has the ball with 1:30 to 2 minutes left, that's probably a game they're going to win, in my opinion. So there you go there. That's Frederick. A little bit of a dark horse team here, sitting at 12. Now moving on, let's talk about Northfield, who is at 11 on the year, 7-3. Started this season out with a 4-game win streak here against Aurora Central, a 4A team, Riverdale Ridge, a playoff team, Denver North, another playoff team, and then Adams City, a 4A team, but just barely there. And then they lost to Vista Ridge in overtime, 30-27, a playoff team, which isn't that bad. That's not that bad of a loss. That definitely shows the strength and potential ceiling of this Northfield squad. Now, they did lose some key games against Holy Family, 23-9, and then a close one to Lutheran, 32-20 here. And so this is going to be an interesting squad. Let's go ahead and talk about the offense here, starting with their quarterback, senior quarterback, that is Christian Love. 867 passing yards on the year, 9 touchdowns, only 2 picks. Also their lead rusher with 514 rushing yards and 13 touchdowns. He is the heart and soul of this offense. It's going to revolve around him more than likely there. Now, I do want to mention another senior, athlete here in Dean Stickle, their 6'2", 206-pound receiver. As far as receiving goes, he's their lead guy with 22 receptions, 239 yards, 3 touchdowns. He also has 196 rushing yards and 5 touchdowns, which those 5 touchdowns, second on this team in that. And then you also have the speedster here, Cameron Joyce Fairley, who is really important on offense as well as defense here. As a senior, 216 receiving yards and 4 touchdowns on the year there, but definitely a guy who can produce. Now, the defense, I think, is a very strong part of this team as well, led by senior linebacker, that is Jack Easterly. He has 58 tackles, 15 solo to 43 assists here. 6'3", 220 pounds. He is a big boy out there for this squad. Now, I'm not going to look too far into this one, but I think it's just because they haven't put in their stats from last week. The last recorded, I want to say, game for him was against Fort Morgan. And if I'm looking at this correctly, never mind. So I guess that is the last game they have and not the very last regular season game they played. But so never mind there. But Jack Easterly, he's going to do his thing there. One of the best linebackers in the entire state. He's been one of the best in the entire state. Cameron Joyce Fairley, a great DB. He is going to do his thing, a great corner. He has 3 interceptions on the year, which doesn't sound like a lot. Also 36 tackles too, by the way. But eventually you learn to not throw his way. Eventually, right? Eventually. And so this is a pretty solid defense for the most part. You got to remember, this is a defense that held Riverdale Ridge and Denver North to 10-13 against Vista Ridge. They gave him a chance to win it in overtime, obviously. Only held Holy Family to 23, which is not the worst a defense could do, obviously. And then Lutheran, they obviously allowed 32. That was maybe the only bad game. The rest, this defense has played extremely good football. Now, offensively, Christian Love, he's going to do his thing. They got some guys there, but I would definitely say the strength of this team lies in this defense for Northfield. If if I had to talk about it and look at it, which I am. So there you go there. Northfield right there at 11. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do moving forward. Now, at number 10 is Lewis Palmer. This was a team that I got to watch live against Falcon. Let's talk about him. Went 8-2. I want to say they also won their league, they did not win their league. They were second in their league. We'll talk about the team that actually won their league later here, but just outside here, 8-2. Still at number 10 though. They had a really good season, one of the best they've had in an extremely long time here. So let's talk about all their wins. Started out by beating Discovery Canyon and Coronado, a 4A team. 40-13 against DCC, 51-12 against Coronado. Then they had that rivalry game against Palmer Ridge. That one was initially close, and then Palmer Ridge pulled away, but Palmer Ridge is also the number 1 team in 4A. So there you go there. But bounce back, beat Canyon City, beat Falcon, who made the playoffs in 4A as well. That was a team that me and Gino got to watch there, and they won pretty convincingly. Then they blew out Harrison, beat Pueblo South, lost a close one to Pueblo Central in Pueblo, 29-22. That's why they didn't win their league there. But then took care of business against Sierra and Pueblo Centennial. So there you go there. That is Lewis Palmer. And this Lewis Palmer team is going to rely on the run game here, led by their quarterback, senior quarterback Kenton Kenley here. Didn't pass a whole lot, but on the year, 440 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, 3 picks. And, he was on the money with a lot of his passes. When we went to watch against Falcon, there were just a lot of dropped passes, so there might be something to be said there. But, like I said, this is a team that's going to run it. They're an option team led by their junior running back here. That is Jaden Pagano. He has 933 rushing yards and 13 touchdowns. Right behind him is senior Luke DeBoer with 683 rushing yards and 11 touchdowns. Kenley, the quarterback, has 519 rushing yards and 9 touchdowns. And then you also have Nathan Unks here, a senior, who has 331 yards and 4 touchdowns. And so those 4 players are going to control the pace of this game, plain and simple. They run the option over there, do a relatively good job most of the time there. Now, they will have a couple of passing plays, but not the most talented receivers, to say the least. Their lead receiver only has 12 receptions on the year in 9 games. So obviously, they're not going to pass it when they're up by a lot, but that is definitely something to keep an eye on. Now, defensively, they are, relatively productive here. Lockburner, that is Cannon Lockburner. He plays linebacker for them. He's their lead guy with 65 tackles and 6 tackles for loss, as well as Cole Harmon, a junior. He has 59 tackles just behind him. They're going to do their job. They're definitely going to do their job, play tough defense. But, from watching this team, this is definitely a team that benefits a lot from their offense controlling the pace, slowing it down, and pounding the rock. They have a lot of maybe not a lot, but a good amount of athletes, skill players that they're going to rely on, but not, I would say, the biggest offensive line or the best defense. And so that's where it really comes down to the offense. The offense is going to control this game and control whatever game they're in, and, use up that clock and score and make people pay for their mistakes in long drives. They're going to be physical with you as well. And so that is Lewis Palmer in a nutshell. This is a team that could definitely be a trap game for a lot of teams here in 3A. But, in the last couple years, the top 10 in 3A have all pretty much contended or had a pretty solid shot at least getting to state. So we'll say that. Okay, moving on here, let's go ahead and talk about the number 9 team, which is wild, but it's the defending state champions, Roosevelt, at 8-2. Yes, you heard that correctly. They are the number 9 team and the defending state champions, but are 8-2, are also 8-2 on the season. That is crazy, just saying that out loud here. Let's talk about their losses first. So lost to Resurrection Christian, 40-20. That was their first loss after winning like 5 in a row there, which is crazy, including against 5A Highlands Ranch, 42-21. So that's, that it happened. Also beat Holy Family 34-26, and then they lost the Res, like I said. Then they won 2 games against Northridge 38-29, and then a close one against Severance, which myself and Gideon was at 28-27 on a game winner to Noah Lucero there. And then they played Thompson Valley the following week and kind of got dominated and lost 41-21. And then just this last week, barely missed an upset here against Mountain View, 28-21 there. So some tough games that they played. They've played some really close games, though. You got to give them credit there. Like I said, beat Holy Family 34-26. Gideon was at that game there. Beat Severance in a close one. So they have some solid wins, on the season here. But then you see the losses against Rez and Thompson Valley. Both teams ranked above them here in the playoffs so far. So there you go there. But regardless, this is still the defending state champs, and they are led by these 2 studs in the backfield, seniors Bronco Hartson and Xavier Ramirez. Let's talk about Bronco first, who has had kind of an MVP type of season. 1,445 passing yards, 17 passing touchdowns to only 4 picks. Also adds on another 532 rushing yards and 3 touchdowns there. And then they also have Xavier Ramirez, who has kind of been that engine, who has been really the engine to this offense for 2 years now. 1,214 rushing yards and another 20-plus yard touchdown campaign here. So there you go there. I'm sorry. He also has 179 receiving yards and a receiving touchdown to add on. So those 2 guys, they've been experienced. They've been battle-hardened. They've went to the playoffs and have won it all before. And that's the duo that's coming back. That's the duo that teams are going to have to key in on and try their best to shut down. Now, looking at the receiving core here, they lost a stud in Tucker Peterson. That's hard to replace, but they've had a couple guys go ahead and, do a really good job here, including Trevor Carabench here, who is actually their lead receiver as far as receiving yards go and receptions. 29 receptions, 416 receiving yards, 3 receiving touchdowns. But Noah Lucero, the standout freshman, the 6'2 standout freshman, has been big time for them. 19 receptions, 346 yards, and 3 touchdowns. But don't get it twisted. This kid is talented. He did say it in that interview. He is trying to break all of Tucker Peterson's records. And this is a guy who's going to go out and he's going to perform. He's going to do a solid job out there against Severance. That was probably his best game of the season. And so you could definitely see him emerging as a big-time receiving threat for this squad. But, a couple young guns obviously in here, reshuffled offensive line. But you could definitely rely on Bronco Hartz and Xavier Ramirez to go do their thing. Now, defensively, you also have Bronco Hartson on defense at defensive end, 42 tackles, also 1.5 sacks to add on there. Lucero and Carabench on defense contribute in that secondary. Lucero with 3 picks, as well as Carabench here with 3. And excuse me if I'm saying that wrong, by the way, but just wanted to throw that out there. Their lead tackler, though, is Noel Sanchez, who has 71 tackles so far on the year. So there you go there. But this is kind of a defense that has struggled here. I mean, just looking at some of these games, allowed 21 to Fort Morgan, 21 to Highlands Ranch, who's not a bad, Highlands Ranch is a 5A team, so you can't be too mad there. But then they allowed 26 to Holy Family, 40 to Rez, another 29 to Northridge, 27 to Severance there, 41 to Thompson Valley, and then, 21 to a Mountain View team who has only 2 wins on the season. It is a little bit concerning looking at this defense. This defense is not the same defense that they were last year. I think that is very notable. But the thing to remember is that this offense, they have experience. You got to love the duo of Bronco Hartz and Xavier Ramirez, along with guys like Carabench and Lucero to help them out. And so this team has an offense that could win the game. If you give them a chance with about 2 minutes left. They could put together a 2-minute drive and win the game. And so if the defense could hold it close enough, they can win it. And they arguably have some of the most experience in these playoffs out of any other team. So there you go there. That's Roosevelt sitting right there at 9. Now, moving on to number 8 here. According to this playoff bracket, we have Riverdale Ridge, who is also sitting at 8-2, just like Roosevelt, but I've had a little bit more luck beating some really good teams here. But let's start by talking about the losses, which is why they are sitting here at 8. They only have 2. One is to Northfield, who is ranked behind them. The loss to them 24-10. Definitely a little bit concerning there. And then they lost their last game of the season to Meade 21-20, another team ranked behind them here. And so definitely a little bit concerning, but they have beat some solid teams, including Thompson Valley 28-14, who is ranked ahead of them in this bracket so far. Denver North, they beat in 42-20 pretty convincingly. Squeaked out a close one against Frederick 21-20. So they have some solid wins here on the season. Also, beat 4A Adams City 62-0, which is not, I guess, a flex here, but just wanted to mention that right there real quick. So Riverdale Ridge, though, kind of having a real resurgent season, doing a really good job. And this is definitely a team that is pretty young in general for the most part. And let's talk about their offense. So their offense, they're led by their junior quarterback here, Isaiah Medina, threw for 1,861 yards, 19 touchdowns, only 4 picks. Also added on another 195 rushing yards and 8 touchdowns. That's the most rushing touchdowns for this team, by the way. So there you go. There, he has been doing his job on the ground. Sophomore running back Diego Galvan, he has 570 rushing yards and 4 touchdowns, only on 84 carries, by the way, but that's only 7 games played. So, a little concerning, right? A little concerning when it comes to the speedster here. He did play the last game, though, which is good. But, only 84 carries. His biggest games were against George Washington, where he had 160 yards, Denver North, 101 yards. And then I believe that last team here, it was the first game of the season that they had against Mountain View. He added on another 132 yards and a touchdown there. But definitely somebody that if they really wanted to, they could rely on there. But I feel like this is a team that's going to try to pass it a little bit more here. He also has, by the way, 254 receiving yards and 2 touchdowns on 17 receptions. He's the second receiver on this team here as far as stats go. Now, their number 1 receiver is technically, I want to say a tight end here in Marcus McFadden. He has 46 receptions, 740 receiving yards, and 9 touchdowns for the 6'1", 200-pound receiver / tight end, who has been doing a good job as the number 1 receiving threat for this team. So there you go. There are definitely some guys to look out for on offense. Now on defense, this is an all right team here. They are led by Caden Trio, who does have 4 interceptions on the year, as well as 21 tackles, as well as senior Levi Jane, I want to say. He has 67 total tackles on the season. So you got some guys here for Riverdale Ridge who, is going to do their thing. And look, this is a team that hasn't been in the playoffs, I feel like, in a minute, or at least I feel like they haven't been to the playoffs here in a minute. Let me go ahead and check real quick here. Yep. So it has been at least a year, probably longer, a lot longer though. And so with that being said, this is going to be a very interesting team. You look at their wins. The win against Thompson Valley is very impressive, right? Then you also see Frederick as well squeaking by them, who I think is much better than the rank that they are given, as well as some of these other wins. But then they have some concerning losses against Northfield and Meade, 2 teams who are also ranked behind them. And so we'll see. They are a little inexperienced here all around, but this will definitely be a good team here moving forward. A team that could be a little bit of a wild card and, bracket buster potentially. So there you go. That's Riverdale Ridge at 8. Let's move on and talk about Resurrection Christian here at number 7. They are 7-2 on the season. Only played 9 games, but only really lost 2. So got to feel good about that. Talking about the losses here real quick. They lost to Buffalo. That's kind of funny. The Buffalo Bison from Wyoming, who are currently 7-3. I believe they made the playoffs in Wyoming. So there is that. But that is one of their only losses, as well as Thompson Valley here, who they only lost to 21-14, which you got to feel good about. But they do have some good wins here against Roosevelt, 40-20. That one wasn't super close here. Moffat County, a good 2A team. They beat as well, 14-0. Northridge Mountain View, obviously, they beat him as well. So you got some solid wins to work with Resurrection Christian, who is, by the way, in their second year here in 3A. Now, as far as offense goes, they're going to run the ball plain and simple. They have a couple guys to go ahead and do that for them, including Hunter Hansen, who's their lead guy with 726 yards and 9 touchdowns. Sophomore Jackson Pazenka, I want to say, has 633 yards and 6 touchdowns as their second guy. And then Grant Appleby is their third guy here with 407 yards and 5 touchdowns. So there you go there. This is definitely a running team. Now on defense, I mean, I talked about this in their season preview. They're led by Appleby and Reeves. Appleby, and this is, by the way, only 7 games played, 31 tackles here. Reeves, he only played in 4, which is definitely a little bit concerning considering he is one of their best players for this squad here. But even then, he has done a good job amassing 20 tackles. So I don't know how updated these stats are. I will say that right now. But this is definitely a team that, has prided themselves in the past on having a good defense and whatnot. And so, I mean, just looking at the teams they beat, Roosevelt held them to 20. Severance, who has a great offense, held them to 6. Thompson Valley held them to 21. That's kind of a winnable game there, but they were playing from behind, so that's kind of a tough one as well. Northridge, who was on fire earlier in the season, only had them to 14. And then Moffat County, they didn't let them score at all. So, this is a team that has a good defense. They're going to play good defense, good coaching staff there, and then they're going to run the ball and try to control the clock. And so a very solid Resurrection Christian team right there at 7. And then moving on, let's go ahead and talk about the number 6 team here in 3A. That is Pueblo Central. Talked about them earlier when talking about Lewis Palmer. They won their league, Central, that is, over Lewis Palmer. But here we go. Pueblo Central right here at number 6. 9-1. One of the best seasons they've had ever here in recent years, obviously. But 9-1 here. Their only loss was to 4A Heritage, 55-19. Still scored 19 on them, though. But have won every single game by a pretty good margin. The only close games were against Pueblo East, where they won 20-14. And Lewis Palmer, which they still won 29-22. Then, obviously, the rest they swept, right? And so, love to see that. This is definitely a good Pueblo Central team. Let's talk about their players. This is a team that's also going to run the ball, and they're going to do a pretty good job at that. But their quarterback, it's either Gennaro or Gennaro. I haven't figured out yet. Pino, he is their junior quarterback. He has done a solid job still on the year. 610 passing yards, 11 touchdowns, only 1 pick. Also adding on 233 rushing yards and a touchdown as their third leading rusher. The two main guys that are going to lead for them is senior fullback, basically at 6'1", 210 pounds here, Michael Montoya, who has 909 rushing yards and 19 touchdowns on the year, really eating there. And then Amari Brown, who returned this last week here after missing some games. He is extremely key. He's healthy, it seems like. He has 818 yards and adding on another 10 touchdowns there. Now, I want to talk about the receivers still here because I think it's still pretty important. Josiah Barella, I want to say, or Barella here. He is a senior. He's their lead guy with 18 receptions, 428 yards, and 7 receiving touchdowns. That's pretty good for a running team, not going to lie there. Caden Clay, another senior, 281 receiving yards and 4 touchdowns. He has some serious speed here. So there you go there. I mean, this is a team that is going to run the ball. They've always historically done a good job at that, but it does kind of depend on whether Amari Brown is playing or not. He does give them an extra boost there. Now on defense, they are also led by Michael Montoya, who plays linebacker, middle linebacker that is, and he led them with 77 total tackles, 71 solo tackles though. which is absolutely insane. And 8 tackles for loss. He's the heart and soul of this defense here for Pueblo Central. And so this is a Pueblo Central team who has a really good defense. I mean, they've only, outside of obviously that Heritage game, which is the lone outlier, they've held teams to below 22, below 28 points, right? Below in that 20 point to 14, 12 point range for the most part there. And then shutting out some good teams as well. Or well, shutting out one team, but holding some teams to only a score or two here and there. And so this is going to be a tough Pueblo Central team to beat. They are very talented. They're going to play physical football. That is what they do down there. So boom, number 6, Pueblo Central. They're going to make some noise here. Now, moving on to the number 5 team in 3A, we have Lutheran, who was at state last year. But this year, they kind of have a similar season, only lost 2 games. They're 8-2 as well, only lost 2 games like the other 3 teams I've talked about. Let's talk about those 2 losses. So lost to 4A Montrose, who is a powerhouse, 36-14. They also had to go to Montrose, which is tough there. So there you go. And then lost to Holy Family just barely, 35-28. Cody happened to be at that game. The rest of the games they won pretty big here. Lutheran, an out-of-state team, smashed them 56-6. Beat Meade 35-15, beat Discovery Canyon 45-14, both playoff teams there. Beat Northfield, a playoff team, 32-20. So this is a good team here. Let's go ahead and talk about the offense. So the offense, they definitely lost some guys compared to last year here, but they still have their quarterback, Ryken Doggard here, who, I want to say missed a game or two, but still passed for 1,631 yards, 22 touchdowns to 6 picks, also adding on 327 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns. At running back, they have 2 guys here who have really taken over from Ryan Kenny. Sawyer Wald, the junior running back. He has 814 rushing yards and 8 touchdowns. He's been their lead guy here. But they also have a freshman, it looks like, in Evan Holdridge, who has added on another 374 yards and 2 touchdowns, already contributing this early on. Big games against Northfield, 116, and Kennedy, 120 there. He could potentially get a couple more carries in the playoffs to take off the load from Sawyer Wald here. Now, for Lutheran, this is kind of where things get a little rough here. So this is a team that passes it. I mean, they run that spread over there. They do a good job at that. They're really fast going hurry up as well. Now, this year they were supposed to have Joe Cicio, a standout senior wide receiver, but unfortunately he got hurt, and it sounds like he's not going to be able to return for the playoffs unless they just make a really deep run. But even then, I'm not sure about that. And so in all that, they needed some receivers to step up, and they were already losing a good amount from last year. And so one of the guys that has really stepped up is junior receiver, the 6'1", 185-pound receiver, Ben Herbeck, who has 60 receptions, 866 yards, and 13 touchdowns. There is nobody that is even remotely close. The next closest guy has 12 receptions, and then you have 10, 10, 11, 11 after that. So kind of tough there, but Herbeck seems to be the lead guy. If there is the chance that you get CCO, if they make a deep run, they're definitely going to be dangerous, but definitely lacking a little bit of depth, at least compared to, past years here for Lutheran. So there you go there. They have a quarterback, they have some solid running backs, and they have a lead receiver. We'll see how far they go. Now, the defense has played really good football so far this year. Peyton Garrett only listed 6 games here so far, but he is still their lead tackler with 43 total tackles for the defensive end. They haven't had stats listed here since the Holy Family game, which is interesting. I think maybe it's just because they haven't had listed too many stats for their defensive players, which is interesting here. But 43 tackles, that's big time. Their senior defensive tackle as well, Landon Rosek, or Rosek. I never figured out how to say that, but he's a stud. Another 38 tackles on that front line. I mean, they got some big players up front. They definitely have one of the bigger defensive lines in 3A here. And then as far as their DBs goes, they have a solid one. They have a couple solid ones here. A pretty good secondary led by Mason Kelly at corner, who has 4 interceptions. Sam Smolin at safety adds on another 2. Both of those guys pretty experienced there for the most part. So there you go there. That's Lutheran. I mean, this isn't the same Lutheran team from last year, but they still got pieces. They got Doggard, their quarterback, which is arguably one of the most important positions for them, especially on offense there, obviously. They have Wald, the running back. They have Herbeck at receiver. So they have a big 3 to kind of work around there. Then on defense, and I would also say offense, they have a pretty big offensive line here. And they don't have guys that are playing, both ways. They have guys who are set at each positions, but just looking at this offensive line, I mean, look, Alex Zachem at 6'8", 265 pounds, junior tackle there. Thomas Green, 6'4", 310 at guard and nose tackle. Keaton Raymond, senior guard, defensive tackle, 6 foot 225 here. Lucas Knowles, he's 215 pounds. Daniel Nault at linebacker, 220 pounds there. Colin Sturm, 6'2", 250. Ryken Posey, 6'3", 270. Caleb Abramson, 6'2", 235. That's their center, by the way. Peyton Garrett, 6'2", 230. I mean, I could go on and on here, but they got some significant size here where they could just out-bully a lot of teams if they wanted to. And I think that's going to be key. I mean, they have a good still blend of skill players and whatnot, but crazy enough, they are still only ranked number 5. They could still do it, though. They could still go back to state, and they do have the experience and a good team around them, plus the coaching. And so we will see what happens to Lutheran, but definitely an interesting team moving forward. Now, at number 4 is Durango here, 8-1 on the season. Their only loss was to a New Mexico team in Farmington, who, they lost to 39-20, right? But after that, they bounced back and won some key games here. Not the strongest schedule, but a solid one. Beat 4A Grand Junction Central 51-28. That's probably their best one. That's a 4A playoff team, so there you go there. Beat Meade 30-16, Glenwood Springs 48-0, 2 other playoff teams there, and have really dominated so far this season. But like I said, maybe not the strongest schedule there, just saying. Now, still, though, this is a talented team led by Tyler Harms and Jackson Fancher, 2 seniors here. Harms, their quarterback, 1,611 passing yards, 17 touchdowns to only 1 interception. Very efficient football. Also adds 431 rushing yards and 6 touchdowns. He's going to do his thing. He's experienced. You also have running back Jackson Fancher, who is a true RB1, 1,129 rushing yards and 16 touchdowns. Also 202 receiving yards and a touchdown as well. Those guys, they're going to do their thing over there. Now, at receiver, they have 2 players, younger players, who have really stepped up here. Seb Tripp, a sophomore, 24 receptions, 515 receiving yards, 4 touchdowns. And then you also have Peyton Dyke here, who has 25 receptions, 450 yards, and 5 touchdowns. And a couple other guys here like Grimes with 278 yards. And then, like I said, Fancher as well. So this is a team that can definitely score it. They have the talent to do that. On defense, their defense has done a good job. They are led by senior Mason Palmer, who has 36 tackles and also leads the team with 4 interceptions. Their lead tackler here is Cully Feeney, I want to say, the junior. He has 69 tackles, nice on the season. Also 3 interceptions right there as well. And so this is a defense that honestly hasn't faced too many tough teams, but for the most part, they've played really good football. I mean, against Glenwood Springs, Eagle Valley, Palisade, they've only allowed 7 points, which is huge. Summit, though, allowed 21, Meade 16, Grand Junction Central, obviously 28. So obviously, as they played tougher teams, they have allowed more points, but as of late, they've been pretty solid against the teams they have. And then offensively, I mean, they've been real explosive, scoring over 20 in most of their games, except the Palisade and Farmington games where, Farmington, they lost, obviously, and then Palisade still win, but only won 19-0 in that one. So there you go. That's Durango. A good team. They're a good team. I think another thing that you got to consider with Durango is that because there is such a high seed at 4, a lot of teams are going to have to travel there to go play them. So that is definitely an advantage and something to keep in mind. Moving on here, let's talk about the number 3 team in this 3A state playoffs, and that is Thompson Valley, who has been really good, 8-2. So literally the same record as the 9th team or 8th team in Roosevelt, who is also 8-2, but with a lot of quality wins here. But before I talk about that, let me talk about the losses. They lost to Berthoud 16-14. That was pretty early in the season, and Berthoud, they're a top-tier team in 2A. We'll see how that goes. Still, though, a loss. They also lost to Riverdale Ridge, which was kind of weird, 28-14. But other than that, they've beat a lot of good teams. I mean, they beat Loveland, a 4A playoff team, 14-0. Beat Severance 31-6. Beat Roosevelt, which was huge, 41-21. And then Resurrection Christian, which was huge, 21-14. Those last 2 games against Roosevelt and Res were also away. And so that is big time for them to win away games here, because now they'll have home field advantage, for the most part. Now let's talk about this team. On offense, they have an MVP candidate, at least in my opinion they do, in Riley Suarez. Their quarterback, 1,133 passing yards, 12 touchdowns, only 3 picks. Also their lead rusher with 768 rushing yards and 13 touchdowns on the year. He has been big time for them. Now, they also have some pretty solid receivers here, including junior Garrett Hendrickson. He's their lead receiver with 37 receptions, 552 yards, and 5 touchdowns. They also have Marco LaPierre here, 6'3", 180, by the way, at receiver. Missed a couple games because he was playing for the national rugby team or something, or I don't know, doing something internationally with rugby. He is back now, so there you go there. But still had 23 receptions, 409 yards, and 5 touchdowns as well. Those 2 are tough guys to beat. And I also want to shout out junior running back Christian Chase here, who has a solid 422 yards and 7 touchdowns as well. This offense is an offense that can definitely score and do their thing. Now on defense, they have a good one here. I would say Marco LaPierre is one of the best safeties and DBs in 3A, period. 5 interceptions on the year. That leads the team. Also 48 tackles. That's good enough for 4th here. I mean, this is a good team, and they got some size up front. You have Josiah Manu, a sophomore defensive tackle who is 6'4", 250. He's obviously a big boy there. You have a couple other guys as well. Seth Castle, who's been really productive. You have Dane Gray, 6'3", 205, who has been really productive as well as CJ James, who is a pretty big, he's a pretty big defensive end or outside linebacker, 6'5", 212. He's going to do their thing. So there you go there. That is Thompson Valley. They've won some really tough games on the road. Now they get to play mostly at home. They have a good core here that, is going to go to work, and they're going to do their job. And this is all with a first-year head coach, by the way. So got to keep that in mind. But you also got to really like this Thompson Valley team, especially considering that they are on this side of the bracket, away from the Green Mountains, Durango's, Lutheran, Roosevelt, which is a really tough group. So there you go there. Now, moving on to the number 2 team, we have Holy Family, who is 9-1. Their only loss coming to Roosevelt, 34-26 at Roosevelt, by the way. But have won some pretty big games, including beating Lutheran 35-28, Northfield, a playoff team, 23-9. Beat Broomfield, the 4A defending state champs, 30-29, by the way. That is the big one there. And then Frederick as well, 28-8. So big wins for Holy Family, who is having a great year. And they are led by arguably the front runner for MVP. That is Rylan Cooney, who has 2,084 passing yards, 18 touchdowns to 4 picks, only 4 picks on the year. Also adds on another 536 rushing yards and another 17 rushing touchdowns. That's 35 total touchdowns that he has provided for a Holy Family here. On the ground here, they also have a pretty good running back in Dominic Gabriel, who has 1,024 yards and 9 touchdowns as well. And then I want to talk about their lead receiver real quick here, Monty Samaras. He has 550 yards and 4 touchdowns on only 27 receptions, which is pretty good there. Also, shout out Grable, a senior with 6 touchdowns, and Anderson Osborne with 3 touchdowns as well. And sorry, Erickson, a senior with 5 touchdowns. So you got some pass catchers there, but you have one of the most productive offenses, high key, the top offense in 3A here with Holy Family. Now, the defense has also been pretty productive here, led by Braden Bach here. The senior, 104 total tackles, 81 solo, by the way, which is absolutely insane. He has done a lot for this squad. You also have, as well, Connor Neely, who leads the team with 3 interceptions. So there you go there. Still a productive defense. They have struggled. I mean, allowed 28 to Lutheran, 26 to, Roosevelt. When it came to Frederick, I mean, that was a good win there. They only allowed 8 there. So they have struggled in some games here, but for the most part, they've been able to outshoot pretty much everyone. And sorry, they allowed 34 to Roosevelt. My bad. They scored 26. So there you go. This is a team that can win shootouts, though. They have shown to do that. Rylan Cooney, he's really tough to stop. He has the ability to run it, but when he's out of structure, he's extremely dangerous. Then you have guys like Dominic Gabriel, though, who are also going to carry the load on the ground, as well as some good receivers for Holy Family. So, boom, there you go. That's Holy Family currently sitting at number 2. But at number 1, and this is to no surprise, is the lone undefeated team in 3A, Green Mountain, at 10-0 here. They have not had a close game at all so far this season. Just looking at this schedule, which isn't even that easy. I mean, they played Golden, a 4A playoff team, and they shut them down 36-0. So there you go there. They basically shut down Severance 28-6, beat Mountain View, Pueblo South, shut down Meade 44-7, and then the rest of them were pretty easy. So not the hardest schedule, but that front part of the schedule is extremely difficult there. You have some tough teams between Golden, Severance, also Meade as well. So still, though, Green Mountain has blew out pretty much everyone. I think the most amount of points they've allowed is 14, and that was Conifer who scored 14. But they have 6 shutouts out of 10 on the year. And then the other couple, obviously, you have Conifer where they scored 14, and then they scored either a touchdown or 3 points in the rest of their games. So that is Green Mountain. This is an extremely stacked team. They have one of the most toughest front lines in the entire state, not just 3A, but definitely the entire state here. Just going down the line, David Ives, their guard, he's a stud at 6'3", 218. Andreas Gilroy, tackle, 6'3", 235 there. Both of those guys extremely tough to stop. Colton Patterson, he's another big boy as well, and so this is a team that has some serious size up front for sure there. And then on top of that, they have some really good skill players. Blake Westland with an MVP type season with 706 passing yards, 15 touchdowns, so 2 picks there in his first year as quarterback. Also adds on another 387 yards and 7 touchdowns. And then, I mean, they love to run the football, but they don't have anyone who has rushed for over 400 yards. So just keep that in mind. And they don't have anybody who has scored more than 7 rushing touchdowns. Their senior Polinot, I want to say, Dalton Polinot, he has 7 touchdowns. Blake Westland obviously has 7 touchdowns. Other than that, nobody has more than 7. But even then, they ran for 2,602 rushing yards and 43 rushing touchdowns. That's 260 rushing yards a game for this team, which is crazy. Then you add on the passing game, which has been surprisingly really good in some ways. Polinot is also the lead receiver with 152 yards and 4 touchdowns on only 11 receptions. So, boom, there you go. This is a Green Mountain team. They're going to run the ball. They're going to control the clock. They have one of the best offensive lines in the state to go do that. On defense, they have one of the best defenses as well. Blake Westland is their lead tackler with 40, 19 solo, 21 assists. You also have a standout edge rusher here, Austin Contreras, who, I'm pretty sure stands at 6'2", 230. He has 38 tackles, 12.5 tackles for loss. He's been a beast for them. Also 6 sacks on the season. Their secondary is also pretty good here. Austin Beeson, their lead corner, has 5 interceptions. George Soppy, 3 interceptions there as well. And they do a good job over there. They do a really good job on this team here. This is an extremely well-coached team. You know, they're going to play their brand of football, which is run the ball, play good defense. And they have one of the most suffocating defenses in the entire state. They're really fast up front for the size that they have. And so definitely the number one defense here in 3A. And then offensively, I mean, probably not the number one offense, but they have a good offense that's going to run the ball. As long as their offensive linemen are healthy, they're going to pound the football and they're going to control this game. And that's why they're the number one team in 3A and one of the favorites to make it to state. So there you go there. That is Green Mountain. All right, Coach V here. Let's go ahead and talk about the 3A Round 1 playoff predictions that we all have. Go ahead and check out our brackets that should have dropped last night on our TikTok and all of our social medias there. Make sure you check those out to see what I'm talking about when I go over our predictions. But I'm just going to go over the Round 1 stuff here. Or actually, yeah, I'll go over the Round 1 stuff, and then I'll talk about my bracket specifically at the end. So let's go matchup by matchup here, starting with Green Mountain versus Glenwood Springs. Look, respect what Glenwood Springs has done so far, but they do have an interim head coach, and so I think that does kind of affect them just a little bit here. But also in general, I just think Green Mountain is bigger than them up front. And Glenwood Springs did struggle with Rifle, who had a pretty solid front seven. So I have Green Mountain winning 35-0 over Glenwood Springs. They should win this one pretty handedly. Gideon has Green Mountain winning 45-14. Gino has them winning 41-7. And then Cody also has Green Mountain winning 35-0. Wow, how original, Cody. So there you go there. Moving on here, let's talk about number 9 Roosevelt versus number 8 Riverdale Ridge. I really think this is going to be a close game here. I like what both teams have. Both have pretty good offenses. Isaiah Medina versus Bronco Hartson will be really fun to watch. Lucero versus McFadden. X versus that Riverdale Ridge defense. I think there are a lot of good matchups. This will be one of the best playoff games of the weekend, no doubt. Really hard to predict, but, you know, just in general, I'm just going to put this out there. Whenever we predict games and the score is, you know, a one-score game, doesn't matter which way it's going, that basically means it could go either way in all of our opinions. And so for me, I have Roosevelt beating Riverdale Ridge 28-21. Like I said, if Bronco Hartson and X get the ball in a 2-minute drill situation and have a chance to score to win the game, I trust them to do that more than Riverdale Ridge. They have that championship DNA. They've been here before, and this is what Roosevelt does. So I have Roosevelt beating them to move on to the next round of the playoffs. Gideon has Roosevelt winning in a close one, obviously 35-34, which is pretty close there. Gino has Roosevelt winning 28-23, and Cody has them winning 22-21. So yeah, very close all the way through. Wouldn't be surprised if Riverdale Ridge wins here, but they would have to beat the defending state champs, and that is hard to do. There's a reason they're the defending state champs. Moving on, though, we have Lutheran versus Frederick. This is a game that I really hope to be at later this week, but looking forward to see Riken Doggard versus Gavin Ishmael. I really feel like this will be a game that'll go down to the wire, will be a high-scoring game, or, you know, has the potential to be a high-scoring game, but I think at the end of the day, it'll come down to who will have the ball first, and I'm just going to go with Lutheran here, winning 24-21. That's how close this game will be. I really like this matchup. It should be a good one, but I wouldn't be surprised if Frederick wins. It really just takes a team to get hot at the right time to go ahead and upset a squad. And so I'm going with Lutheran, but I do feel a little shaky about it, just a little bit here. Gideon is going with Lutheran as well over Frederick, but he has them winning by a lot more, 42-21. Gino has Lutheran winning 31-20 over Frederick, and then Cody has Lutheran winning 24-23. Wow, two games that were decided by 1 point for Cody there already. So there you go. Then we have Meade going to Durango here, and unfortunately, I have seen this movie before here. It happened a year ago or 2 years ago. I can't remember when, but going down to Durango is never an easy deal, especially a squad that's very good. I love Tyler Harms, Jackson Fancher. I think they just have a bit more talent in general. Plus, it's a long trip for Meade. I have Durango winning this one 35-14, moving on to the next round of the playoffs. Gideon has Durango beating Meade 38-14. Gino has Durango beating Meade 24-13, and Cody has Durango beating Meade 34-24. Yes, 34-24 here. So really close so far. A lot of these, I mean, we're going to have the same predictions for a lot of these. So there you go. They're Meade. They're a good squad, but they have to be on their A game to beat a Durango team in Durango. And that's just really difficult to do. Moving on, we have Thompson Valley versus Discovery Canyon, hosting Discovery Canyon. I think Thompson Valley is a contender. I have them winning, a contender that could go to state and win state, by the way. But I have Thompson Valley winning this one 28-13. I like their defense a lot more than Discovery Canyon's, and then their offense is really potent as well. Gideon has Thompson Valley beating Discovery Canyon 35-14. Gino has Thompson Valley beating Discovery Canyon 28-17. And Cody has Thompson Valley beating Discovery Canyon 31-19. I think I might have said Gino said Discovery Canyon's being Thompson Valley. I meant Thompson Valley is being Discovery Canyon. So all of us think Thompson Valley is going to beat Discovery Canyon. So there you go there. Moving on, we have Northfield going to Pueblo to play Pueblo Central. This was another one that I feel like could be a toss-up here, just like that Luther and Frederick game and Roosevelt Riverdale Ridge. Would not be surprised if I'm wrong. But I think I have to go Pueblo Central, 17-10, assuming everyone's healthy. I like the run game. I think they could control this game. At home, too, I like it for Pueblo Central to win in a close one. 17-10 will probably be a low-scoring game, honestly. Gideon, this is the first disagreement we have. He has Northfield winning 35-34 in a high-scoring one against Pueblo Central. Gino has Northfield beating Pueblo Central 23-17. And then Cody also has Northfield beating Pueblo Central 21-13. So there you go. I believe in Pueblo Central. I'm the only one who does. So we will see what happens there. All right. Now we have number 7 Resurrection Christian hosting number 10 Lewis Palmer. This is another one that could really go both ways. It just kind of depends on, honestly, the coin toss, and who will get the ball last. And look, I'm just going to go with Resurrection Christian here. 20-14. I think they have a better defense than Lewis Palmer. And so if it comes down to it, I think they could stop them one time and then, go ahead and get that point advantage and run out the rest of this clock. I like Rez a lot here. They're used to playing physical teams. I think they'll do well against LP and win a close one, though, 20-14. Gideon has Resurrection Christian winning 38-24 over Lewis Palmer. Gino has Rez winning 31-16 over Lewis Palmer. And then Cody has Resurrection Christian winning 33-13 over Lewis Palmer. All right, and now the last matchup here in the playoffs. We have number 2 Holy Family hosting number 15 Denver North. I have Holy Family winning this one 35-21. I think their defense is better than Denver North's, even though both have great quarterbacks who run explosive offenses. I just really like Rylan Cooney in this team, especially at home. I think this is a game that they should be able to win, but don't be surprised if Denver North makes this a much closer game. Gideon has Holy Family winning 42-17. Jeez. Gino has Holy Family beating Denver North 36-20. And Cody has, yikes, Holy Family winning 55-20 there. So a big margin there, Cody. That's a big one. But there you go. There we are pretty much in agreement about every single playoff game, but a lot of these games really should be close. Wouldn't be surprised if half or more than half of these predictions are wrong, which would be really fun, and that's what makes 3A football so great. Now, before we move on, I am just going to talk about my playoff bracket here. So obviously, we have those round 1 matchups. In the second round, it would be Green Mountain versus Roosevelt. I have Green Mountain beating Roosevelt. From what I've seen from Roosevelt's defense, they struggle to stop the run. Against Severance, they let Ian Pennock there run for like 150-plus yards and a touchdown. And I feel like their line is not that good, or not as good as Green Mountain's at least. So with that being said, I'm really concerned about that Roosevelt defense. The offense, not so much. I think they're going to do their thing. They're going to battle. But for Roosevelt to win, they really need to get ahead and score early and force Green Mountain to throw the ball. That is the best thing they can do there to beat Green Mountain, but that's going to be a real tough game to win, especially in Green Mountain. That's just a game I have where Green Mountain's offense beats Roosevelt's defense. That's who I'm most concerned about. Now, if Roosevelt's defense plays well enough to keep it close, I think they win it. But I don't know. We'll see. This is an extremely tough offensive line to beat, though. Moving on, we have Lutheran versus Durango. Lutheran would have to go to Durango, and I know they won last year in the semis to make it to state, but this year they are without a CCO brother, so that is tough. Still gotta make the drive down again. I just don't know how often it is that a team wins in Durango in the playoffs 2 years in a row, like the same team. That's just it, I don't know. I think that there is a little bit of luck to winning in Durango, and so that's going to be a tough one. I have Durango winning 24-14 to move on. Wouldn't be surprised if Lutheran, proves me wrong, but that's a tough game to play on the road if you are Lutheran. Moving on to the other side of the bracket, we have number 3 Thompson Valley versus number 6 Pueblo Central. I have Thompson Valley winning this one 21-14. It will be close. Pueblo Central, they're going to do their best to, use up a lot of the clock and control that. But I think Thompson Valley has a really good front seven that should be able to battle with that front line, offensive line for Pueblo Central and the running backs in Montoya and Amari Brown. I mean, they've seen some good backs of their own in Xavier Ramirez, Ian Pennock, and much more Raul Gallegos for Northridge as well. And they've shut down opposing run games. For Pueblo Central, I'm just concerned that they won't have as strong a passing game to beat him. And so I have Thompson Valley winning this one. 21-14, still in a close one. Like I said, I think Pueblo Central is going to use up a lot of clock and make this a clock management type of game. But I think Thompson Valley, in the end, wins it and moves on. Now, if Thompson Valley, though, makes any mistakes and they're down early, it's going to be really hard to come back and win it. Just saying. But, we'll see what happens. And then the last matchup in the second round, I want to talk about Holy Family versus Resurrection Christian. Not the Holy War, but, close enough. The 3A version, at least here. I have Holy Family winning this one 21-20. Look, if it comes down to one last drive, I trust Rylan Cooney and this Holy Family offense more than Rez. Rez is going to keep it close, though. And I think it's going to be so close that any 1 or 2 plays in the second half could really swing the entire game in their favor. I could see them winning it. But I'm going to go with the experience in Holy Family. They've been here in the playoffs before, specifically the 3A playoffs before. I like them a little bit more, plain and simple. So there you go. That brings our final four to Green Mountain versus Durango, Thompson Valley versus Holy Family. Let me talk about how I think that's going to go. Green Mountain versus Durango. Green Mountain, luckily, I don't think has to go to Durango. Durango has to come to Green Mountain. I like Green Mountain in this one. I think it'll be close for sure. I think both defenses / offenses will clash and battle. But I like the front seven for Green Mountain, assuming they are healthy. Let me knock on wood real quick. Assuming that their line is healthy, I think they're going to bulldoze through a lot of teams here. That's a really tough line to beat. On top of that, their defense is going to be real good. They're going to give Durango a couple different looks there, and that could spell some trouble unless we see more stand up and, step up for Durango. With that being said, I have Green Mountain going to state here, winning 24-17. They're going to have to fight for it. This will not be an easy matchup here, but they would have already been tested by X and Bronco Hartson from Roosevelt before. I think that would be a great matchup leading up to that Durango one. If they could beat Roosevelt, they could beat Durango. So there you go. If they can't beat Roosevelt, then obviously it's a lot more different. So there you go there. But I have Green Mountain at state or in state here. Then on the other side of the bracket, we have number 3 Thompson Valley, probably going to number 2 Holy Family. I have Holy Family losing this one to Thompson Valley, 35-28. Look, I like this defense much more for Thompson Valley than I like Holy Family's defense. I think quarterback-wise, both of them do a great job. It's going to be a good playoff game. There's a lot of weapons on offense for both teams. But at the end of the day, defenses win championships, and I think Thompson Valley's defense is good enough to go to state here. If it comes down to them needing a stop, I think they could get them that stop. That's not something I've said a lot. I've always said, if there's a quarterback there, and he has 2 minutes left, they could win the game. But I truly believe this Thompson Valley front seven is tough. Also, Marco LaPierre back there at safety. That's a tough safety to deal with, especially if you're trying to pass it. I really like Thompson Valley's chances here. So I have them facing off with Green Mountain at State. And at State, this could really go either way. I mean, all of these games in 3A, I legitimately feel like after round one could pretty much go either way. And I wouldn't be surprised. I definitely encourage it because, views, content, narrative, right? But I feel like in my gut, this will be the state matchup or some sort of version of the state matchup. One of these teams should be here. So there you go. And in the state championship, which I will be at personally, Gino will be at as well, by the way, I have Green Mountain beating Thompson Valley 21-14. In this game, I think they're going to keep it simple. Let's pound the rock. Let's play good defense. That's it. I think they're going to have, their hands full playing for Riley Suarez and this crew. They definitely will have their hands full with that. But I think if any defense can beat Thompson Valley, and if there's any defense in 3A that could win state, it is this Green Mountain defense. Plain and simple. I like what they have going on there. They're the best defense here. This is a defense that shut down Golden, a 4A playoff team, by the way, who's in the second round of the playoffs in 4A. So I really like Green Mountain. I mean, I think there is a scenario where Thompson Valley, they go up early, right? They go up by 7 or 14, and Green Mountain has to fight their way out. I think in that scenario, Thompson Valley is automatically favored there, but I also wouldn't be surprised if Green Mountain gets 2 or 3 stops in a row and then are able to march down 2 times and win it in a simple fashion and win something like 21-14, right? I think that's extremely possible for Green Mountain. This is also low-key a team that could pass it a little bit as well, so, be on the lookout for that. But either way, 3A is the best classification for Colorado high school football. This is the classification that makes you feel so romantic about football. How can you not fall in love with football when you watch 3A Colorado football? Love it. Gotta love it. And really looking forward to this. This is going to be an insane 2023 playoffs. And it will be a bloodbath as well. I fully expect a lot of these matchups to not be right. I just do. I just do. I know there's going to be a team out there that's going to be like, oh, you didn't pick us. And that's fine. We didn't. But that doesn't mean we're rooting against you, especially in 3A. Love all these teams. Love how they're built. I think this will be a really good year. And, we'll just have to see what happens.
Obviously, you want a trainer who can make you stronger and faster with the work you put in. But what about a trainer who can help you rehab and recover like the pros? Look no further than Junkyard Training, that not only offers specific strength and speed training, but also offers a plethora of recovery and rehab techniques like cryo, cupping, recovery boots, and so much more. Learn more today by visiting junkyardtraining.net or call 303-521-7594. Once again, visit junkyardtraining.net or call 303-521-7594 and get started today.
What's good, y'all? Coach V here, and I got your 4A recap for the first round of the 2023 4A Colorado High School Football Playoffs. Let's go ahead and hop into it, starting with the Thursday night game. There was only one on Thursday, November 2nd here, and that was when Thomas Jefferson took down Stanley Lake in a close one, but this was kind of expected, 22-14, as they will move on to the next round, where they will face Dakota Ridge, who had the bye. So there you go there. Moving on to the Friday night games, where the majority of the games from the week were. But Fruita Monument would go ahead and play Falcon at Fruita, and they would take care of business. Fruita Monument, that is, blowing them out 50-12. The team ran for a combined 362 rushing yards and 6 touchdowns. Andreas Palafox, the senior for Fruita Monument, led the team with 135 rushing yards and a touchdown. Amari Wilson went 5 of 10 for 100 passing yards and 1 touchdown. Also had 62 rushing yards and 3 more rushing touchdowns to add on to that, as Fruit and Monument will move on to the next round and play Broomfield, a league opponent they played earlier this year. They'll meet up again in the next round of the playoffs this week. Pueblo West, they win a pretty big shootout here over Longmont, but that's usually how Longmont playoff games go here. Pueblo West, though, wins 55-42. Gavin Lockett with a Playmaker of the Week type of performance, 8 of 11 for 118 passing yards, 2 passing touchdowns. Also had 166 rushing yards and 3 rushing touchdowns to go with that, along with 5 tackles. For Longmont, they put up a fight without Cole Gaddis, though. Colby Holmes, 17 of 28, 246 passing yards, 4 touchdowns. Also 85 rushing yards and 2 more rushing touchdowns, but that was not enough to beat Pueblo West in Pueblo. Pueblo West will move on to the next round where they have to play Montrose away, so that's going to be a tough one for sure. And that is also a team that they played in league previously. Moving on here, Denver South goes down to Vista Ridge, and they survive and win to move on here. They win 27-26. Really good football by Denver South, as they were just able to run the ball here, barely even threw it. But Chevelle early had 182 rushing yards and a touchdown. Orlando Guevara adding on another 134 yards and 2 more rushing touchdowns. A failed 2-point conversion by Vista Ridge, it looks like in the third, would basically seal this one, as the score would not change and the defenses from, both teams really stood tall there. So there you go. Denver South takes down Vista Ridge and will move on to play Palmer Ridge in the next round of the playoffs. Then the last Friday night game, we have Golden playing Monarch, and Golden blows out Monarch 48-7. Luke Chevalier, 169 rushing yards and a touchdown on only 10 carries, but the defense from Golden really stood tall here and did a good job. 3 interceptions from this defense, so you gotta love that. Golden will move on to the next round and play Heritage. Okay, now let's go to the Saturday games from November 4th here. Loveland versus Bear Creek. Loveland wins this one pretty easily, 41-21, at least on paper. But at halftime, this game was tied at 14-14. But Trey Olson would score 2 touchdowns that would basically give them room, and they would pull away from there. Like I said, Loveland beats Bear Creek 41-21, and they will advance to go ahead and play Mesa Ridge in the Springs here later this week in the second round of the playoffs. Moving on here, Rampart, they go to Grand Junction Central and they blow out Rampart, they don't go to Grand Junction Central. They host Grand Junction Central and they blow them out 48-6. So they still beat them. Camden Bruns here, 15 tackles as they take care of business. Rampart will now go to Erie and go play them. Moving on from that, though, the last game of this week, we have Windsor playing Centaurus, and Windsor, they just absolutely shut down Centaurus, and they win 48-0. Sam Cooper for them had 213 rushing yards and 3 touchdowns. A great performance by him. Windsor will be going on to play Ponderosa at Echo Park later on in the week. Okay, let's go ahead and get to these playoff predictions for 4A here in the second round. I'm going to say everyone else's predictions first and the reason why, and then I'll say mine at the end for each matchup. But let's go ahead and get to 17. Number 17, Denver South going to number 1, Palmer Ridge. Cody is going with Palmer Ridge here. He said the most unstoppable team in 4A does not get stopped here. Gideon says, Palmer Ridge, I love what Denver South has done this season, but Palmer Ridge's first real challenge starts next round. Gino will also go with Palmer Ridge. He says, Palmer Ridge is primed for a championship run, and I'm not quite convinced Denver South is the team to stop them from that. I got Palmer Ridge winning 38-7. And then I am also going with Palmer Ridge. Look, they've had a week to get healthy. I know they have been a little bit banged up and whatnot. That was a key week for them. Now going into this game, they're at home in Monument. You already know that's going to be packed. And they're just a better team. You know, Denver South, they got some pieces here. But right now, Palmer Ridge is probably the most complete team in 4A. So there you go there. Now, let's go to number 9, Golden, at number 8, Heritage. Cody is going to go with Golden. He says the pass defense has been solid against passing teams. When they established the run, they played great. And Heritage has both struggled against the run and beating tougher teams. So I'm going to give the edge to Golden in this tight matchup. Gideon is also going Golden. He said absolutely blasted Mohai, and I think they may come in and get some licks in against Heritage. I still think that Heritage wins, so sorry, he's going with Heritage. But Golden has a chance. Heritage by 1. Gino says this, I feel like this will be a close one either way. Golden has beaten a lot of good teams this year, but I like Heritage's chances more in a close game, especially with them being at home. I got the Eagles winning 27-23, so all of us going Heritage, except for Cody. Crazy, he's the Arapaho alum here, going with Golden, so there you go. There. Moving on to number 14, Fruita Monument going to Broomfield, a rematch from a league game here earlier on in this year. Cody's going to go with Broomfield. He said the Eagles still have players from last year's championship that I think will be critical in bringing in a playoff win. Gideon says Fruita Monument. I know that the Wildcats, he's going with Fruita Monument, that is. And he says, I know that the Wildcats and Eagles faced in league and Broomfield won by 2 scores, but Fruita is not a team to take lightly. I think Broomfield may underestimate the Wildcats and go down early, but I have Fruita by 3. Gino says Fruita is an exciting team, but Broomfield has already beaten them in their house and have been on fire in the second half. So I got Broomfield winning 34-24. This was a tough one for me. I definitely acknowledge that Fruita Monument could go in here and punch Broomfield right in the face and go up by 2 scores. And that's a tough one to swallow if you're Broomfield, because as far as offense goes, I feel like they've been up and down. I want to say Darian Jackson is probably the guy at quarterback moving forward, but I don't hate C.T. Worley there either. The problem is that Broomfield has not really committed to either, it feels, so far this season. They've played both, so we'll see what the moment calls for in this game, but that indecision could cost Broomfield the win. For now, I'm going to give it to Broomfield. I think they have a good offensive line that could control this Fruita Monument defensive line, and so whoever's back there should have some time here and should do an alright job. This will be a close one. Wouldn't be surprised if Fruita upsets Broomfield, but for now, I'm going with the safe pick, and I'm going with Broomfield here. Now, we have number 12, Loveland, going to the Springs to play number 5, Mesa Ridge. Cody is going with Mesa Ridge. I don't think this will be a cakewalk for the Grizzlies, who find ways to play down, but I think that they will be able to win in a potential shootout with the Loveland defense not being where it once was. Gideon says Mesa Ridge by a long shot. Loveland almost lost to Bear Creek. Yes, they pulled away, but it was tied at half. Mesa Ridge hasn't done that with a team on Bear Creek's level. Trey Olsen has done an amazing job, but this is Mesa Ridge all the way here. Gino says Loveland is a high-scoring offense that I think will give the Grizzlies some problems. So I got Loveland with the win here in a shootout, 34-31. I definitely see Loveland maybe not winning in a shootout, but winning in a slower-paced game, potentially. But I think Mesa Ridge at home, they got all these weapons. Unless they just have a bunch of turnovers, I really feel like Mesa Ridge should win this one. It's going to be close, though. Loveland's going to play them close down to the last down and quarter and drive. But we'll see. We'll definitely see. Moving on, we have number 15, Rampart, making the trip up to Erie, playing number 2, Erie. Cody's going with Erie. The point of emphasis for the Tigers is to get out of this game healthy. Gideon says Erie is dominant and Rampart is a solid playoff team. I'll probably be at this one next week, but the Rams are hoping to channel some of the glory years of 94-98, even with this being the 25th anniversary of Rampart's last title. I see Blake Barnett's Tigers being far too much for Masu Ramaka and Hayden Benoit's Rams to handle. Gino says Erie's going to go a long way again. I don't think Rampart will be the team to keep Erie from moving on, so I got Erie winning this one 35-13. And yeah, I'm going Erie. I think this should be a relatively easy win. Rampart might give them some trouble early on, especially if they're rusty, but I trust Erie to find a way to get it done. Then we have number 10, Thomas Jefferson, playing at Dakota Ridge, number 7. Cody is going with Thomas Jefferson. He says this is the best defense that Ridge will face this season, and I anticipate that will be a bit much along with experience that favors the Spartans. Gideon says, I'm going to take a flyer on Thomas Jefferson. The Spartans have the momentum and the experience against tough teams, plus TJ's defense fared much better against Bear Creek than Dakota Ridge's. I'll take Dimitri Haralambopoulos' squad by 7 in Littleton. Gino said this was a tough one to decide on. Dakota Rich has really come on in the second half and will be hard to beat, no doubt. But to be honest, I think the amount of seniors on TJ and the experience they provide will ultimately lead them to persevere here. I got TJ winning 26-20. That leaves me, and I'm going to go against the grain here and go ahead and pick Dakota Ridge to beat Thomas Jefferson here. Look, call me biased. I respect the TJ defense. This will be a great matchup here, and it should be a close one. But if there is time on the clock, and Blake Palladino has the ball, along with Landon Kausbeck, Stephen Price, all those cats over there, I trust Dakota Ridge to find a way to win that game. Blake Palladino has won close games before. This team has won plenty of close games before. And I also like that Dakota Ridge has had some time to prepare for this game. Lucky enough, the team that Thomas Jefferson played, Stanley Lake, is built pretty similarly without the tough defense there. So I feel like this Dakota Ridge defense should be ready, relatively ready, and I like Dakota Ridge finding a way to get it done. It won't be pretty, but I think they'll find a way here. We'll see, though. Moving on, we have number 14 Pueblo West playing at number 3 Montrose. Cody's going with Montrose. This team just is more physical and less mistake-prone than the Cyclones. Gideon will also go with Montrose. He says Montrose beat the Cyclones by 40 in the regular season. I'll go with the Red Hawks. Gino says that shootout against Longmont worries me a lot, and traveling to Montrose is always a nightmare for opposing teams. So I got Montrose moving on with a 40-14 win. Yeah, I got to go with Montrose. If this was in Pueblo, maybe it'd be a little bit different, but we saw how many points they allowed to a Longmont team that didn't even have Cole Gaddis. And so I'm definitely a bit worried about them going against a well-oiled running machine in Montrose, who also plays tough defense. So gotta go with Montrose here over Pueblo West. And then the last game that I'm going to do predictions for, we have number 11 Windsor at number 6 Ponderosa. Cody is going with Ponderosa. This team seems to struggle a lot more on the road, and I think that a bye week probably benefits the Mustangs more than any other team in 4A, and that will be reflected with a tough win over Windsor at home. Gideon says Windsor has one of the top defenses in the state, but so does Ponderosa. However, Pondo can't throw with Mikey Munn in the backfield. I feel much better about Pondo here, but I think the Mustangs will only win 14-17 with how elite both of these defenses are. Gino says this Windsor's secondary is amazing, but I think Ponderosa has overcome a lot this year between the injuries and tough schedule. Plus, I think they just have a better overall team. I got Ponderosa winning 23-15. Yeah, I'm also going with Ponderosa. I think this definitely has the chance to be an upset. This one feels like it could definitely be an upset here, along with that TJ Dakota Ridge game and that Loveland Mesa Ridge game, and probably Fruta Broomfield as well. But I just gotta go with Ponderosa, like Cody said, like everyone else said, they really needed this bye. They've been struggling with injuries, especially at that quarterback position here. I like them with Marcus Price going up against Windsor and beating them. It's not going to be easy. Windsor, they've been doing this, and they're a good team, but I trust Pondo to find a way to get it done right here and win. So there you go there. Those are your Round 2 2023 Colorado High School Football 4A predictions.
Cody Stoffer of Playmakers Corner here, and I'm not here to sell you something again quite yet. I'm actually here to fill you in on a game that I attended over the weekend here in Round 1, and that was the Fountain Fort Carson Trojans, who drove way up north through horrible traffic. They had it even worse going up by 25, as did Coach V, versus, I got through it, I would say, but still didn't have a ton of fun driving up to this game. Had more fun at the game, and that's Fountain Fort Carson and Fairview here. Fairview playing at their home stadium up in Boulder, Colorado. Fountain Fort Carson traveling up from Fountain, Colorado. So let's go ahead and talk about this game between the 18 seed and the 15 seed here. And it got started off pretty solid for the Fairview Knights here. They had a completion to Jace Hines for a nice little pickup here. But the Trojans defense studied their film here because there is a screen for a loss here and then a huge sack by Trevor Coleman, forcing this explosive Fairview Knights offense to a very rare 3-and-out to start the game. However, this punt ends up being a literal nightmare, going about 13 yards, and Fountain Fort Carson, starting inside of the 40-yard line, is able to just feed Matthias Price 4 times until he eventually carries defenders in for a score, setting up the Trojans 7-0 with 7 minutes and 53 seconds left in the first quarter. Now, Fairview jumps back here, and they come on with 2 handoffs to number 7, who sets up a 3rd and 1. They call a play-action deep shot over the middle that's incomplete, but on 4th and short in their own territory, the Knights line up and call a fullback dive to number 40, Brock Kolstead, who tumbles ahead for a first down. They follow that up with a play-action quick bubble 20 to 21, who picks up 5 yards, and then a screen right to number 1, who picks up the first down. After a pass left is dropped, they throw a quick pass left to 4, who picks up 4 before being brought down by number 10, Anthony Johnson Griffin. The pass left for 5 is heavily contested by number 4 of this Trojan defense, who is listed as Jackie Jordan here, with very solid coverage, and forces this pass. Even though it is caught, it is not caught in bounds. And then on 4th down, the Knights line up again and they try and convert for the first, but number 27, Justin Jordan, gets a hand on the ball and forces a turnover on downs. Now, with 3 minutes and 51 seconds left in the first quarter, there's a keeper middle that picks up 6 before a handoff right is swallowed up by number 3 of this Fairview Knights team, Walker Hungate here. And there's good movement up front as well from number 72 on the Knights. Now on 3rd and 4, they call a handoff left to Price, who sheds a couple of tacklers coming in too high and breaks down the left side, the sideline all the way down to the Knights' 15-yard line. On the very next play, the Trojans call a handoff to number 32, Terrence Morris here, who picks up just a few yards here, moving the chains after cutting back inside and getting to the 3-yard line. The next handoff is swallowed up by 9 and 81 and 52. That is listed as Ryder Villarreal. Apologies, Ryder there. TK Cunningham, as well as Enzo Polte here for a loss. Now, another direct snap is called that stalls out and gains about 2 yards before the pile starts moving the other way. And on 3rd and 2, they call jet sweep left motion with 7 in motion, but Matthias Price keeps, and the first tackler isn't enough as Matthias punches in for another score on another drive, putting the Trojans up 14-0 with just 39.7 seconds left in the first quarter. Fairview, they come back with an incompletion to start their next drive before a run right picks up 6 that ends the first quarter. They then call a toss left to 1, Jordan Rochelle, that picks up a first down. And then on the following play, there's a nice cut, but the run is quickly filled by number 34 here, Cade Smith, who played violently and awesome in this game. Now, they call a toss right to Ben Hawley that does narrowly move the chains, but they're still in their own territory and call a timeout here with 10 minutes in the first half. They call a running back screen that picks up 6 yards, and then after a run sets up 3rd and 1. They call it a toss left, but this is seen by Fountain Fort Carson and stopped just short. On 4th and inches, they call a handoff to Kolstead that barely picks up the first down. I write yawn here because this wing tee offense by Fairview is not why we came up, and I think it sucks and is super predictable on what they're going to be doing. Anyways, on the next play, quarterback tries dancing around to evade 44, who's bringing in great pressure here. That is Tristan Petruna, according to this roster here, but is forced into throwing an intentional grounding here. And after 3rd and eternity, they throw it over the middle to number 5, but it's not even back at the line of scrimmage, and they're forced to punt again. Fountain Fort Carson here, they call a couple of handoffs here, and one of them gets inside of the Knights' 30-yard line. Matthias Price continuing to put together just such a signature performance in this opening round of the playoffs here. And after another handoff left, picks up a first down, but gets violently shoved down. I think, hey, maybe the Knights are getting a backbone here, and they eventually set up 3rd and 4. But on this play action right on 3rd and 4, Caleb Creets keeps and picks up a first down getting to the 3-yard line, and it's only a matter of time as on 2nd and 3, there's a handoff to Price up the gut, who barrels in for the score. And with under 2 minutes to go in the half, Fountain Fort Carson is up 21-0, and Coach V does mention that's a hat trick, talking about Matthias Price's third score, and it's only the first half. Now, Fairview, they're trying to show something here before the half, get some points on the board, and they come out moving the ball pretty well. They have a slant left at 21 that picks up some before a screen right is absolutely hammered by number 10. They then call a wishbone play that is hammered in the backfield by number 34, but then a screen left narrowly picks up a couple of yards here. But it is 3rd and 15 now, and it is do or die, and they call a pass over the middle to Jordan Rochelle, who picks up a first down and gets the Knights on the other side of midfield, where they take a timeout with 11.9 seconds left, and then they hand off to eventually end the half. Fountain Fort Carson up 21-0 at half, and receiving the kick. Fairview, they come out aggressive. They try and call an onside kick, but unfortunately Fountain Fort Carson recovers to start the second half. They call a swing pass left that does lose some yards before calling a keeper for Price for 5 yards. Then a run left is stretched out really far, but two penalties on the Trojans sets up 3rd and eternity, and they will eventually settle for a punt. After a very nice punt return by number 2, Cole Mathis, smacks them on the 30-yard line going in, there's a pass over the middle that is dropped, and then a handoff that is snuffed out by number 10. And just like that, this punt return that felt like it had so much momentum is starting to look like it might just fizzle out. So here on 3rd and 10, Beckham Kritza, the quarterback, drops back and then passes left to 21, who does pick up the first down, keeping this drive alive here. Number 21 being sophomore Torrey Davis, by the way. And get used to that name here, because there's another pass over the middle to Torrey Davis, who picks up another first down. Now, from the 6-yard line, Fairview rolls right, and Beckham Kritza lets one loose, zips it into a tight window to number 1, Jordan Rochelle, for the score. And the Knights get on the board, down 7-21 with 7.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Now, Fountain Fort Carson on their own 42. They call lots of motion and misdirection, but in the end, it is Price up the middle for 5. And then after a false start and a stuffed run, it is starting to look like another drive might stall out here before the Trojans hand off to Price Wright, who steps out of a potential tackler and then accelerates down the right sideline, just staving off the last chance at a tackle, and scores, putting the Trojans up 28-7 with 5 minutes and 46 seconds and giving the Trojans some momentum again. Now, after a great tackle by 24 of this Fountain Fort Carson squad, Devin Bradford on special teams sets the Knights up on their 12-yard line to start the drive, and immediately they come out with 2 incompletions with a very emphasized pass deflection by Justin Jordan. On 3rd and 10, there's a very great timing route, a slant right thrown between 2 defenders, and Rochelle, catching the ball, actually spins out of both the defenders and gets up to the 39-yard line. On the very next play, Kritza goes deep over the middle and finds senior receiver number 5, Ben Hawley, for a big gain. This was a 41-yard pass that gets them into Fountain Fort Carson territory. And on the very next play, the Knights hurry up and find number 21, the sophomore Torrey Davis, on a TD for the TD on a pass in the end zone. And it is now 14-28 with 4 minutes and 45 seconds left in the third here. Fountain Fort Carson now only ahead by 2 scores once again here. Hand off right for 4 before the next play is swamped for only 1. The next handoff does pick up a first, and then they come out and they roll out right, and Caleb Kreitz runs, pumps, and sends a defender flying and runs underneath him and up the sideline for a first down. And the Knights commit an unsportsmanlike penalty, putting the Trojans on the 35-yard line going in. Now, after a handoff left is met inside by Kolstad and held to only 3, Fairview meets the ball carrier once again for only a gain of 1. And after a handoff right only picks up a few here, the Trojans are looking at 4th and 3 to start the fourth quarter here. They come out and they run the ball, but number 9, Ryder Villarreal, makes the stop here, forcing a massive turnover on downs, giving Fairview some momentum here to start the fourth quarter. Now, Fairview, from their own 25-yard line, looking to replicate that previous drive here. They dial up a deep pass over the middle that is intercepted by the junior athlete for Fountain Fort Carson, and it is Alexander Rivera taking it 49 yards inside of the red zone here. And on the very next play, they call a Matthias Price keeper, and a defender bounces off of him as he scores his 5th touchdown of the night to put Fountain Fort Carson up 35-14 to start the fourth. Just a back-breaking interception here to start the fourth. And Fairview, they come out and they're trying to just, get something going here. They got to score kind of quick to make this game have a chance. And so they pass over the middle to number 5, who picks up a few yards. Then Beckham Kritza runs and slides left out of the pocket, directing his receiver 5, Ben Hawley, again, who catches for 6. And then after that, there's a swing dump off right that sets up 3rd and 3, where they hand off to Jordan Rochelle, who breaks a few tackles and gets inside the 40-yard line. Another pass to Hawley moves the chains, and Fairview's on the 25 now going in. And they do a double pass here, going from 4 to 15, never mind. This is a pass from 4 to another 15-yard line here. And then there's a pass intended for 1, but it is tipped by 6 of Fountain Fort Carson and just knocked off course. That is Miles McClarity on the coverage, the senior. On the very next play here, they come out and there's a quick itch to 4, who bobs and weaves and gets inside the 5-yard line for a first down. And then on this play, it's worth noting that Anthony Johnson Griffin rushed the quarterback and then doubled back for the tackle here to prevent the score. Now, they come out in the wing tee on 1st and goal, and they call a toss that is stuffed for none. Then they call another toss that gets to the 1-yard line. They then call a wing tee QB sneak that's flagged for illegal motion. There's a small motion, and they roll left, and the pass is tipped by number 11, Tremaine Shaw, to break it up and force 4th and goal on the 6-yard line, where Fairview comes out in the wing tee, and they call a play-action screen that is crushed by Anthony Johnson Griffin to force a turnover on downs with 7 minutes and 40 seconds left. And it's worth noting that it really feels like the Fairview coaching staff just sold here by calling wing tee on 3 out of the 4 plays here in the red zone that were super predictable for the Trojans' defense. And something else that seems like it might have been predictable is the 87-yard touchdown run by Matthias Price with 6 minutes and 37 seconds left in the game. That really was just the final nail in the coffin here, and the one that puts them up 42-14, where we would shortly depart after that, after another Fairview drive does get into positive territory, but stalls out. Big takeaways from this game: was not a fan of the Fairview play calling. Coach V and I were talking about this throughout the game. It was very obvious when they were going to pass, and it was very obvious when they were going to run, and they did not run effectively. They only averaged 1.5 yards per carry here. Their leading rusher, Jordan Rochelle, had 40 yards, with 25 of those coming all on one run, so was not very effective running the football here tonight. Caden Tarves had 7 carries as well, but only for 26 yards. And then passing the football, did not attack the middle of the field nearly enough to open up the deep ball game. Beckham Kritza here still throws the ball 41 times, but only completes 25 of those for 296 yards, 2 touchdowns, and then that really back-breaking pick, obviously, just not at the right time. But, there were still some studs on the Fairview side here. Jordan Rochelle, 6 receptions, 110 yards. The score, Torrey Davis shrugging off a drop, showing a short memory, and bouncing back for 64 yards and a score of his own. And then Ben Hawley leading all receivers in receptions with 7 for 92 yards. Defensively, I also just want to say that this Knights team did not physically look up to the match. I think that this schedule that they had set up really set them up for failure at this point in the season, looking back, that they weren't challenged physically enough in their road to a 9-1 record, and that came back to hurt them. But there were still some standouts here. Ryder Villarreal, obviously, he had that turnover on downs tackle, and that was just one of his 16 and 2 for loss on the night. And then Brock Kolstad here, the junior backer, 10 total tackles, but it really felt like he was in on basically every single tackle. He was flying all over the field, and one of the few Knights who I feel could actually make a one-on-one tackle, as most of the time the first defender just bounced off of the FFC runners. But let's go ahead and give the roses here to the upset winners here, the Fountain Fort Carson Trojans. Once again, in a pattern that Coach V pointed out, we keep choosing against these guys when they go against great quarterbacks, and they show that they're the real deal consistently. This defensive back coach and the defensive coordinator for Fountain Fort Carson are amongst some of the best coaches in the entire state at what they do, honestly. And I think that they did a phenomenal job holding this otherwise very explosive Fairview Knights offense to their lowest point total this season, letting them only score 14 points and not a lot of yards per play here. And on that defense, there were some guys that definitely stuck out to me. I think Anthony Johnson Griffin was somebody whose athleticism, speed, and aggressiveness played out very, very well. Obviously, senior Miles McClarity being able to play both zone and man coverage is super important to this team that, was able to press on the outside here and just call a variety of coverages that made it really, really tough on this Knights squad. In addition to that, Cade Smith, he was an absolute monster. I feel like he was consistently making tackles for loss. I feel like he was consistently terrorizing Beckham as far as forcing pressure. I also think that, they had a couple of other pass rushers getting in and putting in work there. So, shout out to like the Coleman brothers, the Coleman twins, I want to say, according to Simon at least. So that's going to be Terrence Coleman as well as another Coleman here that I just can't seem to find on the roster. But overall, fantastic performance from this defense. Cannot stress this enough. And then shout out to this line as well, headlined at least in name by the tackle Lincoln Fapuli. I'm so sorry if I'm butchering that, Lincoln. The 6'6", 340-pound tackle did a great job opening lanes all night. Matthew Jennings was there putting in work as well. He also had just a nice rotation. Preston Johnson was putting in work as well, just opening up a ton of lanes and just dominating up front against this Fairview front. And they did that, but Matthias Price's ability to never be taken down by the first guy, I mean, this is a game of the week winning level performance here. 26 carries, 305 yards, and 6 touchdowns. He almost outgained the entire Fairview team just with his rushing efforts, an average of 11.7 yards per carry. Obviously, that 87-yard touchdown was the final nail in the coffin. And it says 100 plus in the column. It says 1, but 300 yards kind of feels like 300-yard games all rolled into one. And this was just a great win by Fountain Fort Carson, who continues to prove us wrong when we choose against them. They will have a very tough second-round opponent, but I think that they showed everyone, at least on that Friday night, that tough is a great way to describe Trojan football. But that is going to be all for the game that I attended. But, I am going to talk about other 5A games in this 5A Round 1 recap. Obviously, Fountain Fort Carson beats Fairview on the road, 42-14. For full details on that game, just go ahead and listen to the last segment. Don't skip over what I got to say. I got some interesting insight, and I'm great at calling games. But anyways, in this same quadrant here, and I should say, Fountain Fort Carson wins, and now they will face Littleton West on Friday at 7:30 at Jeffco Stadium. Now, more on those predictions later, but let's go ahead and talk about Legend versus Brighton here. Legend getting a big win, 51-14 here. Brighton getting those 14 points in the second and third quarter, but by that time, it kind of was already too late as Legend jumped out to a huge 16-0 lead and then scored 28 points in the second quarter that all but did it here. They had some standouts in this game. I'm talking the fact that Jaden Lawrence had 3 rushing touchdowns. He had himself a hat trick on just 12 carries. They were able to get a handful of guys in there. Jeff Baca with 3 carries himself. And then Nick Fairley and Mikey Marcinich both doing passes. But Fairly doing a decent amount of damage, going 6 of 7 for 107 yards and 2 scores, finding Brian Doyle and Noah Archuleta on those 2 receiving touchdowns. But really, the defense here was going absolutely ballistic. 7 tackles for loss, a sack, and then a couple of turnovers here that led to a lot of points. They had Jeff Baca, who had a kickoff return for a touchdown as well. And, that was an 87-yard return. Peyton Auckland was consistently setting up the Titans with solid field position, as on top of not only returning punts, but his fumble recovery and interception as well. And then Carson Flowers had another interception. Overall, top to bottom, this Legend team just dominated from start to finish. Congratulations to Brighton on making the playoffs in 5A this year, but Legend winning this game will go on to face Valor Christian this Friday at 7 p.m. Now, jumping down to a different quadrant is one game that I was wrong on personally, and in a big way. Chatfield leaving no doubt that their win, whether it was with legible or ineligible or however Chassa wants to chalk it up, I thought it was a legit win the first time around, and it was proven even more so as Chatfield beats Cherokee Trail at home 42-7 here in this game. It's kind of the usual suspects for Chatfield making noise here. Jake Jones, 12 of 18, 116 yards, 3 passing touchdowns to just a pick, and then also finding 2 more scores on the ground, 7 carries for 52 yards. Landon Mueller getting a lot of carries this game, 19 of them to be exact, for 106 yards and a touchdown here. And then doing the damage through the air, Charles Yannick gets a receiving touchdown, as well as Brock Narva, who looks like he might be working his way back in here. If he's healthy, that changes a lot of things for this Chargers offense, special teams, and defense, and just how they operate. But Drew Rollman had the other receiving touchdown on 5 receptions for 49 yards. Up front, I like that they have pancake blocks in here, as it looks like Harp Strife with 9 of them led the pack, and then Jesse Wolf and Luke Peters both had 4 apiece. Defensively, guys making a ton of tackles. Avery DeWeese had 2 tackles for loss and was tied for second on the team with Caleb Espinosa with 7 tackles. And then Reed Narva racked up 9 of his own. Now, as far as pass deflections go, there were a handful here, but it was Balderston and Logan Kundred who both had interceptions. And then Aiden Nisheim here both blocks a punt and recovers a fumble. It's just an all-you-could-score buffet here for the Chargers. Now, on the other side here for Cherokee Trail, it looks like Tyson Smith was able to find Brett McCullough for that 1 receiving touchdown, and he had 51 yards on the night, which was the most yards. And then Peyton Summers here, the junior, had 6 receptions for 50 yards, but a shaky night from Tyson Smith, throwing those 2 picks, going 16 of 32. And overall, this Cougar offense just fails to move the ball very effectively against this Charger defense. In the same quadrant here, Grandview narrowly gets by Douglas County 28-21 here in this game. The Wolves were up 28-0 at half before Douglas County scores 14 points in the third quarter to make it interesting, and 1 more in the final frame before Grandview is able to put this game away. It looks like here in the fourth quarter, Douglas County does get that touchdown with about 4 minutes to go, but that is not enough time to complete the comeback for the Huskies, despite a great performance from senior Davis Lish, going 13 of 23, 141 yards and a touchdown, but not much else happening through the ground here. And I feel like some stats are potentially missing, but some of the guys who were doing it was specifically Jordan Wilhelm here for the Huskies. 7 receptions for 87 yards and a long of 48 here. Now, defensively, they did have some guys flying around the field like Liam Rogestald and, just a couple of guys like Ben Jennings as well, Caden Absher with whopping 17 tackles. But really, the 4 sacks was pretty major for this defense for, trying to stall out this Grandview team in the second half. And Ramaj Horton even got an interception, as well as Caden Absher's fumble recovery for Douglas County. Now, on the winning side of things, they took pass rush to a whole nother level for this game. Grandview with 6 sacks from Marcus Stevens, Jericho Andrews, Marcus Nesbitt, Alex Croncy, Ralpho, who's a freshman, and Nkongolo Wakalunji, obviously. And then doing the majority of the damage per usual, Liam Zarka, 18 of 29, 342 yards, 2 passing touchdowns, as well as a rushing touchdown. And then junior Donovan Vernon also found Pater once again, trying to get him back into that rhythm that he was establishing last season late. On the other side of the bracket, we had a really close one here, a potential upset watch. Rock Canyon scrapes by Arvada West 20-14 here, just winning by 1 score. And some of the guys that helped them accomplish that feat was obviously this rushing attack. Junior Tyler Meyer here, 28 carries, 121 yards, and a score. And then Gavin Nira, the senior here, was getting it done through the air, going 11 of 15 for 137 yards and 2 scores, fighting both Reed Finch and Sam Cuthbert on those touchdown passes. Defensively, Austin Bowker led this unit with 11 tackles. Chaz Barnett had a huge sack, losing 10 yards for that opposing team. And then defensively, Abe Chitwood and Austin Bowker both had interceptions, while Will Rosenmeyer, the defensive back, picked up a fumble recovery that was forced by Chaz Barnett. So, pretty solid all-around game for the Jaguars, whose season will continue next week against Rowson Valley. By the way, Grandview will be playing Regis Jesuit. But Arvada West, whose season falls just short here, still put in a great effort, especially for such a young team. Defensively, getting to the quarterback, sacking him 6 times. Sophomore Jaden Nichols had 2 pass deflections in this game. And then sophomores, per usual, were the story here, as Jaden Green and Adrian Samala here both score touchdowns on the ground and combined for 267 yards, just putting in tremendous work here. But Logan Duhacek, maybe just a bit too much here in his first playoff game, 9 of 16, and throws 2 interceptions against a great Rock Canyon secondary that really did force these Wildcats to be one-dimensional through the ground, which was working to a degree for sure, but at some point you got to be able to balance it out, and Rock Canyon did that just a little bit better than the Wildcats. In this same quadrant here, Denver East gets by Mullen here 23-7. Absolute nightmare scenario here for the Mustangs of Mullen, who had to deal with a very angry Sean Campbell running the ball 19 times for 111 yards and a score. And then Landon Holloway getting some trickery in himself, going 1 of 1 for a touchdown and just having a good old time getting this win for the Angels. Defensively, it was much of the same story. Landon Holloway, 18 tackles, 2 for loss. DJ Crow, 12 tackles, 8 of those for loss. I repeat, DJ Crow, 8 tackles for loss in this game. And then Elias Goss being the other guy getting some TFLs as well, as they get to the quarterback 5 times. Mullen here, to their credit in this last game of their season, they kind of had a little bit of a quarterback rotation. It did not look like freshman quarterback and standout Koa Dietrich was ready to go. So they had Blitz McCarty try some. They had Nick Accardi throw one. But Nick Marcoux ended up being the sophomore that they rolled with, going 15 of 26 for 155 yards and a touchdown. But those 2 interceptions from the Angels coming courtesy of Vincent Yarber and Elijah West. In the run game for the Mustangs, Dante Depew did what he could, rushing for 69 yards. But, this East defense has been really tough all year, and they showed it again. And they now get a rematch from the regular season against Pine Creek, but this will be at D20 Stadium on Friday night. In the final quadrant of 5A here, you had Castleview versus Fossil Ridge, a battle of Sabercats here in the first round to see who gets to play Mountain Vista. And in that game, Castleview ends up coming on top here, 35-16. To their credit, Castleview here rode a 19-0 deficit heading into half that was cut to 19-3, but then another 16 points in the fourth quarter helped put this game out of reach. Derek Gordon being as efficient as ever throwing as many touchdowns as he had incompletions, going 21 of 23 for 120 yards and 2 scores on those receiving touchdowns. They're both caught from the junior number 19, Jackson Blanchard here, who goes for 53 total yards on the night. And 9 different receivers catch passes in just a very well-called game that Derek Gordon exploits here. And then on the ground, Ethan Gonzalez, 12 carries for 51 yards and a score, while Camden Tobler gets a score of his own. On the other side of the competition here, you had Jake Toshoff, the junior here, who got both rushing touchdowns for Fossil Ridge. Meanwhile, Colton Pollock led the team with yards at 54. Nick Kubat struggling in his debut against a very tough SaberCats defense. Jordan Ochoa and Jacob McConnell both get to the quarterback, while 2 more SaberCats register some hurries. Meanwhile, you have 8 different SaberCats for Castleview get pass deflections. Meanwhile, Vildabill and Keegan Dionito here both get interceptions. And Daryl Ishman recovers a fumble, as well as Jordan Ochoa, who forced a fumble himself as well, scoring in a variety of ways. Daryl Ishman, he was the one who took that fumble to the house, however. On the other side, for Fossil Ridge, Brennan Roper had a fumble recovery that he rumbled ahead for 39 yards, but it was not enough to score here. So, tough season for Fossil Ridge here. Way to make the playoffs for another year, but just not quite beating Castleview on the road. Castleview gets to play Mountain Vista at 6 p.m. this Friday. And then, in an upset, at least according to seeding and whatnot here, Legacy beats Eagle Crest 28-14, and they were pretty in control for the majority of this game, going up 21-0 heading into the half. But Eagle Crest cuts that deficit back down to just 1 score in the third quarter with 14 points. That was not enough, as Legacy scores 1 more in the fourth to put this game away, and outpossessing Eagle Crest 29-55 to just 18 minutes here, and running 8 more plays, picking up 5 more first downs here. Now, in his playoff debut here, sophomore quarterback Devin Kercheval here plays solid, going 7 of 10 for 55 yards and a score. But it was the junior running back Tyler Anderson, 39 carries for 193 yards and a score. Amari Bursey gets the other rushing touchdown, but Tyler Anderson helping them just control the pace of this game. Amari Bursey also being the player who received that touchdown from Kercheval. Defensively, obviously, this team was firing on all cylinders. 9 tackles for loss, headlined by Amari Bursey. Once again, 14 total tackles, 3 of those being for loss. And then also registering 2 sacks, getting it done everywhere on the field. Also recovering a fumble and taking it to the house, making for a hat trick, scoring 1 in multiple different ways, both rushing, receiving, and defensively here. Just a masterclass from Bursey and Anderson to help lift Legacy over the Raptors here. The Raptors, in their own right, did start to hatching down a little bit more in the second half, but that secondary forced Legacy to run the ball, and they did very, very well against that Eagle Crest front 7 to advance and face Cherry Creek in round 2. And speaking of round 2, it's time to talk predictions for round 2 from us here at the PMC squad. And so we're just going to work our way the other direction. The recap went clockwise. We're going to go counterclockwise, switch it up here, start in that top left quadrant here. Taking place November 10th at 7 p.m., Cherry Creek hosts Legacy at the Stutler Bowl. Let's see what everybody has to say here. We got Coach V choosing Cherry Creek. Quote, the defending champs begin their title defense with a team they blew out 42-14 in the regular season. End quote. On to Gideon, saying it as plainly as you can. Quote, Cherry Creek is Cherry Creek. They won by 30 a couple weeks back. End quote. And Gino, quote, it would take a miracle for Creek to lose here, so I got Creek winning 31-8. End quote. And now me. And I'm not going to be original. I'm not going to do anything crazy here. I'm not going to do anything flashy. I'm going to take Cherry Creek, this fantastic offensive line. I do think that Kercheval does give Legacy kind of a different angle to work out on offense, but I just don't think that 39 carries for 193 yards is going to work against this Bruin front seven. So that's 4 votes for Cherry Creek here in round 2. In other talks here, Castleview versus Mountain Vista, there's a lot more discourse here. This is the 9 and the 8 seed. This is a very serious game. This is a rematch as well. Coach V, Mountain Vista. Quote, this will be a close game, but at this point, Austin Madreski is long overdue his first playoff win. Mountain Vista with a week off should be hungry to get this playoff run started, end quote. Gideon, quote, I feel good about Mountain Vista here, but I feel like Jordan Ochoa may have a career night. Jack Heath is going to have his hands full, but this is an unstoppable force against an immoving object. Without Carter Daniels, I don't know how much I trust MV on defense, but Golden Eagles by 6, end quote. So that's still 2 votes for Mountain Vista here. Gino, quote, I have had the pleasure of seeing both these teams play, and I just don't think Castleview has the firepower to keep up with Mountain Vista's offense. I got the Golden Eagles winning 30-17, end quote, which is very close to that 34-17 result from earlier this season. Now, in my original bracket, I did choose Castleview. In this prediction, I'm going to say I will reluctantly choose Mountain Vista. If any team is going to be too confident with a bye, it is MV, who kind of laid a turd in the season finale. But I'll say they learn from that and they come out firing on all cylinders, overwhelming the offensive capabilities of Castleview. So that's going to be another 4 votes for Mountain Vista here. But it sounds like Gideon and myself are probably the most skeptical about our own picks here, not writing off Castleview, who I do think is very capable of pulling off the upset, as I notated in my bracket. Now, in Quadrant 2, we got Pine Creek and Denver East. First off, Coach V, quote, Pine Creek, they shut them out 23-0 earlier in the year. East should score and be ready to play a closer game, but Pine Creek at home is not going to be easy, end quote. Gideon next said, quote, Pine Creek in the Springs is deadly. Only Legend have been able to top the Eagles, and Denver East lost by 3 scores a few weeks back. The Angels' defense is top-notch, but I take Pine Creek by 14, end quote. Gino said, quote, Denver East has some playmakers for sure. I don't like their chances against Pine Creek, though. With Ramon Pacheco back from injury, I got Pine Creek winning 24-14, end quote. And myself, I got Pine Creek, and while I do want to say out loud, this Angels defense is really tough. I mean, DJ Crow, 8 tackles for loss, right? That's a dog. Landon Holloway, one of the best linebackers in the entire state. But I just think that the Eagles' defense matches up better with the Angels' offense substantially enough for the win, let alone having a balanced offense to score enough. So I think that both Pine Creek's balance on offense as well as their overwhelming secondary and, solid linebacking core, I think that that is just a really tough setup for Denver East. Now, in the Quadrant 2, still we got Rock Canyon and Ralston Valley. Coach V says, quote, Ralston Valley. Rock Canyon pulled out a close one against an inexperienced A West team. That same performance won't be enough against a seasoned Ralston Valley squad. End quote. Gideon goes, quote, I like Rock Canyon. I really do. The Jags are a fun team. However, Ralston is a monster. Logan Madden is a great player. I have the Stanks here by 7, but Chaz Barnett's Jaguars could certainly surprise the state. End quote. Gino put, quote, Rock Canyon's defense is impressive, but I think Ralston Valley's experience will be too much for them, however. I think the Mustangs will win this one 28-13, end quote. And myself, I'm going to take Ralston Valley here. We're not doing anything exciting here. I know that everyone's waiting to hear where the upset is, and I wish that I could tell you, but I don't think it's going to be this one, because I think that, while that balanced approach and that hunger for a deep run is fueling this Rock Canyon team, I just think that out of all the teams that could have had a bye and benefited from it, I think that Ralston Valley benefited arguably the most. And with their line fully rested, they are really, really tough to beat. And so I think that when you get those guys that play both ways, a full week of rest and some weeks without football, I think that this is going to do the Stangs quite a bit of good and help them advance to that next round. Now, continuing this pattern here, we got Regis, Jesuit, and Grandview. This game is going to be played at Regis Friday the 10th at 6:30 p.m. In this game, we got Coach V saying, quote, Regis Jesuit. Underrated game here, but I like the young guns at Regis over Grandview. Although Liam Zark will not go down without a fight in his senior campaign, I trust Regis to take care of business and move on to the next round, end quote. Gideon said, quote, this Regis defense is one of the best in the state, and Grandview has been okay at best. Almost blowing a 20-point lead to Douglas County makes you very susceptible to a Regis-level team. Raiders by 21, end quote. Juno says, and this is the Grandview alumni, mind you, he says, quote, I would love to give Grandview a win here, but Regis has played a lot of playoff teams already and have either won those games or lost by one score. I think that Grandview is inconsistent and Regis is very consistent, so that will ultimately be the decider in this one. I got Regis winning here 21-17, end quote. I have Regis here because I think that the Raiders defense thrives on chaos and they will be able to create just that along with having the time to prepare offensively. I think that they have a good enough run game to slow down that Grandview pass rush that's not going to be able to just fly up the field. I think that the Raiders will be able to abuse that. And so I think that along with a balanced offensive approach and a very chaotic enforcing defense with playmakers on all three levels, that's going to be just too much for a Grandview team that just feels outgunned talent-wise in this matchup. Now, my alma mater facing off against Chatfield Arapahoe and Chatfield. Simon says, quote, Arapahoe, no Brock Narva or Micah Lumpkin for Chatfield makes me all the more confident in this one going ARAP's way. Arapahoe should take care of business, end quote. Gideon says, quote, Arapahoe, one of the best defenses in the region against an offense without its top weapon receiving. I trust Chatfield to score, but ARAP by 14, end quote. Gino said, quote, Chatfield surprised me in the first round against Cherokee Trail. Arapahoe is a whole other beast, though, so I got the Warriors winning 28-13, end quote. And I think that this defense for Arapahoe is going to be the best the Chargers have had to play, and I think that some rest only fuels how fast and violent the Tribe will be on Friday night. And yeah, I just think that physicality-wise, Arapahoe has a bit of an edge here. Now, working our way from Quadrant 4 into Quadrant 3, like I said, working counterclockwise, all kinds of madness here. We got Legend and Valor Christian, the 10 seed and the 7 seed. This game will be played at Valor Christian High School on the 10th at 7 p.m. Coach V says, quote, Valor Christian, the coaching will be the difference in this game, even though I believe Legend is much more talented than Valor. Legend has been up and down while Valor has slowly improved throughout the season. This can easily go Legend's way, but for now, I'm going with the safe bet, end quote. So that's Coach V with Valor. So far, we've all chosen the higher seeds, but I think we're going to switch it up here with Gideon, who says, quote, I'm going to go with Legend. Legend has been very inconsistent, but I feel good about their chances. After knocking down Pine Creek, this is a team that has a damn good shot. They know what it takes to beat a team on this level. They just have to do it. Titans by 7, end quote. And we're going to keep that trend maybe rolling here as Gino says, quote, I've had the pleasure of seeing both these teams play twice this year, and I think that Legend is the better team with when everything is clicking. It's really cool how Valor has adjusted their offense to win games late in the year in their league, but I think Legend is determined this season. I got the Titans winning 28-22. And we're going to make this a split right down the middle because just like Coach V, I trust McGatlin and Valor, who shaped up down the stretch to win their league. With a week of rest as well, health will go a long way for this defense to slow down the efforts of some of the younger guys on this Titans squad. I think they're going to be very well prepared. I think that Valor playing at home is always a tough place to travel to and play at. So we got a completely even split here. Coach V and myself taking the home Eagles, Gideon and Gino taking the upstart Titans here. And the last game, and the one that I would love to be the most wrong on, but it is going to be Littleton West hosting Fountain Fort Carson. Coach V says, quote, Littleton West, props to Fountain Fort Carson, but bad play calling by Fairview played into their defensive game plan pretty easily. Littleton West will be much harder to stop even if they know what they will be doing, end quote. Gideon says, quote, FFC played a damn good game in Boulder, but Columbine is an engine. They won't make the same mistakes that Fairview made. The Rebels will probably top the Trojans by about 17 here, end quote. Gino says, quote, Fountain Fort Carson showed they are not to be trifled with after that 6 TD performance from Matthias Price. I think Littleton's wing tee is a bit more refined than Fairview's, though, so I got Columbine winning here 28-21, end quote. And I just got Littleton West. Cool, so that's going to do it for our predictions here. I'm going to actually take us to the break here, we are going to have a word from one of our sponsors here, and then Coach V is going to see and talk about how our round one recaps went right after that. So do you want to know what the best kept secret in running back training is? It's Madskillz RB1 Training. Coach Voss is flipping the script and leveling up running back training in Colorado by implementing his proven, nationally recognized system of training. Don't be fooled by the name. Quarterbacks and receivers become fundamentally sound juke artists as well with his training. It's evident the athletes he trains love him. Each progressive training session arms the athlete with a new skill set that prepares them to be shifty, powerful, and elusive. Parents love Coach Voss because with his training, they receive free college recruiting tips, no contracts, and no drama. Message him on Instagram at Madskillz_RB1 Training or at Coach Cut Creator on Twitter X for more information. Off-season runs from January through July, so get in the cut and get some mad skills this off-season.
All right, what's good, y'all? Coach V here, and I have your round one 2023 Colorado High School Football Playoff Prediction Summary from us here at Playmakers Corner. All four of us went ahead and made our predictions for the first round of the playoffs. 1A, 2A, 4A, 5A, 3A predictions. Well, that'll have already came out at this point, but going forward it'll be a part of this. But here on the podcast we got a friendly competition here. We're trying to see who can predict the most games and the most important games as well here. And so here in the first round, week 11 technically, we had 32 playoff games here, and we all predicted all 32 playoff games to the best of our ability, obviously. And so how this is going to work is that in this round one matchup, each playoff point will be worth each playoff game that we predicted correctly will be worth 1 point in round one. Next round, it'll be worth 2 points. After that, 4 points, and then 8 points, and so on here. So you get more points, obviously, for the more games you predicted correctly. But as the rounds go on and on, with those games, you get points if you predicted those correctly week by week. And so every week we'll make sure to do our predictions. That is, if, for any reason, which this is the most likely reason, our brackets are not correct and are busted, which is fine. We are definitely open to that happening. We had a couple teams upset us. Well, not upset us, but upset the teams they were playing and busted our bracket, which is good. It obviously is great for content and great for the narrative for teams to, not do what we predict them to do. But, it's obviously always good as well when we are able to be right with our predictions, which, we are never 100% right, usually. Right. So there you go there. But I'm just going to go ahead and give a pretty quick breakdown, summary of how our round one predictions went from person to person. I am going to talk about my stats last, and I'm going to start with Gino, our newcomer here. This is his first year that he's predicting these games, and he didn't have too bad of a week. He had 78% of the games he predicted correct, so that is 25 out of 32 games he got right here. He had all the 1A matchups correct. He had only 5 of 8 2A matchups right, but 7 of 8 for 4A right, and then 5 of 8 for 5A right. So there you go there. He is sitting at a 78% correct total prediction percentage right now. So there you go. And he currently has 25 points, and he's tied with Gideon, who basically has the same percentage and predicted the same amount of matchups right, but just a little bit different. In 1A, he was 7 of 8 predictions right. 2A, 5 of 8, same as Gino, same as 4A, 7 of 8. But in 5A, had 6 of 8 predictions right there. Moving on to Cody here. Cody had a pretty solid week. 84% of his predictions were right. So that's 27 of the 32 playoff matchups that he predicted correct here. 7 of 8 in 1A, 7 of 8 in 2A, 8 of 8 in 4A, and 5 of 8 in 5A. Cody did say that he did not feel good about some of his 5A predictions and some of his predictions in general, as he did have the Rona when he did this. So that's a personal problem. And, we're not going to change it moving forward. So you'll be fine. Well, we'll predict, every week, obviously, but it is what it is. So there you go. They're 84% correct, which is pretty good. And he's tied with me. I also have 84% correct. That means 27 of the 32 matchups I predicted correctly. Me and Cody predicted correctly here. But in 1A, I predicted all of them correct. In 2A, I was just one below Cody, so 6 of 8 matchups correct there. In 4A, I was one below Cody, with 7 of 8 here in 4A. And then in 5A, I was one above him with 6 of 8 of those predictions correct. So there you go there. That is our playoff prediction summary. Each week we'll do this thing, and go ahead and check out that really nice graphic that we have posted on all of our social medias at Playmakers Corner to see what I am talking about. We'll see how the predictions go next week as we add on 3A to the rest of our predictions here.
Thank you for filling us in. And yeah, I don't know. The more that I looked at my brackets or thought about them, I was like, what was I thinking? But luckily, week to week, we get to kind of adjust and, reflect what we think we learned at least from the prior round of the playoffs. So, that definitely swapped up some of my picks from my bracket to my predictions here, as I am trying to defend my crown, but not as hot of a start as I had last season, for those who remember. But anyways, let's go ahead and transition here into our Playmakers of the Week here. Playmakers of the Week, by the way, brought to you by Code Red Coaching. Go ahead and find them on coderedcoaching.com, where the grind to greatness starts with the mind. Reach out to Cody Rosenthal at 720-979-1914 and work on your mental performance so that you could perform like these Playmakers of the Week. So, Playmakers of the Week, we have an interesting batch here, and the pool is only going to get smaller as we go by week to week as more and more teams end opposition's seasons here. But let's go ahead and jump to 1A here. Gideon with a few options for us here. One of them is due to, I'd say stats never being put in by Gunnison on time, but Jonathan Thompson of Yuma did everything he could to keep this game within reach for Yuma High School, going for 131 pass yards, 1 passing touchdown. I believe that's the most passing yards he's had all season. 137 rushing yards, 1 rushing touchdown, and then defensively 6 tackles and a pick in a loss to Gunnison. That is one of our candidates here. Wyatt Sprague for Holyoke, 3 total touchdowns in a blowout win over Platte Canyon. But the crown of 1A Playmaker of the Week goes to Trey Cardwell out of Buena Vista here. 204 rushing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, and then defensively, 5 tackles, 2 for loss, and a sack in a career-best game against CSCS to avenge last year's upset loss in a nail-biter. That is true Buena Vista getting a playoff win, and in huge parts, or in mostly important part, to Trey Cardwell here, according to Gideon, who crowns him our 1A Playmaker of the Week. On 2A, we have some good nominees here from Gino. The first of which is going to be Ian Champ Hafey out of Moffat County. Offensively, 7 receptions for 80 yards and a touchdown, while also running the ball 15 times for 65 yards. And then defensively, notching 10 tackles, with the sub-note saying he was the go-to receiver and running back in the win over Elizabeth, while also being the leading tackler as well. He has another nomination here in Cole Croissant here, 8 of 18 for 260 yards with 5 touchdowns to just 1 pick, along with 127 yards and a score for University in that blowout win over Florence. Just an overall dominant play here with 5 of his 8 completions being touchdowns. That is pretty dang good there for completions. Another option here was Connor Davey out of Eaton, 17 of 26 for 264 yards and 2 touchdowns, along with picking up 37 yards in the ground. But most importantly, throwing the game-winning touchdown pass while also leading that drive in Eaton's upset over the number 2 seeded Kent Denver. Despite being down 21-10 at half, Eaton comes back and wins on the road against Kent for that dub. That is a huge win for Eaton here. Not quite ready to give up their championship belt, at least not to Kent Denver at this time. However, the winner here, crowned by Gino, is going to be a Moffat County Bulldog. It's going to be Evan Beaver, a Beaver for the Bulldogs here. 17 of 20, 225 yards, 3 touchdowns, along with a pick, but 44 yards and a touchdown on 10 carries, along with 8 tackles. But the big reasoning here is 2 fourth and long touchdowns in the fourth quarter helps them get the win, including the game-winning touchdown pass and drive in a 31-21 comeback win over number 5 Elizabeth. This was one of the bigger upsets this week, a classic 5-12 upset, if you ask me. And yeah, no, that is Evan Beaver, your 2A Playmaker of the Week. On the 3A level, this is a little weird because these teams were still playing regular season games at this point. But the winner of that is, well, okay, one of the nominees here is Kavian Lake here, 23 of 36 for 282 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 1 interception in the 36-35 Eagle Valley win over Summit. But the winner is going to be Ryan Stankovich here. I want to say is how you say that. 8 of 16, 102 yards, a touchdown through the air, while also rushing for 142 yards and 4 rushing touchdowns in Sierra's win over Harrison. This is their first win over Harrison since October 22nd, 2010. Ironically, they beat them with the exact same score this year as they did 13 years ago, 52-27. Ryan Stankovich, when he is on, he really is on, and he is making plays, and he is your 3A Playmaker of the Week. In 4A, this was also up to Coach V, but this is back to playoff football here. One of the nominees was Orlando Guevara here, 134 yards and 2 rushing touchdowns in just a 1-point win over Vista Ridge. That is the Denver South Raven making his way as a mention here. But Coach V, in classic Coach V 2 nominee fashion here, the winner is one of our most consistent winners and probably one of the most decorated Playmakers of the Week, Gavin Lockett out of Pueblo West, 8 of 11 for 118 yards, 2 passing touchdowns, while also running for 3 rushing touchdowns and another 166 yards for nearly 300 total, and 5 tackles in the 55-42 shootout win over Longmont. Now, for 5A here, I had a couple of really good options. I'm looking at Jake Jones out of Chatfield, playing almost perfectly and scoring almost all of their touchdowns, going 12 of 18, 116 yards, and 3 touchdowns to just 1 pick, while also rushing for 2 scores on just 7 carries. I also had the defensive stalwart DJ Crow of Denver East, 12 tackles, 8 tackles for loss, 3 sacks, and also catching a touchdown from Landon Holloway in some of the most senior-fueled antics I've ever seen, probably, at least from a box score standpoint. But it is really, really, really hard to choose against this next guy, as you will see is a theme for the remainder of the episode. Matthias Price out of Fountain Fort Carson, 26 carries, 305 yards, 6 touchdowns. I'm going to save the really big spiel for the next segment here, but that makes your Playmakers of the Week in 5A, Fountain Fort Carson's running back Matthias Price. In 4A, Pueblo West's playmaking quarterback Gavin Lockett. In 3A, the quarterback for Sierra, Ryan Stankovich. The quarterback for Moffat County, Evan Beaver here, in their upset comeback win over Elizabeth. And for Gideon, Trey Cardwell here, the punishing runner here for Buena Vista, and the solid defender as well for your Playmakers of the Week. Once again, those Playmakers of the Week, 1A through 5A, brought to you by Code Red Coaching. Visit them at coderedcoaching.com so you can become as mentally sharp as these athletes here who are the Playmakers of the Week. You could go online or call 720-979-1914 to reach Code Red Coaching today and be like our Playmakers of the Week. And now we transition to the Game of the Week Playmaker, brought to you by Junkyard Training. Go ahead and learn more about them at junkyardtraining.net or call 303-521-7594 for more information. But most importantly, the Game of the Week Playmaker, which is decided by one of the games that we attended. So this week, that pool starts with Berthoud Elizabeth, as well as Fairview Fountain Fort Carson. And then on Saturday from the Banning Lewis Prep Academy versus Wiggins game. And lastly, from the Elizabeth Moffat County game. So we had a handful of very good candidates. We had some great performances here. But the winner of Game of the Week Playmaker does get to visit 14697 East Easter Avenue, Suite E in Centennial, Colorado, 80013, where my guy Jesse here from Junkyard Training is going to hook you up with some swag, with a shirt, with some protein, with a shaker, with kinds of cool stuff for you. It's a great value, and it is an awesome award to win. And there were some really good names this week. You know, Gideon submitted Alex Larson as a nominee here for Berthoud, helping Berthoud get their first playoff win since 2008. He ran for 130 yards and 2 touchdowns in their big win here. Then for Gino, you know, he likes his guy, Evan Beaver, who was his Playmaker of the Week winner as well. And Coach V said that there was just great team dominance for Banning Lewis, so he didn't have a specific guy to submit for this, but him and I both did see our eventual winner and your Game of the Week Playmaker, Matthias Price. I cannot talk about how great he played. And shout out to his offensive line, obviously, that was creating these holes for him and creating these opportunities. But when you are never taken down by the first guy to hit you, that is also a huge testament to what you have going on. I mean, I could let the numbers speak for themselves. You can go back and listen to the recap of the game and just hear every single time that I say, Matthias Price rips off a long run for a touchdown. Matthias Price punches it in from the goal line. I mean, he was literally unstoppable from either wildcat or out of the backfield being handed off the ball up the gut. If you stopped him on first down, he was scoring on second down. If you somehow stopped him on second down, he was scoring on third down. There was just no way that this defense was going to stop him. And I mean, this is a top 16 seed. This is a Fairview team playing at home. Fountain Fort Carson had a horrible drive on the way up because apparently some car flipped over on I-25. So they had a long bus ride. They had, to go on the road, play in enemy territory where Fairview fans were maybe not as packed as I would hope for a Friday night, but Fountain Fort Carson showed up, and man, were they given something to cheer about here. Like I said, 26 carries, 305 yards, literally outgained the Fairview passing attack that went for 296 by himself, and nearly the entirety of the Knights offense by himself. 305 yards. That 87-yard touchdown was just icing on the cake. Really just knocked the rest of the wind and put that final nail in the coffin. And did I mention 6 rushing touchdowns? Hey, let's go ahead and run the math back here. Fountain Fort Carson scored 42 points. 42 divided by, subtract the 7 PATs that they kicked, I should mention. And you have 36 points, all Matthias Price, all day. He was on his Adrian Peterson grind. When he hit that next gear, no one was stopping him. And man, the way he was staring down defenders anytime he punched it in and they bounced off of him like a wall ball or like a tennis ball to a racket. He was feeling himself. This Trojan line was feeling themselves, and they should. And hopefully here, our guy and our winner for Game of the Week Playmaker can make do on our sponsor for Game of the Week Playmaker, which is Junkyard Training. Once again, for more information, visit junkyardtraining.net or call 303-521-7594 today. But specifically, anyone else can visit this address, by the way, but the guy who can pick up prizes from there, Matthias Price, if you can make it to 14697 East Easter Avenue, Suite E in Centennial, Colorado, 80013. Go ahead and pick up your prizes. We will be in touch, and we will get you hooked up with our guy Jesse here. Shout out Jesse and Junkyard Training for providing these athletes with that swag whenever you win it. And be on the lookout for more Game of the Week Playmakers during this postseason. All right, time for all the announcements and whatnot. On Fridays, we're going to start having award shows coming out. So this Friday, we got 1A awards coming at you. And then heading forward, we'll go 2A, 3A, 4A, 5A. We have 2A polls on Twitter right now. Polls will start every single Monday around 7 a.m. and run until Saturday. So that is the fan vote. You, the fans, get to not only vote on who you think is the Offensive Playmaker of the Year, Defensive Playmaker of the Year, Newcomer of the Year, which goes to the best freshman on any classification. There's 4 candidates for each. There's also Most Valuable Playmaker, and we also added Coach of the Year. nominees for this season as well. So go let your voice be heard. Not only do you have a total vote in the overall poll, but you are also the deciding tiebreaker. We don't have Playmakers of the Year anymore. That era is over because you, the fans, are the tiebreaker. So we are excited to see how this goes down, and that counts for any placement. So go over to Twitter/X, follow us at Playmaker Corner, and vote on those polls. Check out really cool graphics that my guy Gideon has been making on Instagram at Playmakers Corner, where you can check that out, or follow us on TikTok at Playmakers Corner, where we are also posting those graphics as well as the covers to our episodes and so much more. You are probably listening to this on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, or anywhere that you listen to podcasts. Make sure that you have notifications turned on, you're following us, you're subscribed, so that way you get notified whenever we have new episodes come out. You could also find out on Facebook, which we also have a profile on, or listen to us on YouTube. Subscribe to us, Playmakers Corner on YouTube. Thank you so much for all your support. Stay tuned as we have more playoff action. Things are just starting to heat up here in Colorado football and end of the year awards. This is our favorite time of the year. We are so excited to see how these continue to develop, and stay tuned with our predictions and whatnot, all available through our socials. I've been your host/showrunner, Cody Stafford, joined by Gideon, Coach V, and Gino, and we are calling it quits. Peace out.